Shangri-La Frontier Shitty Games Hunter Challenges Godly Game, Part 3.1 by Katerina. Translated by Kurahashi Aiko at Light Novels Translations. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 132, Meteors Amongst Skyscrapers, Abyss in the Deep Sea Part 1. When I wake up, all that I can see in front of me is the sea of metal. The skyscrapers all glow majestically, reflecting the rays of the morning sun, at the same time casting long shadows at places where the sunshine was unable to reach. The place that I currently am right now is such a dark sector created by those skyscrapers, a blind spot not connected to anywhere in particular on the grid map. All right, from a layperson's point of view the design of this town could sure pass as psychedelic. Just then, the door opens before me and a truck I was currently riding in pulled up at the side of the asphalt road, coming to a stop. My wobbly legs step outside and land on the ground of the Chaos City. My body, clad in a metal armor, makes a dull sound with every single step, having the power of Galaxus sealed inside of it. And the only way to get myself rid of it is to destroy the one who graced me with it or to force him to remove it. That is why this body of mine is always here, where the sun doesn't shine, destined to clash with a certain meteor. The victory condition is to secure Chaos Cube, or to defeat the opposing hero. Either destroy your enemy or try to find an object as small as a basketball in this vast city. I weight my options here and then smile to myself upon finding the optimal solution. Even if your opponents are way ahead of you, it is the nature of every gamer to try and claim victory. All right, let's do this. According to the rules of the games, heroes arrive about 30 seconds after the villains spawn in on the map. That is because evil always takes the initiative and heroes always need to catch up to it. Certainly, when I think about it at the times like these, I keep reminding myself what this body of mine currently is. That's right. Now I remember. Time to act like a tyrant I am. Saying that more to myself than to anyone else in particular. I punch a hole in the truck that got me here as to motivate myself. When I open my eyes, it all feels like a bad dream. The deep sea ruins we were currently in were filled with the ominous and evil aura of the abyss, and were filled with those who wished to stop us right in our tracks. I look around while kicking away the barnacle zombies that were rushing towards me with rusty sabers in their hands, and then scream at the top of my lungs. Duh, god damn it. What the fuck is wrong with encounter rate in this place? And what is encounter rate, Sanraku? Besides, we need to break through here if we want to get to the seal. I know. Hey, I think we might be able to climb the roof from here. Wait just a moment. I'm not nearly as agile as you, you know. Improvise, adapt, overcome. With those words being pulled right off my mouth, I could however understand why haste was advised in here. After all, it's not every day that you are being chased by monsters that look like humans but are not them at the same time, looking as if they took a sip in a bath for way too long. And so we continued to climb onto the roof of the building, supporting our hands and feet with many cracks in the structure. And since I was already on the roof, I took my partner's hand and pulled them up with all of my might. Then at least several rusty tridents hit the place where they've been mere seconds ago, and my face goes pale thinking what would have happened if I didn't help him with their climb. My friend, you've saved me once more. By the pride of the fish people, by the pride of Momon, I swear that you know what, you can thank me right now by getting the hell out of here. This is going to get really ugly very soon. They use their own brethren as the stepping stones to climb up. That's why I said we need to haul ass, and we need to haul ass right now. Even if those guys are weak, sheer difference in numbers can make it so that they will destroy us by brute force alone. And who would have thought that mindless zombies would be clever enough to form a flesh ladder like that? Shit. Weren't the enemies of level lower than mine supposed to run away from me? They are the servants of the Lords of the Abyss. Their contracts abide them to fight anything and anyone their masters order them to, no matter the difference in strength. And the way these zombies respawn endlessly. Are they or maybe octopuses? We start to run, at the same time slashing away at the mermaids that were swimming in the air and trying to approach us, turning them into fish fillets and pieces of sushi. You are kind of how should I put it? Merciless. This is mercy. Actually, now those stupid zombies can eat as much sushi as they want. Besides, we don't have time to play around with mermaids. Unlike the normal vision of a mermaid, half human and half fish, these mermaids looked like only slightly anthropomorphized sharks, doing their best to try and take a bite out of us. They could make themselves look more like humans thanks to their ability called mimicry, but when they were ready to strike they would shed their appearances and reveal their true forms. Not to mention that those monstrous mermaids were also singing all the time. The design team for this game surely knows how to come up with a scary model for their monsters. There it is. This is the place. The captain should be inside. All right. Now the real fun starts. Chapter 132, Meteor Amongst Skyscrapers, Abyss in the Deep Sea Part 2. The window exhibition with mannequins inside right to the side of me explodes in an instant. The blast carries shards of glass and pieces of plastic with it, scattering them all over and making the blast even more deadly. What's happening? Run away from the general store, but don't forget to contact the police and firefighters beforehand. NPCs scream out loud while trying to get away from the source of the explosion as fast as possible. Needless to say, I was the source of that explosion just now. Some of the NPCs have their phones pressed against their ears and approximately 30 seconds later police's armored trucks and firefighters' trucks are already at the scene. Gotta love the way in which games tend to simplify things. Apparently this transport truck was equipped with things that were serving some serious non-transport purposes. The main ability of this body of mine is to take the destroyed things and assimilate them into the armor, which is why there was currently a Gatling gun on my right shoulder and a shotgun in my left arm, since they were also part of the truck's equipment. Tires appeared on my legs in order to compensate for my poor mobility, and the truck's engine strapped onto my back was emitting loads of black smoke. The tires screech loudly as the armored colossus starts to move, pushing away a small passenger car aside while being at it and rolling it away like a soccer ball. The car flies in the air with such force that it lands perfectly at the entrance of the nearby shop and then explodes. Coming straight at me. It seems that its performance is not all that complex after all. Here you are, All-American #1. Somewhere in the distance, there was a shadowy figure standing with its arms crossed with roaring flames burning behind its back. Its armor was pure white with golden ornaments, and it was wearing a helmet with a characteristic pentagram like googles strapped to it. Its body was shining even through the flames that were illuminating its appearance. It was glaring at me with such an intensity that if you could kill someone with your stare alone, I would have been dead long ago. Well, I have no one to blame but myself for getting registered at the last possible minute, which resulted in me getting paired up completely by random. And because of that one-sided selection, the rival that was chosen for me just happened to be one of the best players in the United States of America. Talk about bad luck. I'll make sure that the power my sidekick Kai lent me won't go to waste. I swear it on my hero name, Matthias. Here I come. If you think you're in for an easy game, then sorry to disappoint you, but you're going to have a different thing coming. I can swear it on my villain name, Cursed Prison. My opponent was one of the strongest players in the entire world. His armor was top tier as were his weapons. It was obvious at a single glance that I didn't have a chance against him, but still, I wasn't going to go down without a fight. I wasn't going to make it easy for him. Thinking about it logically, what are the chances of me getting drafted against one of the strongest players in the world? What are even the odds? I couldn't help it but to mutter those words to myself in a quiet voice. How? Here, in this place, Abyss Palace Lulius. The order of the world is reversed. Inside of this submerged city, those who normally live underwater swim through the sky and those who live on the dry ground are forced underwater. Same principle applied to my fisherman partner here, but with this exception that if he tried hard enough, he could swim through the air as well. Currently we were going all around the city fighting 4 heavenly monsters that were enshrined in here, fighting off fishermen and moms at the same time. Watch out, a lava over here, hurry, that's crazy. We make one mistake here and we're done for. Stupid, you don't want to be eaten, then come over here right this instant. On a double. One of the mermaids approached lava at a very high speed, her human head splitting into 8 equal parts and opening wide, the tentacles springing forth from the gaping hole right at the center of the split parts. You could dodge them or simply cut them off, but if there were too many of them then you wouldn't be able to do anything against so many. I don't know if a lava was able to comprehend that, but still I turned towards him with my swords in hand, ready to save him. Right, now let's just overtake them. As soon as a lava does what I tell him to do, I slash my sword at the tentacles that were approaching him and cut them off. I would never be able to cut all of them in one blow, so I use the momentum of the first slash and make a nice turn, slashing the remaining 4 tentacles with a second blow just like that. One could argue that even without its tentacles the mermaid would still choose to ram itself into us, but at this point it wasn't something that I was going to concern myself with. A lava was not just running away either. He was slashing other mermaids at the same time, swimming in a really erratic pattern, which he once explained to me that, you cannot hope to outrun a fish if you keep dashing in a straight line. He was also using minimal movements for his maneuvers and attacks while he was at it. Scattered all over the place with traces of black blood oozing from them, the tentacles slowly drop down like falling flower petals. The mermaids scream loudly, falling down since they were no longer able to keep themselves afloat, only to revive just after that and come back right at us, looking at me and my partner with eyes filled with pure hatred. After you defeat the boss, you also need to take care of the smaller monsters quickly. I'm terribly sorry, my honorable ally, but as you can see I'm a carnivore as well. Now I want to eat some seaweed. Do you guys eat it, too? Meat, I like. Food, eat? No, now's not the time. I know that humans are only one of many species in this game, but looking at the face of our fishman ally trying different expression was so different from the human ones that it was almost surreal. It was just like trying to draw something on the surface of your hand, having been deprived of your senses of vision and hearing. But sure, his face could look terrifying at times. Sanraku, this is bad. More of them are starting to pour in. Shouldn't the boss arena remain isolated until the boss battle is over? This is bad. We need to pull out of here. We then immediately leave this place, not forgetting to collect all dropped items. Seeing the arena slowly becoming filled with barnacle zombies and fish people, I could help it but to mutter those words to myself in a quiet voice. How did it come to this? Chapter 133. Resurrecting Mental Zombies with Caffeine Part 1. Could it be that the reason why I'm feeling like I'm about to die is because I've been asleep for a whole 3 hours? But when it comes to MMOs, sleep was hardly an excuse. If you have time and strength to complain, then you have the time and strength to organize your equipment and do something productive inside of the game instead. I somehow managed to endure an intense battle after another today. But normally such a feat would not be possible, not without at least taking a break in between sessions. That being said, it wasn't Loken that managed to exhaust me so much. No, that was all on Usurper Dragon. Him and his stupid ass ranged attacks. Additionally, I had to endure a long and rather annoying earful from Break when she saw just how I managed to break her masterpiece apart not so long after she just crafted it. And she was livid because of the sheer amount of repairs and strengthening I wanted her to perform. Then she yelled at me because I didn't have enough money on me, so I had to go and sell some stuff. Then the shopkeeper yelled at me for bargaining in on him so early in the morning. Then Emule screamed at Helk who wanted to scam us on more overpriced skills. Then Break yelled at me again for the amount of damage my armor sustained. I get the feeling that Rabbids was witness to the greatest shouting match in its history this very morning. But thanks to all that, my items were as good as new, and I even managed to enhance some of them with materials I got from Loken, which looked really shady in the beginning but then they turned out to be quite good. I also managed to confirm something. 3 minutes. This is the amount of time after which the armor on my legs and torso turned into dust and shatter onto the wind. And the class and rarity of armor were all of no importance here. They would break apart no matter what. Period. I was afraid something like that might happen, but now it was actually just sad. No matter the class and the materials used for them, Every single piece of armor would crumble to dust. Here I would like to voice my sincerest apologies to Breaks Armor and all producers of armor, for wasting your time and effort just so that I could destroy your precious creation only to confirm something as outrageous as this. I would also like to apologize in advance to everyone who might feel offended by seeing me walking around town half naked. I'm not doing this on purpose, so please don't report me to the authorities. 3 minutes. Enough time to consider some armor as a short-term stat buff, but not nearly enough time to be able to utilize its abilities in long combat. And even if I wanted to just continuously change armor after it gets destroyed, it would just occupy precious spots in my inventory and waste tremendous amounts of my money. So a short-term buff was the only way for me to go with that. On the other hand, the ability to finally be able to use some equipment for legs and torso was a godsend. Now, as long as I have enough money, I can use some proper armor during my battles. Sadly, I didn't have time now to experiment with this system some more, but once my itinerary loosens up a bit, I need to conduct some proper investigation. Either way, I'll definitely need to go back to those fortress ruins at some point in time. My skills remain the same. My armor haven't changed. The only real changes for me were always in the weapons department, but even so, I was always keeping my weapons in top condition, and the oldest ones were regularly being enhanced so that they wouldn't become irrelevant. That was the only thing I was using any materials I had on hand. But because of that I was poor right now. No, you might even want to call it super poor. I guess it was really an overkill to blow all my fans from conquering the way to 5th tier like that all in one go. You need money to be able to do anything in this game. Without money, life could be quite hard. That's right. I remember. The pirates were talking about fishing not going as greatly as it used to. Apparently you can catch salmon in the ancient ruins, so it may fetch me a good price, and seeing as the new continent was about to become available, maybe you could even catch some tuna there. Tuna is really good, however, you must eat it in moderation. I still remember how once Dad caught a bluefin tuna and we were eating nothing but tuna dishes for 3 days straight, 3 times a day. I didn't think that I would get tired of fish at so young age. But ever since then when I see a tuna going onto the dinner table I can't stop remembering that fishy nightmare and my PTSD will trigger every time without fail. You are? Oh no, because I'm so tired. My thoughts were going someplace weird. Why would I even think about tuna all of a sudden? But still, I could feel all that caffeine slowly beginning to work as it started to spread around my system. Caffeine is legal, so there's no such thing as caffeine overdose, right? Right now I was handling myself quite well, but I knew deep down inside that in just a while I would become nothing more but a caffeine-depraved zombie, drooling and mindless and all that. I only hope that no one has a shotgun here, or else it might not be pretty for me. And for fuck's sake, does this light has to be so goddamned bright? Seeing as my body was starting to stagger a little bit, a certain thought occurred to me. Will I even be able to fight in such a sorry state? God, I hope that no serious battle was coming my way for now. As I was going around town, I could feel the stares of players and NPC alike, as well as muttered voices along the lines of, "What is that? A zombie? Is this some kind of an event? Or maybe a monster got into town? I just hope that I won't cause a zombie apocalypse panic all of a sudden." Chapter 133, Resurrecting Mental Zombies with Caffeine Part 2. I suddenly notice a pair of players right in front of me. While the vast majority of the players and all NPCs were going towards the big ship docking in the harbor, those two were going in the same direction I was going, towards the slaughter docks. One of them looked like a little archer with short bob hair, and another was a tall dark elf spellcaster. Judging from his robes, to be this burly and be a spellcaster, wasn't something fundamentally wrong about that? At first glance the dark elf looked like a seasoned warrior, or a general who spent most of his life on the battlefield with sword in hand. When you see someone like that, wouldn't you normally associate them with a warrior class, who puts points into physical attack and nothing else? I don't know if that person is much into roleplay, but if so, His role would be super hard to play right when he looked like that. Or maybe it was just a wolf in sheep's clothing? No. More like a wolf with sheep's graffiti sprayed all over its fur. Could it be? Aggressive-looking chibi character and burly mage. Talk about contrasting looks. It looked as though they specifically created their avatars to look nothing alike, and make as much of a contrast as possible. Looking at their player tags. Yup, bingo. The chibi archer was named Rust and the mage was named Mold. In this kind of full dive game, the player's mental and physical states are directly linked to their avatar's performance. And right now, if I didn't drink something high in caffeine, my mental state would be pretty close to that of a corporate zombie who was slowly beginning to shut itself down from the excessive amount of work he was subjected to. But even so, I somehow managed to keep myself together. And that was when I got closer to the two particular people right in front of me. It looks like a Mold finally noticed me. Good morning. Hi. Oi. You look weird. Is that a hobby of yours or something like that? It's mostly because of a certain Lucan. I've managed to beat the shit out of him just a few hours ago. But it looks like I'd do better if I hadn't done that. Lucan? You mean Night Prowler Lucan? That unique monster. It doesn't really matter if it's unique or not. What matters is if you're able to beat it or not. That's the most important factor here. And while using your muscles first sometimes tends to work for the best, it is more than desirable to know what you're doing beforehand, so that you can maximize your efficiency that way. Regardless of the fact whether the caffeine was coming into the brain from the stomach, my thoughts start to click together. Now that I finally managed to escape from the zombies, I could survey my surroundings to some extent. But this thing looks as if it was once a city. A really compressed one at that. When they first established Fifthsia, they had to provide lodgings for all the workers. Somewhere where they could go to sleep and relax after work. Or so I heard. Once the development of the town was completed, these lodgings were abandoned as they were no longer needed. Now they are a hotbed for all kinds of rouges out there. Looking up, the remnants of the ship were so large that they were easily covering the rising morning sun. And looking closely, it must have been nearly as big as the ship that was currently waiting in the port. So even a place like that can still accommodate people even though it is just a simple wreckage? And hearing that it's a habitat for rouges right now, that's just sad. Like tidying up your room or apartment only to have it become messed up again the very next moment you finish your task. But at the same time, the fact that a city like Fifthsia has a place like that was actually kind of refreshing. I'm currently running for a new world record. Besides, running around half naked is a truly refreshing feeling. Excuse me? When I asked what it was exactly, I was told that it was the time elapsed between entering the wreckage and meeting the first NPC. By the way, as we made our way forward, I was informed that apparently the current world record was about 2.5 minutes. That being said, it's been more than 5 minutes already since we entered here. Some people out there like their fists to do the talking. Others think that they can use their skills to solve their every problem. And for others, killing people comes as easy and naturally as breathing or thinking what's for dinner tonight. First I look at Rust, who looks interested, then at Mold, who looked as though he didn't know what to do. I was also sure that my own expression right now was something alongside the lines of "oh shit." All of the eyes that were looking at me right now seemed to be saying, "Is everything that is going on inside of this guy's head all right? I wonder if I could just beat the everlasting crap out of you right now for thinking like that?" Players can very well understand the attitude and motivations of the NPCs, but I don't think anyone would be able to understand the amount of pain and trauma this fucking wolf put me through. It would be like trying to sell furniture to someone whose whole house was wiped out by a natural disaster. In a similar fashion, looking at the players and seeing their name tags should be more than enough to understand that whatever we do in-game is just an element of role-play, that no matter what we do, we are just humans deep down inside. In that sense, I am only but a humble high school student. After all, even if your ability to look like a muffler is top-notch, it is quite troublesome to keep you hidden like that. Emule, now show yourself. My mimicry ability is so strong and perfect that you only get one like it once in every 50 years or so. Why are you giving up on it so soon? Last year's weather was quite pleasant, so I hope that this year's weather will be just like that from the last. Muffler, it talked. I was going to reveal it either way, and once we got into the city it would become really bothersome to keep the secret. And while others were looking at Emule, a talking monster, with astonishment, I was already thinking about where to go, what to do and what needed to be done. This marks the beginning of a week at the end of which I felt like I wanted to die. Chapter 134. A Straight Flush with a Joker Part 1. When I first saw that email, I thought it was a spam of some sort. However, there was something familiar to the style it was written in and that convinced me it was the real deal. For the time being, I asked Katsu to clarify this, and sent Pensilgton, the brains of our guild Wolfgang, a private message. However, if I were to simplify the conversation I had with Pensilgton, it would amount to something like this. Me. What do you think this guy's deal is, Pencil? It really depends on the context, but how much of the expenses do you think he's able to cover? Me. Is that what you're worried about? I don't know about traveling expenses, but it looks like he's really desperate to scout us out. Pencil. Now I'm glad that I don't have anything urgent to get done. It seems that it is impossible to communicate with a madman in a coherent manner. I then asked him if he was going to ask Katsu for the details as well, but Pensilgton seemed to be as carefree about this as ever. However, due to me grilling him for a while, I managed to extract the following intel out of him. GGC, or Global Gaming Competition. Just like the name would imply, it was a conference that introduces a vast number of already existing games that are about to be published and the ones that are already in the making. One of the biggest events like that out there. In the past it used to be organized abroad, like in the United Kingdom or USA, but supposedly thanks to the financial power of various sponsors the last 2 years saw the convention being organized in Japan. And of course, the existence of Shangri-La Frontier was partially the reason for that state of affairs. No matter the country of origin or the amount of money pumped into making them, games are just that, games. And when it comes to Shanfro, do I have to say anything? Until the release of Shanfro, the game world was roughly divided into 3 parts. America when it comes to quality, Asia when it comes to plot and character development, and Europe when it comes to unconventional ideas. In this country, where about 30% of NPCs in games are anthropomorphized animals, and the rest is just handsome guys and sexy girls swinging big swords around and casting magic left and right, it took us our sweet time to understand that games in general can be categorized as good and bad. That is why Shanfro right now is considered as the best example of game development, not only in Japan or Asia, but around the world. In my honest opinion, Shanfro was ahead of its time by like 4 or 5 generations. About half a year after the release of Shanfro, many different companies from all over the world started to announce their new titles that looked extremely alike Shanfro for some reason. Just like the meteor shower that comes once in a blue moon and shines brilliantly in the sky. I was looking forward to some of those games. I won't say. To reiterate, Shanfro is currently doing better than any other game out there in the world, with almost 500,000 players logging into the game on a daily basis. Whatever system mechanic that was introduced to Shanfro, you could be sure that other games would implement them shortly after. Going back to GGC, I was usually looking at transmissions from it since they would always announce new games there, but according to Katsu the level of this conference was growing better and better with every passing year. GGC is a huge stage for professional gamers, since lots of companies tend to hire professional players to show their new games on the newest computers and consoles alike. So why was Katsu trying to recruit Pensilgton and I into helping him this year? Apparently he is going to play against someone he doesn't want to lose to no matter what, and he needs our help to avoid losing by forfeit for not having the mandatory members in the team. While I was logging out and reading message after message, I couldn't help but laugh under my nose. Maybe it's because of the energy drinks, but those things were making me want to laugh even more than usual. Now that being said, what to do, the day after tomorrow, huh? Oh well, not that I have anything all that special to do, anyways. It's not like I need to log in every single day or anything like that. Katsu said that we can discuss the details later inside Shanfro. Honestly, I had no real reason to refuse. Long story short, Katsu's goal is to fill in the missing spots in his team. Still, it was weird of him to think that he would be able to win with a ragtag group of players gathered in a hurry. I don't know if it's okay to let non-professional gamers enter any tournament meant for pros like that. But I also can't imagine that Katsu wouldn't think about something as crucial as that. So I don't need to worry all that much about it. The day after tomorrow, I will need to prepare various things. If that's how it's going to be, well then, should I go now? All that I have planned for today is to try and clear one quest. It should be a whole lot easier than having to forcefully break through an entire dungeon and fighting a unique monster along the way. I could also continue to spam Katsu with emails, or even get on the train and go hunt for some more shitty games that I could indulge myself in. My options remain open. The GGC itself will last for about 3 days, but the exhibition match that Katsu mentioned shall be completed in the span of 1 day, so it won't take as much of my time as I was afraid it would. It was also nice that Katsu would cover my traveling expenses, but there was also something else. Sometimes just taking a short break from Shanfro wasn't that bad of an idea. I might as well accept your invitation. I send an email like that and then start thinking, now that I think about it, does that mean I'll be meeting Toa Amain and Yuomi Kei for the first time in real life? Usually meeting a true celebrity would sound really exciting. But we're already talking quite a lot via email, so it seemed somewhat meh for me at first. But maybe I could use that opportunity to score an autograph for my sister? Chapter 134. A Straight Flush with a Joker Part 2. So it means that I'll have to venture a little bit far to get to the GGC Convention Center. But for now let's try and verify if that quest is really a unique quest flag. Say, Rust, I know that it's been a while since you last logged in here, but do you actually know if this quest wasn't taken by someone else already? I think we're fine for now. Besides, not that many people are aware of that quest in the first place. The quest in question, punching the Apostle of the Abyss, was supposed to be given by the NPC named Self-Proclaimed Great Pirate Stored, but it seems that they only know so much, for they didn't manage to push that quest any further. The first time we came here, Rust got in a fight with the NPCs. And it only got weirder from there. They were all so squishy, hardly even worth drawing my bow, and they forgot to address me properly. That's right. Rust uses both magic bows and great bows respectively, hence her strength is quite high. So when it comes to NPCs, just punching them normally is enough to send them flying. I had no words to say to that. But the fact that Rust would start brawls just like that hardly came as a surprise to me. Apparently during their brawl they've been stranded in some really far and remote location, and that's where they found the self-proclaimed Great Pirate. Does that mean that in order to find him we need to beat the crap out of a certain number of NPCs? But remembering Pensilgton's words, assaulting the NPCs would still give you negative karma. Does that mean there was something else? Another possibility that was beyond my comprehension at the current moment? First of all, killing the players and killing the NPCs was considered equally as bad in this game. In a system like that, only a small minority would consider exploiting the NPCs instead of going out of town and fighting monsters, bosses and clearing the dungeons. It wasn't a hole in the system. More of a blind spot, really. So, I guess the quest itself is to hunt down this whole ghost ship, right? That's what this pirate wannabe shithead wants? Shithead is a little bit. Oh, hey, if he's like that, then shithead is putting it lightly. At least I think so. Even though Mold may have thought it was going a little bit overboard, I must say that in my eyes it was really hard to become a shithead just like that. You'd really need to earn your title through lots of hard work, and that would only serve to prove me right. Take Shit Chronicles Online, for example. It's not every day that some game manages to reach those levels of shittiness without actually trying to do just that. There was even a character in Shit Chronicles Online like that, a character of pure evil, whose every action and word were the epitome of shittiness, of which even that character was not aware of. As a part of the story he was the beloved child of spirits, and as a villain he crossed paths with the heroes on many occasions, every time becoming even shittier than the last. Sending thugs after the party, poisoning wells, setting forests on fire, breeding monsters, stealing key items from the places they were supposed to be enshrined in. He wasn't evil or a threat, just a major nuisance and inconvenience. And even though you keep defeating them over and over again, they just keep coming back for more ass whooping. Why? Because of a bullshit reason like the fairies love you more than me. Not to mention that making someone like that a boss is a complete and utter joke, hardly ever worth mentioning in walkthroughs or creating them wiki pages. Just how someone like that was able to come back for more beating and grow in power is beyond me, not to mention causing major inconveniences to the party, to the point where you had to beat him again in order to have some peace and quiet for a while. And how can other NPCs allow such a guy to run free and do whatever the hell he wants? If Shit Chronicles Online were rated R18, then surely a shitty villain like that would meet a rather gruesome end by the hand of all the people who are tired of all of his shit. But is that a good thing to do? Is it a correct way to handle a character like that? But no, in the game after you beat his ass one last time he realizes his mistakes and you're all back to being best friends? Just give me a fucking break. That's right, to become this shitty you really need to work hard to earn such a questionable title. A few minutes later. Good to see you, laddie. I am the great pirate Strood. Be sure to remember that, cause I'm the one who said it. It's a really strange feeling, but just from that one line I already knew that this quest is really going to be a major pain in the ass. Chapter 135, Items Should Be Treasured with Great Care Part 1. Aside from the shorts that were probably there for the ease of movement, his whole attire looked just like that of a stereotypical pirate. His hair was short but messy, really in need of a cut. There was a plaster on his cheek for some reason, and his whole expression was seeping self-confidence that only a complete moron would dare to project. His ego must have been really bloated at this point, for he was also looking at us from above like the true shithead he probably was. Amazing. No matter how hard I try, I can't possibly picture a more poster example of a true and utter shithead. It's really, I'm starting to think that even Shit Chronicles Online couldn't possibly hold the candle to that guy. Arg, for a moment there I thought you would run away, but I see that you at least have some guts in you. And color me surprised. He even says the lines that are just reeking of shit. What did you just say? We all managed to keep our cool, but Rust just went straight for the shithead's provocation. But it's actually kind of amazing just how much resistance I've managed to build for silly things like that. I see you're still as ill-mannered as before. Ha ha ha. Call it my art if you want. Oh, it's an art alright, but pissing people off. I don't know about others, but all of a sudden I started to grow hungry. Maybe it's the fault of all those meaty curses? Do you have some meat on you, guys? Even a dried up jerky would suffice for now. Just then Strood must have grown tired of shouting at Rust and Mold, for he looked straight at me as if he wanted to say something. Why are you looking away? Strood was doing everything he could to avoid having to look me in the eyes, but after a moment our gazes collided again, and he averted his eyes once more, even faster than before. Looking closely, it wasn't just him, but other NPCs that suddenly started to pop up were doing the same. Could it be that for some reason this pirate outlaw couldn't stand looking directly at me? The shithead finally speaks up. But it sounded as if he was putting a piece of meat into a cage with a hungry lion inside of it, trying not to get eaten while he was at it. Why, you there? Let's hear your name, laddie. It's Sanraku. And just so you know, I'm currently helping those two with the quest you're supposedly giving here. My special skills include beating the shit out of Night Prowler Lucan. I see. Yeah, you surely look like a tough guy. If that's how you put it, I'll graciously allow you to work for me as well. Ha ha. Ha. Reward? Yes. I'll pay you. I'll surely pay you. I mentioned Lucan here because I was getting tired of this little charade of his. And what do you know? It was super effective. Not only Strood was shaking like a little puppy right now, but all of the surrounding NPCs seemed to be terrified of me as well, even backing away considerably. Also, I should probably mention that a show-off pirate and a group of his ragtag colleagues are not intimidating for me. Like, at all. Then do you have what it takes to face a certain death with courage and guts and fungia? The muffler around my neck wanted to say something, but as soon as I heard it I flicked it in place where its head should be and coughed a few times to mask the noise. The muffler shook ever so slightly, but it was probably only the result of being flicked so suddenly like that. I would like to talk about the details of the job right now. No need for introductions, since I've heard everything from them already. But I want to hear all the details directly from you. Is that so? You see, we would like you all to board on my ship and assist us in hunting down and bringing down the ghost ship. Ghost ship? Yeah, ghost ship. Crying Innsman. My papa. I mean, it killed my dear father. Do you wish to accept the unique quest punching the Apostle of the Abyss? Oh, it's so cute that he calls his father Papa, but I guess that's Trude's story, told with anger and sadness, matched what Rust and Mold told me thus far. Ghost ship. Crying Innsman. A cursed phantom ship that appears in the middle of the storm and drags the living creatures to the bottom of the ocean where the abyss lies. Once brought there, they would become twisted monsters and abominations that would join the crew and hunt down the living aboard the ghost ship itself. They were the servants of the entity known as Lords of the Abyss. Once Trude's father and his crew encountered the ghost ship, he alone remained on board and ordered his crew to make a run for it. He had no chance of getting out of it alive, and the story was that Strude became a new captain in his place, pledging to hunt down the ghost ship and avenge his father. I see. Incidentally, what are the monsters aboard the Crying Innsman? Chapter 135, Items should be treasured with great care. Part 2. They looked like a combination of rotten fish and decomposing corpse. So, that would make them human fish zombies. About 1 hour after the initial meeting I could see groups of pirates loading crates of provisions and weapons onto their ship, readying themselves for departure. Their ship was considerably large, but not nearly as large as the ship that was going to the other continent. I left the communication with Strude to Rust and Mold, since the guy seemed to be genuinely scared of me. Well, I'll be damned. Those markings are way more effective than I would have thought. Well, yes, that's to be expected. The aura of the Vorpal soul you emit is so strong, Sanriku-san, that anyone who dares to approach you can't help it but to feel intimidated. More like I was aiming at them with a sharp object or something along those lines. It seems that the curse marks even started to affect people now, which may prove to be quite annoying in the future. On the other hand, seeing that shithead Strude starting to act like a scared kitty was simply priceless. I'd totally do it again if I could. I don't know if that's the rule in this game, but seeing the pirates load up normal weapons onto the ship made me worried. After all, if it was indeed a ghost ship, normal weapons wouldn't be able to do much damage to it that way. Could it be that this ghost ship is not the real enemy, but some kind of a sea monster, like Kraken? The ship itself also had a weapon installed on deck. However, it wasn't its normal ship cannons but rather a huge ballistas. And seeing that there was no barrels of gunpowder, so I guess that it maybe relies on magic to some extent? But wouldn't they still be normal weapons? So does that mean only legacy weapons would be able to be of any use in here? Does that mean it's going to be a sea battle? I'm going to be the first one to make it on board. Oh well, since I'm always doing crazy stunts, at least I won't have to worry about getting a sudden attack of seasickness. Fighting aboard a ship is not as straightforward as it may sound. It's like trying to fight a literal storm. You may think you're ready, but a storm will always be a storm. Unpredictable. Weapons sway left and right, your legs are getting all wobbly, and you can't properly aim with your guns because of all the shaking and turning right in the middle of the sea. That last part does not affect me all that much, but all the things before that are something it would be advisable to take countermeasures against. Stable foothold, management of recast time, stopping the shaking. Watch out for the AI behavior, both the enemies and that of friends. Sanraku-san, sometimes you say things that are harder to grasp the meaning of than incantations for magic spells. I wouldn't call it like that. Besides, it's not that complicated or hard, it's merely a simple logic put to practice. In Shangri-La Frontier, The ancient super-advanced civilization made intelligent robots, but the origin of the civilization of this game is rooted in medieval fantasy and magic, correct? That is why you can see so many strange sights that you wouldn't be able to normally see in reality. That is why things like moving cargo or building stuff still required a whole lot of manual labor to get done, which required a hefty amount of strong men. And what's that? An octopus? Are we really going to have to deal with Kraken? No. It was too small to be just that. Monsters that sink ships are much bigger in games, so it was most probably an oversized squid or something alongside those lines. And what are those barrels? They need 3 people to carry properly. If they wanted to use those barrels as containers, then we have a certain problem with that. But as I was thinking that, the McGos that were carrying them came to a stop right next to us, setting the barrels down with a loud thud. Noise. Kaya wa gay. Oh, the specialty of the Red Whale pirates, barrel delivery, is now completed. Oh, you there, rich-looking lad. You're the company of those 2, right? You're certainly a piece of work. Eh? Ha! Ah! The McCoys all laughed and then went away without saying anything more. No, that's not what's important here right now. More importantly, the barrels they carried here. What the hell did just Hibayu Ekam, cough. Sanraku-san? Now I know just how a laundry must feel. Huh, where are we? What is this place? Wait. Akatsu, Akane. Dono. You're going to crush me? A knight player wearing a destroyed armor that looked like rusted or cracked ground. A ninja player wearing a fox mask. One of the selected few besides me who had the privilege of entering the bunny court. Then, a white cloak screamed out loud, being crushed by the ninja who was wearing it. Why? The company that was together fighting Loken just a couple of hours ago was once more completed, and we all looked at one another in confusion, not understanding what was currently going on. Chapter 136, Opportunity, Pity and Stupidity Part 1. Let's go back in time a few minutes. Since the start of this game, there were 7 monsters that stood atop all other when it comes to power, called unique monsters. And even though Akatsu Akane wasn't able to do much except for supporting in that last battle, he was still a member of the group that managed to defeat Night Prowler Loken. Whoa. So that's the Pioneer's boat. It's so big, it looks almost like an exotic cruise ship. When you put it that way, that sounds about right. Unlike Sanraku, who wanted to go back to Rabbits right away, and Sega Zero, who stayed in town because there was a guild safe house on the premise, Akatsu Akane decided to stay in 5th Sea purely because he had nothing better to do and wanted to do some sightseeing. Many NPCs kept on sending strange gazes towards them, but from the player's perspective that was hardly anything new. As far as they were concerned, there could have been just the stares of people wondering about their peculiar equipment. Only the strongest of the players or the most skilled, like Sanraku or Akatsu Akane, could reach 5th Sea in such short amount of time, so it was only natural that only the strongest would appear here, and it was only natural to want to check out what their equipment was. Whoa, that's amazing. Check out these fish skewers. Have a bite yourself. They are surprisingly light and delicious. Even though it could have been considered as rude behavior, the sheer happiness and joy seeping from behind the mask seemed to have reached the stall owner, and he looked satisfied with someone praising his product so much. Apparently Akatsu Akane was someone who always took things at face value and never doubted things he saw, enjoying the game in the purest sense of the word. Then Camouflaged Sickle spoke in a hushed voice, as to not be heard by anyone around them. You could at least pretend to try not to draw so much attention to yourself. You know, I've never actually saw sea in real life, so seeing it like that in the game for the first time is really cool. In game? What does that even mean? Akatsu Akane Dono. There are times when I simply don't understand the things you are saying. Is that so? But Sanraku-san and Emil-chan talk like that rather frequently, don't you think? Emil was always a little bit specific, to say the least, and seeing how well he gets along with that guy, the two of them must be roughly the same. Being Wysash's child, it was unusual for a Vorpal bunny to get along with a human so well. Or maybe it was that when he was with Sanraku, Emil could finally act like himself? It was really hard to tell. Virtual reality, even though it was just a game, Shangri-La Frontier was erasing the boundaries of what was known as game and as reality. The liveliness of the harbor, the salty scent of the sea, its glitter and the morning sun which was shining on it all. No matter what other may think, for Akatsuki Kane all of those things were real, existing right here and right now. Just then, a fairly innocent window of text appeared right in front of Akatsuki Kane. "Will you like to accept the unique quest punching the Apostle of the Abyss?" But why unique quest? He understood well the meaning of those words. Long story short, it was a very rare mission with many hardships to overcome and many great rewards to be claimed. But why was it offered to him just like that? The only thing that Akatsuki Kane knew was that quests like that were usually given to those who accomplish great things. That definition was not wrong, because unique quests were fundamentally different from normal quest, a fact that every NPC would even know. For example, showing your fighting spirit to the Night Prowler, or adoring yourself in the scales of the Emperor of the Sky, or to reach the very ends of this world. There were many different variations. That is why it was simply unheard of that one of those would be given to someone just for some simple sightseeing. So why would it appear before Akatsuki Kane just now? Sega Zero couldn't wrap her head around it no matter how hard she tried. But the answer was surprisingly simple. For in this game the term party was rather loose and open to interpretation. If the leader was presented with the unique quest, the same window would appear in front of the other party members, no matter where they were or what they were doing. Of course, there was always the right to veto the quest, but as long as the main leader could accept it, so could his party members. And normally the party formed to defeat Lucan and capture the rest of the dungeon would have been disbanded after reaching 5th year. But apparently Sanriku was too busy with things he wanted to do, so he forgot to do just that. So even if the leader and the party members technically went their separate ways for now, they were still acting like a normal party. Hence the pop-up of this here new quest. All because of a little carelessness. I'm not too sure about this one, but it sounds like fun, so what the hell? Let's take it. Akatsuki Kane gave it some thought and reached about the same conclusion, but he still chose to accept the quest either way. Basically, there are two kinds of people in the world. The people who instantly send spam mails into the trash can where they belong, and the ones who tend to genuinely respond to them. And when it comes to Akatsuki Kane, he surely was of the latter category, so he pressed yes button without any hesitation, and after he did just that, a literal swarm of some macho men appeared, throwing him and Sickle inside of a huge barrel and taking them away somewhere. Chapter 136, Opportunity, Pity and Stupidity Part 2. Party W. Whatever should I do? Sega Zero was currently in a serious distress. Right in front of her was a window that stated that she was still a member of a party formed by her, Sanriku, Akatsuki Kane and two Vorpal bunnies, but there was a fast and easy solution to that problem. She just had to press yes button when asked, "Do you want to leave your current party?" However, even if her mind understood that, her heart was still violently objecting against it. It was difficult for her to cut herself from this connection they had right now, especially since it was the bond formulated by such strong emotions. She knew that. She understood that perfectly well. One day she would have to do it. She would have to cancel her party with Sanriku and rejoin her guild, who were all eagerly awaiting her return. Up until now she was free because of her sister's schedule, but now she was being pressed into coming back to the guild, both in game and in real life. With the construction of the Pioneer ship at its finish, she would need to help other members of the guild in releasing their level cap as well. That is why she would need to beat the current party and board the ship herself. Also, their research indicated that there might be a fierce battle once aboard the ship and that items that you can buy on board are going to be really expensive. However, making this choice was truly difficult for Sega Zero, even harder than the one about facing Lucan in battle. Mew, mew 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 mew. Making strange movements with her fingers, stealing her determination only to be cast into doubts again, then waiting for a few seconds to illustrate her in a dilemma. Sega Zero's index fingers were spinning in midair around one another like crazy, with a speed that would put any professional sprinter to shame. The difference here was that Sega Zero's fingers eventually slowed down and then came to a stop. She reached her decision. I get it. I understand it, I really do. But, even though I know that cutting the ties with his won't be easy, I know that it's mostly me being sentimental here. Yes, if I knew that it would be this hard, then Tower Arcana would have been better representation of me. Contrary to her slowing down fingers, Sega Zero's thoughts only kept on accelerating. For those who knew her, it must have been a truly hilarious sight, but for most of the NPCs, it looked like a knight in the rusted armor was making some weird gestures with her hands, presumably casting some sort of curse. That's why all NPCs decided to keep their distance. Is something the matter, Ray? Yeah, I guess. You've been acting really weird out there for a second. Let me guess, the stress of having to go to the new continent is getting to you? It must be really mentally taxing, knowing that you'll be one of the selected few to go there first. Yeah. Please give me a moment. I'm going to separate from the party. Any further hesitation on her end will only serve to annoy her sister and her guild mates even further. And if they really are friends, Sanraku and her, they can form another party on some other occasion. Her brain was screaming at her to push yes button, while her love-struck brain was urging her to stop doing what she was about to do. No, make up your mind already. What's this all of a sudden? Sega Zero twisted her neck and shook her head with a mighty force, closed her eyes and pushed her finger forward. That's why she didn't know at what window she was aiming at, and what button she was going to press. Would you like to accept the unique quest punching the Apostle of the Abyss? Yes, no. The window informing of the action of breaking from the party was pushed to the side by the new window with the newest system announcement. It means that the decision she was about to make was regarding the unique quest that her party's leader just accepted. In other words, the finger of the maximum attack power player, which was strong enough to break small objects if she wished so, went on a full collision course with the yes option. In the unique quest window. What button did I just push? Found you, guys. Now, prepare to be loaded and delivered. Transport. Wait just a. What is? Kairoch, Fubianuk, Sickle Sewin? Well, if it isn't Sega Zero-san. Long time no see. And just like that, before any of them could realize what exactly was going on, they were put inside of the barrels and delivered to the slaughter docks, much to the surprise of the party leader. Akatsu Akane's explanation and Rez speculation plus my own assumptions, and basically I already knew what exactly happened. I didn't disbanded the party once we arrived in the city, and because as a leader I accepted another unique quest, these two were able to undertake it as well. And to think that I would involve them not only in the battle against the Night Prowler Lucan but Cutanid of the Abyss as well. Whatever shall I do with this situation? There was such an intense brainstorming session going on in my head right now that I couldn't exactly wrap my head around all this. Luckily for me, God came down and aided me in my plea, passing the sentence instead. Oh, for fuck's sake, do whatever the hell you want. I don't really get what's going on, but I like the sound of that. Ha ha ha, you'd better believe we will. Just like that, 2 additional party members were added for this quest. Don't blame me if you come to regret it. Chapter 137, Red Whales and Fish Monsters Part 1. Yes, thinking logically about it, a unique quest like this whole punching the Apostle of the Abyss was not something that would easily come your way. Anyways, I do believe that Rust and Mold would be able to tell me more about it if I only asked, but as for them, they could have done as they pleased with me at any moment, because they were currently holding me by the balls. And by balls I mean know about the information of mechas in this game. Therefore even if we were to somehow clear this quest and obtain a unique quest text as a result, I cannot really take them for a piggyback ride through it. It was unexpected for them to come here in the first place, but I honestly felt that it would come and bite me in the ass sooner rather than later. And that about covers it for this here Sega Zero and Akatsu Akane, who just so happened to join me for this quest. I'm having trouble with keeping up with all of the information. Well, it probably is a little bit much, but that's only because I didn't have enough courage to tell them the truth. Go home, because you've made a mistake and I don't want you to know about the unique scenario I'm currently working on. That would really make me sound like a huge asshat. I'm sorry that you were dragged into this, but if you have your own things to do, then by all means go and do them instead. I've tried that kind of logic with them, but it was foolish of me to think that there would be a player who wouldn't want to participate in a unique quest. Could it be that I was overdoing it way too much now? And although many of the pirates were looking at Rust with a mixture of fear and respect, it was clearly Sega Zero here who was the strongest player amongst them. And, who is this guy coming right up? My name is Akatsu Akane. Think of him as a manual laborer. Aside from some characteristic parts, there's nothing all that special going on about him. Talk about a rude way of putting it, but it was the truth. Amongst all of us players here, Akatsu Akane was the weakest one, even though he might have leveled up considerably after defeating Loken. Alter ego. His stats and level might be at around level 80, so he was still weaker than all of us. Aside from Akatsu Akane, whose participation was really situational in here, both Emule and Sickle were a true godsend with all of their high stats and builds made clearly for battle reasons. I mean, let's be real. It was Sickle who was the main attacker here, with Akatsu Akane serving as nothing more but a support. If he could use that flame breath more effectively, then his role could have been different, but as far as we're concerned, that's unlikely to happen in the near future. And from what I heard, it eats a lot of resources. Wasn't all that effective and took so long to actually work that I could easily dish out 5 normal attacks of my own in the same time frame. So honestly, for me that skill was one huge scam. Well, whatever, as long as it will allow us to gain access to the robots. The more people in the party the better, so no objections on my end. With that taken out of the way, our party was formed once again, but this time even bigger than before. Even though after fighting Loken I was better suited to be the leader of the party, we were all nothing but an entourage, and Rust and Mold were the main actors this time around. But I can't help it but to feel as though Rose was somehow forced into this mess against her will. It shouldn't be that much of a problem since the parties can be disbanded and made anew as much as you like. But did something happen while I was away? Invitation to the party sent. In other words, Vorpal bunnies are treated as equal party members by the system. Normally dog-like creatures and cat-like creatures would be treated as pets, but that's not the case when it comes to Vorpal bunnies, which was a good balance in my opinion. Oi, just how long are you going to mutter amongst yourselves over there? Get your asses on board right this instant. You've heard Captain Shithead. Let's go. Strood stood on top of the deck and kept on rushing us like a bunch of small children. And just like that we boarded the pirate ship Scarred Whale with the same party that challenged Loken, plus the addition of a burly mage and archer with a really short fuse. What? That's so amazing. Just look at this boat go. The harbor near the slaughter docks was much more rundown and in worse shape than the main harbor where the pioneer ship was located. Over there we could see many ships coming and going, disappearing behind the ship's wreckage. Luxurious cruise ships and large battleships. Compared to those, Whale looked rather small and miserable. I don't know how these pirates want to make a name for themselves in a boat like that, but their flag with a red whale and crossbones looked really cool. I'll give them that. Chapter 137, Red Whales and Fish Monsters Part 2. It's amazing that the mobs would be able to move an entire ship like that. What are you talking about? What's so great about that? Well, you see, the ship this big wouldn't normally be able to move so fast on wind alone, and without a screw to propel it. The mobs must be pushing it systematically to recreate the laws of physics. In response to Re's question, I give her my theory on the explanation of this aspect of the game. Because if you tried to make everything in-game work like in the real world, that would cause some of the weaker PCs out there to overheat and melt down, so a compromise like that would satisfy everyone, even those who like to nitpick at the details. As for the ships themselves, I'm pretty sure that they are actually something else entirely, but with an appropriate texture slapped right on top of it, so that the game's engine wouldn't explode from too much work. And it was actually amazing that even with those compromises everywhere you look, the game was still as amazing as it was. Well, what else can I say? This is a really good game. I think so as well. It's a very enjoyable game for me as well. I do get the feeling that Ro is talking about something more than just the graphics aspect of the game, but it's actually right. Graphics aren't the only thing that is good about games. When it comes to games, many different things may impress many different people. In other words, games which can only impress people with one of their aspects are nothing more than glorified shitty games. I guess fishing on a moving boat wouldn't yield you much results, but since it's a sailing ship, and not an engine-equipped one, does that mean you could catch some bigger and faster fish? Would they even take a bite? If that's so, then let's go fishing. I don't know if I'll be able to catch anything with my current fishing rod, but I won't know unless I try, right? It's been about 30 minutes since I started fishing. To illustrate how well it was going, Emil fell asleep after 10 minutes because nothing was happening. And instead of the usual nasal snoring, the muffler started to emit some strange and rather disturbing noises. Is it just me, or are the clouds starting to act funny? When one person muttered those words, everyone, NPCs and players alike, looked to the sky in order to see what was going on. The blue infinite sky and the warm rays of the sun were no longer to be found, disappearing from in front of our eyes by the second. It wasn't that the sun itself was gone, but rather that it was being hidden by the clouds that suddenly began to gather. Say, Ray, maybe I'm just ignorant because I've been playing this game for only a short while, but can weather conditions here change so drastically in a matter of minutes? Outside of some events, that is. First time I ever heard about it, and I've been playing for a while now. At first, the light only started to get darker, but then it started to get darker and darker more rapidly, and before long the ship was no longer able to see the sun because of the thick veil of dark clouds that gathered in the sky. And looking close enough, you could see that these clouds weren't natural. They didn't cover the world of Shanfro itself, but rather they were circulating around the ship, with it at the cloud's center. Captain, look, it's the same as the last time. I'm not scared, not at all. I'm Papa's son after all. You there? Ready your weapons. After being shocked for a single moment, Strood then pulled himself together and started to throw orders around. While the NPCs were running all over the deck to prepare themselves for what was to come, we players readied our weapons and were on the lookout for any sign of danger. When it comes to the ghost ship, there are usually two general patterns that herald its coming. And what are those patterns? Asked Emil, looking downright frightened and scared. One of them is truly horror-like, when it simply emerges from the veil of thick fog that appears seemingly out of nowhere, and the second one, it springs up on you straight from down below. In a typical action game sense, there was something coming right at us from below the sea surface. In the next moment, a pillar of blinding white light came down from the black clouds. Striking against the water surface, the light evaporates it and thus creating a huge pillar of water and steam surging into the air. At the same time, there was a huge pillar of water shooting towards the sky from sea level, due to the tremendous impact coming from below the surface. Ghost ship something Innsman, was it? Crying Innsman, all hands, prepare for battle. Battle stations. You have to hand it to the guy. Even though he was scared shitless, he didn't abandon his role as the captain, and that's commendable. And just like that, the ship full of scared pirates was going to clash with a ghost ship full of screaming fish monsters. Chapter 138, Suncheck in the Middle of the Storm Part 1. The Crying Innsman was something that would hardly be called a ship by any modern standards. Its mast was snapped in half and its bottom was covered in huge gaping holes. Its bow looked like the open mouth of some strange sea creature that was baring its teeth as its prey. And despite looking as though it was about to fall into pieces any time now, it was approaching us at an astonishingly fast pace, cutting through the roaring waves as if they were nothing. Haibia, Bujiu. It's way too slippery around here. Akatsuakane fell over and slid through the deck together with his cape, but no one paid that any mind or laughed. But still, it wasn't even that slippery to begin with, so just how bad was your sense of balance? This level of shaking wouldn't be a problem if we were on a modern ship. Sailing through a storm like that is not something any normal human would be able to do, but at least technology gave us tools and devices that made it possible. However, no matter how realistic, This is a fantasy game, and our boat is not modern. So we were shaking so much and the deck was so slippery that keeping your balance was pretty much impossible. Are you okay? Will you be able to fight in such a state? I'll manage somehow. Well, at least to some extent, by the looks of it. Rust, help me. Two of us seemed to be okay, and the other two were not okay, no matter how hard they would try to hide it. As for the NPCs, all of them had their assigned roles, and they were desperately trying to hold onto anything near their posts that would allow them to stand their ground firmly. Even Strood was holding on to the mast with all of his might. A sight that made me feel sorry for the guy for some bizarre reason. We can't fight it in those clouds. We must somehow lure it closer and then attack from close range. Hey, I'm the one giving orders around here. Shut your whore mouth. Tell me that after you pull yourself together. Yugu, a sense of compassion? What's that? Some kind of a fish food? The pirates tried to get near the blisters and prepare it for combat. While some of them were doing just that, others were busy loading them and preparing them to engage the enemy. It was a difficult task to do in our current conditions, but they were somehow managing it. The distance left between us and the crying Insman was less than 20 meters. From this distance, we could already make out the dim silhouettes of the people on board the ghost ship, and just then, when there was a lightning strike that illuminated the whole area, we could see them clearly. Just how many 1D rolls would we need to do now? I think I'm going to be sick. They were simply too ugly and too dreadful to even call them human. They had human shapes all right, but their bodies were completely covered in scales and barnacles that made it impossible to distinguish what was what. Their faces were mostly deformed and their bodies were covered in tusks and fangs in various places. Their eyes were empty and without much focus, looking as though they were going to pop at any second now. Their mouths were broken or elongated, filled with rows of teeth that looked like small saws. Their ragged clothing barely covered their deformed bodies. They were the embodiment of the underwater horror, most probably corpses that drowned and fish started feasting on them, eventually becoming one with them after they came back to life. It was a simple horror, but one that was quite effective against pioneers like us. Let's see. When encountering deep-sea abominations or eldritch horrors like that, what kind of sanity check do you need to make? 1d3? Or was it 1d10? Just what am I thinking right now? Hi. Oh shit, did someone just fail their save throw? Unlike us players who have some meta insight when it comes to the enemies, some of the NPCs seem to go crazy after seeing them right off the bat. God damn it, I sure hope that this game allows for friendly fire if they happen to turn against us. Psychoanalysis. Gubbe. Since I couldn't really use any recovery magic, the only way to snap them out of it was via shock therapy treatment. My cheek hurts like a bitch for some reason. If you claim to be such a great pirate and captain, then get your fucking crew to behave like pirates and not a bunch of pussies. Chapter 138, Suncheck in the Middle of the Storm Part 2. If I hadn't slapped some sense into Strood, he would have fallen off the ship. So I grabbed him and gave him a few good slaps. This weapon was known as the Swamp Dagger when I started playing, but now thanks to the materials it was reforged and enhanced accordingly. It's a first-class weapon as of now. There were famous swords out there, there were legendary swords out there, and there were even magic swords out there. Those were all quite unique weapons, the levels of which couldn't be simply reached just like that. However, I do believe that if you continue to care about your equipment, upgrading it and enhancing its power accordingly, it will grow into a fine weapon that won't lose to any other sacred or legendary weapon out there. One such sword was in my hands right now, with raindrops bouncing off its blade and the blade itself shining brightly in the illuminations the thunder was creating. There was only one thing that was characteristic of this one-handed sword that was formerly known as the Swamp Dagger: its attack power was pretty big. It was a little bit sad that its effect of restoring durability upon striking a critical hit was gone, but oh well, what can you do? Alongside the path of enhancing it, I had an option of keeping the Swamp Daggers as daggers, but since I already had some better daggers on me, I decided that having at least one sword like that couldn't possibly be a bad idea. That is why I decided to go with it. Is this thing going to crush right into us, rather than intercept us? Fire away. The approaching crying Insman was really going to collide straight into the scarred whale at this rate. Realizing that, the pirates moved away from the bow of the ship as fast as possible, to avoid the impact of the collision. Aside from them, the vanguard that was Rendai moved forward, while Rust stayed behind, intending to aim the ballista. Take your aim. Now, when the two ships collided with one another, the tremors were so strong that we almost lost balance and fell on the deck. Roaring waves certainly weren't making standing straight easier. In the next moment some of the fishermen that were trying to board our ship were blasted away by the ballista's iron arrow. You rotten sardines! Who the fuck gave you permission to get onto our ship? Shouting like a madman, I took this opportunity to jump straight onto the deck of the ghost ship, kicking away the fishermen that were in my way. Actually, I expected something like this to happen since I saw the name of the quest itself. Punching the Apostle of the Abyss. It is clear to me that we are eventually going to meet a rare monster called Apostle of the Abyss and we'll have to fight it. As to the fact if it will lead us to the unique monster, that's not the matter right now. When it comes to quest bosses, they are not even near the level of unique monster in terms of strength, and if I had to put a rough estimate, I'd say they are about as strong as the area bosses. And so far the only enemies we've seen on the ghost ship's deck were those fishmen monsters. I was initially torn if I should be bringing Emil along for the ride, but if he stays with me all the time it will be a whole lot easier for me to protect him from the group of enemies. Emil, aim for that guy in the distance. Yes, sir. As for me, fighting with only one sword in hand was surely different compared to fighting with a pair of daggers or dual swords. Right now I had to get the hang of things like running around and swinging that thing on the go. And even though the fishmen were slow in both movements and attacks, their sheer numbers were a force to be reckoned with. Slashing away at the monsters that were coming my way and kicking some of them away for better movement space, I slowly made my way through the ghost ship's deck. Looking away, I make sure that Emil stays as close to me as possible. These guys surely don't make this easy for us. Ha ha ha, don't you worry about a thing, Emil. Compared to other things we've been through, these guys are actually a walk in the park. Bash hang. With that loud sound, the iron arrow passes my head by mere millimeters. I understand what that maneuver was trying to accomplish, but that distance was a little bit too close for comfort. Honestly, that was really dangerous. I wanna go home. Please let me go. I'll listen to your whining and complaining as much as you like later. For now, we've got a job to do, and since the payday draws closer, we'll need to work hard in order to earn those coins. Magic hedge. Magic hedge. Magic hedge. 3 magical blades started dancing around the deck of the ghost ship, as if reflecting the intense battle that was going on aboard the two ships. The clouds in the sky only got darker and thunder roared even fiercer than ever before. Chapter 139, because they were amphibians to begin with. Part 1. Realizing that stopping on board the crying Insman would mean certain death, I kept on running while carving away for myself with my sword. As expected, the fish people came to attack me with their weapons, adamant on removing a foreign object from their ship. Thankfully, their weapons were awfully rust and would break after hitting them 2 or 3 times. Hey, if you want to overrun me with numbers alone, you'll need to do better than that. No matter how you look at it, we're already completely surrounded. It doesn't matter how many of them are there, if they are slow enough to fail to reach me in time. If you put it that way that really makes sense, but still, in that regard, the crystal scorpions were much better, even after their behavior pattern was patched. Truth to be told, I was still kind of salty about that. I twist my body to avoid a saber that was coming my way, use my sword to reflect the spear that was aiming towards my throat. Before I can get surrounded again, I jump in the air and land on the broken mast, jumping forward away from danger, my abilities enhanced by skills. Before I managed to land, ballista fires again and blasts away the fishmen that were trying to rush towards where I was going to land. You're lucky that I'm so agile and acrobatic. Otherwise that ballista of yours would be even more dangerous than those things. Better focus. One error and you're a dead meat. Oh, yummy. Maybe that's not so bad after all? Ballista is out of arrows, switching to bow and normal arrows support. Are you going to go in here yourself? When I'm using a magic bow, the best distance possible for me is medium range. I'm most effective that way. Speaking quietly like that, Rust draws her unstrung bow. The moment she holds it firmly in her hand, a bowstring and an arrow appear in her hands, clearly not material. Does it use your MP as a source of its power? Not only that, but it scales with magic to give some decent magic damage, says Rust while standing top Ghost Ship's bow and firing her arrow. It pierced right through one of the fishmen that was trying to attack me, immobilizing it in a mere second. While other fishmen focused on Rust as a new source of threat, she continued to fire arrow after arrow while never allowing them to get close to her. Rather than responding to her enemy's attack on the go, she was anticipating their movements, effectively drawing the aggro away from me. Leave the role of the off-tank to me. I then switched to the Dullahan blade while Rust impaled 3 more fishmen with her arrows, and I took a swing at a whole bunch of them, drawing their attention away from Rust and leaving her some breathing room. Sorry about that, Rust. Took you long enough. How's the situation? Monsters keep on emerging from the sea, but the NPCs and Akatsuki are keeping them in check for now. They were half fish, so of course they would be able to swim in the sea. However, it seems that the enemies over there were relatively easy to kill if you landed a critical strike on them a few times, so Akatsuki and the NPC got the situation under control. Now I see, this quest really was meant to be done by a larger party. Apparently some players had to join in with the NPCs to protect the ship. Some would mount the ballista like Rust and some would board the ghost ship like I just did. So that would mean that the conditions to clear the quest would be to destroy the ship, or to kill all of its crew, or let me guess, you're supposed to be the captain here? It emerged from the place that was supposed to be the captain's cabin. Contrary to the other fishmen who kept on emerging from below the deck, it was merely the silhouette, but it was clearly different from the rest of its crew. It was larger, thinner, and its face was placed on a long neck that seemed too unproportioned for its body. It was similar to a snake or an eel, but it was so rotten that it was hard to tell which one of the two it resembled more. Also, the look in its eyes was dead and unfocused, just like that of a fish. Even without its long neck, it was already larger than me, and it was holding on to a huge anchor that it was probably using as a weapon. That weapon alone was a clear indication that it was something completely else from the rest of the small fries here. Now then, I wonder just how should I cook you? Chapter 139. They were amphibians to begin with. Part 2. Just leave it to me, please. Ray, where have you been all this time? The ghost ship's deck shook and trembled. That's because there was an armored knight who just jumped from one ship onto the other with a tremendous impact. However, it wasn't the usual armored knight since that equipment was more than done for by now. It was a knight in oriental armor from head to toe, wearing a helmet that was resembling the Hanya demon mask. Contrary to the shining knight from before, Naura looked like an incarnation of Wrath. Instead of a sword, she was holding a huge red hammer in her hands. A sledgehammer, which was surprisingly fitting to her current design, and it looked even more evil than the sword she used to carry around with her. My current stats may not be as great as they used to be, but I can still hold my own in battle. So please let me help however way I can. Why? Yeah, all right, just leave the support role to me. For a moment out there I honestly thought that a new monster emerged from somewhere out there, but let's keep that information to myself. The eel-like monster howled loudly while bringing down its giant anchor on us. Together with Ray we managed to dodge the attack, each in its own direction, and then we start doing what we do best. Emule, we shall take down some of the small fries to make some space for Ray, and then we'll focus on supporting her. Why, your demands are starting to get really unreasonable, you know? Right, let's go wreak some fucking havoc. Shall we? Apparently the fishmen were on their way to their captain's side, seeing that it was about to enter combat after making an appearance. And is it just me, or did their movements just become a whole lot faster? They surely weren't as much zombie-like before, but it was more of an impatience-driven haste rather than anything else. If it's like that, we can surely turn the tables on them no problem. As I keep slashing and kicking at the fishmen all over the place, their aggro turns towards me again. Ha ha ha. Are you not used to this kind of distraction? You'd do best to remember that and reflect on it next time you have the chance. If you will have that chance, that is. Sorry. Just a small joke on my end. I pierced the head of the fishman that was trying to reach Ray, and then throw a long slash at the ones that were following right after it. A few more long and wide slashes later and the area was starting to thin out rather nicely. Next thing they tried was to attack me with a large group, but unfortunately for them, players are always ready for an underhanded tactic like that to come their way. 3, 4, whatever the number, come right at me. See how it goes for you. I then changed my weapon to Emperor B sword and slashed at the fishman some more. Soon enough the blades started to glow, which was the effect of me upgrading them constantly. Every fourth or third, if you're lucky enough, there would be an extra effect that would activate. That effect was penetration, one of the unique effects that it would cause the attacked piece of armor to break apart. With that effect on, it was even easier for me to slash away at the fishmen and destroying their weapons. There was a loud scream. Then the fishman took hold of his shoulder which began to crumble away like a dried up mud, trying to bite me with its elongated face only to have it slashed off my blade. I then added 2 more slashes to make sure that the monster was dead before turning away from its corpse. I then moved towards the fishmen that were laying on the deck in convulsions, striking their backs and making sure they would be no more, exploding in the geysers of red polygons. Having cleared out more than half of the deck of fishman zombies, it was well about time for me to turn towards the big bad captain itself and aid her in her fight. Emule, attack this guy's neck, and some of the skills that I have used before were already off cooldown. Wonderful. I had no idea that the Full Arcana would be so useful after all. In the next moment, the blades of magic cut through the eel's long neck. With that being done and before the fishman could actually stand up again, I ran up towards their captain and readied my weapon. Don't be shy, just take it. I activate one of my attack skills on the go, ready to unleash hell upon them. 3 consecutive slashes, each faster and more powerful than the previous one, connecting into a deadly sequence. It would be tremendously advantageous for us in this current warlike situation. But that was the moment where the quest started to get interesting. Chapter 140, The Dice Have Already Been Thrown Part 1. Strange. Why do I get the feeling it going too well for us? I guess splitting the party was a good idea. But still, it shouldn't go so well. This must surely be a trap. This was just too easy for a quest that could be received in the last town of this continent, even if you take into account that the possibility of encountering unique quests was already low to begin with. The way I see it, there are 3 possible explanations. 1. This quest's difficulty was stupidly easy, which wouldn't make much sense. 2. Even the eel captain here was in fact a small fry here, and the true boss was yet to show itself. No. While it wouldn't be that uncommon of a situation, still. And the 3rd one. Why you freaking monster, now I shall avenge my papa. Fuck me in the ass. I should have noticed that sooner. This quest is nothing more than a fucking escort mission. Escort missions are the type of missions that are commonly hated by basically every gamer out there. They have very specific victory and defeat conditions, but since they are easy to understand and tend to deepen the understanding of the game world, they are a common go-to by the developers. You can find them in almost every RPG out there. The missions themselves usually revolve around escorting a specific NPC to a given point on the map while keeping them safe all the time, since usually they are more than powerless on their own. So the moment the designated NPC for this quest, the self-proclaimed Great Pirate Strood, boarded the Flying Ingsman, the situation changed drastically. Oi, at this rate this fucking retard is going to aggro every single monster on this ship, you fucking shithead. As expected, when Strood jumped aboard the ghost ship with nothing more than one poor-looking dagger in hand, all of the monsters suddenly turned towards him and rushed him in an instant. Bring it on my ass. You are. Someone forcefully pulled on Strood's body. It was Rust who was trying her best to drag him back to the scarred whale, but it looks like the fishmen were pretty adamant on making him stay on board the ghost ship as well. I rushed to his side as well, afraid that things might get ugly in here pretty fast. "What the fuck are you even doing here?" I can fight as well. A simple pebble laying at the side of the road would be more helpful than you right now. Wah, you're only in the way, making so much noise and not being able to fend for yourself. However, even though we may dislike the idea, we need to make sure that this shithead will stay safe at all costs, so that we don't fail the quest by accident. It was good that we weren't alone here. While Mule and I were making our way towards Strood, Mold climbed the broken mast of the ghost ship and started to observe the battlefield and fed us much-needed intel. "Rust, make your way to the right." "Sanraku-san, I'm sorry, but could you take of that group on your left? Leave it to me, Ray. I'll take care of this guy here. Keep him occupied." It was a tough nut to crack. We needed to make sure that Rust would be able to get Strood out of here to safety, all the while keeping watch so as to not get overrun by monsters. "Emule, fight like you mean it, as if your whole life depended on it." "Rear right." "See that point over there?" "Yes, I do." "What about it? I'm going to throw you right there." "Excuse me?" I grab Emule from my back and take aim. Wait just a moment. Let's not do anything rash, okay? Let's not." "Emule, you said that yourself, didn't you? That bunnies are pretty proud of their ability to jump, that can even rival the flight of birds. It must have been sickle." "I never said anything like that." "All right, fly away, my bunny." Emule flew through the air, making a splendid arc over the horde of fishmen. He was shaking in midair so much that I was afraid he might go off course and miss its landing spot. But fortunately he landed exactly where he was supposed to, on Mold's shoulder. The reason for Emule's relocation is that things might get a little hectic around here in just a moment, and I wanted him to be out of harm's way also. I think he would be able to support Mold quite nicely with his abilities. "All right, now go." "First of all, let's get all those fishmen off of Rust and Strood." I don't know in what way their aggro tends to work, but I'll think of something. So I activated Riot Accelerator, a skill that boosted my speed but lowered my strength in return, and started running, kicking and punching any fishmen that came my way. I was successfully diverting their attention from Rust. It looked awfully cartoonish, but it was working like a charm, since now the fishman's attention was thoroughly at me. Chapter 140, The Dice Have Already Been Thrown Part 2. Additionally, I activate Utsura Mikigami, leaving the collected aggro on the spot while moving forward myself. Call it being overly cautious, but even without the help of skills my basic agility would be more than enough to easily overtake all of those fish zombies. "Ray, please take care of some of the small fries here." Ray nods shortly and then swiftly proceeds towards the place where a dozen fish people already started to gather. The number of enemies wasn't really that much of a problem, but I just wanted to switch places with her. "Rust, think you can put some distance between yourself and the enemies?" "My stamina is about to be completely emptied, and once that happens I'll need some time to let it recharge." "I see." "Stick close to her as she cleans the small fries and then get back into your position." "Understood." "Mold, maybe you start to help out as well. I'm going to start applying buffs in a moment. It's good to have support like that." With that, maybe it will be possible to have some breathing room in here, even amidst a situation like that. It also seems that Rust will be able to get the stupid shithead out of here before he does something stupid by accident, even though he was still adamant on joining the fight himself. Looking at our situation alone, the death of Strood should spell the failure of the quest. Fortunately, I had a plan. Long story short, we just need to watch out for the small fries to not increase their numbers too much while escorting the stupid idiot out of here, and we should all be well set on the path towards victory. Just go around the deck, then go back and do this over and over again. Same as before. This was even more of a war of attrition than ever before. What we need here is not the strength and stamina of bloodthirsty warriors, but rather patience and meticulousness of puzzle game gamers. Well, in that case, I carefully select the items from my inventory and anticipate where the next group of monsters are going to come out from. I end my preparation just as Rust starts to slow down and both Emule and Mold cast their buffs on us. With everything being ready, I could once more face the eel captain in combat. Also, Ro was busy with clearing out the mobs. So with each and every single one of us having our own thing to do, it was a solid plan, and this was going to be the last push. I'm so sorry. I'm late because I needed to catch Sickle-san as he was rolling around the deck. Now, Akatsu Arcane was the last piece that needed to fall into place. With that being done, we were all set to go. Also, for some reason I felt as though when Akatsu Arcane and Sickle jumped on board the Crying Innsman, the time had stopped. No, that's not it. It must have really stopped. The raindrops have stopped right before my eyes. It went for a second or two, acting like a lag of some sorts within the game's code, but then it all ended and the world continued to spin around as if nothing had happened. Also, the water pouring down from the sky fell in one swoop like a waterfall, but that lag was more than enough to throw everyone off balance on the things that they were all doing. The same thing applied to waves and the ships. The water column fell down thanks to gravity, but there was something else inside it, something huge that started to spring upwards, and once it emerged completely, we could see that it was in fact a huge octopus tentacle. Seeing that we all came to a halt, and we were not the only ones, the fisherman also came to a stop, watching the tentacle with a mixture of fear and adoration. What is that? Oh, this is bad. This is so bad, Sanraku-san. The next words that Emil spoke sounded so clear and loud that there was no way for everyone to not hear them. They also made us freeze up as if the time had stopped once more. Cutenid. It's Cutenid. We're doomed. 7 more water columns spring forth from under the sea's surface and 8 jet black tentacles wrap themselves around the Crying Innsman. No matter how long I keep staring at them, my mind desperately tries to deny the current situation even though it was more than real. Stories like that are aplenty in games these days. Stories about no matter how well prepared or high level the party is, they get instantly wiped out the moment they enter battle. But I thought that Shanfro was free of such things. Does that mean that the condition to trigger the appearance of Cutenid of the Abyss was actually for all of us to be present on board the ghost ship at the same time? What is that supposed to mean? Where are we going to fight it? Some sort of special area? Could it be that the moment we started this quest it shifted into X without any one of us noticing? The tentacles wrapped around the ghost ship and started to pull it down underwater, trying to sink it. No, this was not sinking. It was something else. I can't believe that something like that is actually happening. It didn't seem that Cutenid would be nice enough to let us all go. Just like that, we were dragged underwater, into the deep and dark abyss, alongside the Crying Innsman with an unnatural strength that defied every single law of gravity and buoyancy. Started the unique quest Ex-Humans, gaze upon the endless abyss, the reversed world. And then everything got turned upside down. Chapter 141, The End of Tranquility, Ancient City in the Depths Part 1. Forcing the players to faint? That's something new. When I log in again, I feel as though I've been asleep for quite some time. As I woke up and started to get up, I realized that I was laying on the tattered deck of the ghost ship, all of my senses starting to get assaulted by a myriad of information. As expected, the others were nowhere to be found, but somehow I knew that they weren't dead. And seeing that there were also fishermen here with me, picking up their weapons in a hurry, and that there were many more of them than before. Like, many more. What the hell is going on here? Half of the enemies around here were the fishermen I encountered before, but the other half looked more fish than humanoid. I pick up one of the swords the fishermen were using and try to add it to my inventory. Deep Abyss Moray. Truly, a fish item through and through. Seriously, what the hell is going on here? Were the fishermen always like that? Or maybe they just transformed into fish just like that? No. Somehow, I don't think that's the case here. We were just starting a unique quest X without any right to veto before I lost consciousness. Shit. As expected, there were too many assumptions here to be sure of anything. Surprise events like that are common in games, and they more often than not prove to be extremely difficult to clear right off the bat. Looking up, I'm surrounded by something quite different from the darkness of the night, and there is some kind of glitter everywhere. It looked like a cave of some sort. Then I finally start to understand my surroundings. I can breathe here. So is this a cave of some sort? And above all else, this site. Since we got dragged under the surface of the sea, was this supposed to be Atlantis of some sort? It appears that the ghost ship was caught up in the tentacles as well, and now ended up stranded at the edge of the underground city, presumably suffering irreparable damages or maybe just waiting quietly for the next time it could set sail. As for why am I the only one here, yeah, there's no need to think about it all that hard for now. This area. Could it be that it is the same type as perhaps Thirdmar? What I mean by that is, a city built on a plan of the circle, with a huge citadel built right in the middle of it and surrounded by a web of streets and alleyways. From what I could gather from here, the city was indeed in a somewhat circular shape, but it looked to be more medieval rather than the era of the gods. I guess this must be the home of this cutenid bastard. Fuck, what the fuck was I thinking? Bringing Emil together with me on a dangerous voyage like that. Since the NPCs cannot respawn upon death, I didn't want Emil to participate in a unique quest X where the probability of death is extremely high. I thought that I could safely ditch him before the unique quest would shift into X stage, but alas, I was wrong. I know that it was not like that at all, but right now I was beginning to have some serious flashbacks from all of the shitty games I managed to capture in the past. Either way, since I already started the unique quest X, it was common courtesy as a gamer to finish it through to the end, and as I was checking and organizing my equipment I realized that there were a few new items added there. Special item Abyss's time. When I see the word special item, what pops in my head immediately is the image of Lucan. Thinking about it now, level restriction in case of wisdom might have been a special condition as well. These numbers. It looks like there's a limit of how long we can stay here. It looks like we have about 7 days to get this quest over with. 167 hours 58 minutes 21 seconds. These numbers are progressively getting lower, so it really means that the amount of time we can spend here is fixed. But it's actually a good thing that we know we're on a time limit here. And judging by the fact that it is impossible to stay logged in for 7 days straight, there must be some sort of safe zone around here somewhere. If that's the case, then we're all set. Also, if there really is a safe zone here, we'll dump both Emil and Sickle there and be double safe from that point forward. With 7 days worth of time, we don't have to worry about clearing it right away. So, for now I can focus my efforts on finding Emil and Sickle, and then discovering a safe zone where I can dump them for the time being. Chapter 141, The End of Tranquility, Ancient City and the Depths Part 2. Welp, that about does it when it comes to setting up priorities. With that being out of the way, I could finally start looking for a safe room or other safe haven like that. Once that's done, we can see what to do next. Right. Let's get this show on the road, shall we? I then jump off the ghost ship's deck, using skills to reduce the amount of possible fall damage. Also, apparently when we changed areas all my HP got restored, so now I wouldn't have to worry about dying all of a sudden, but I surely wasn't going to take my chances here. Looks like there's no monsters here, for now. Landing on a strangely greenish ground of the underwater city, I carefully survey my surroundings. In the distance I could see the lights of the underwater city that reached even here. Looking at my feet I could see the ground and plants that were different from your typical seaweed or mud. This doesn't really feel like a seabed at all. In this game what you see is what you get basically, so I guess that there is some sort of logical explanation for this whole area. It would be awfully sloppy of the developers to make this area like that just because. Looking back and seeing the remains of the ghost ship just laying there, it was somewhat sad to look at, especially looking at how mortifying it was when it came out of the water for the first time. But staying here was a bad idea. I had other places to be right now, an underwater city to explore and a safe room to find. The wreckage can stay here and rot away for all that I care. Looks like the coast is clear. It feels almost too peaceful. Climbing my way over the piles of debris, I was wondering if there was any backstory for this city. Like, Could it be that Utanid attacked it in the past and now made it into his lair or something like that? Once I got on top of the rubble, I could see the city more clearly. The most characteristic thing of this entire place was that everything from the buildings to roads was glowing pale blue, and that strange glow was coming from many lamps scattered all over the place, which illuminated the city instead of natural light. This eerie glow was making this place a whole lot spookier than it should be. However, there was one thing that I needed to be worried about. Is every single building here closed? Closed was not the most suitable word here since many of the buildings were ruined and collapsed, but the fact remained that the windows and doors were all intact and that they were closed. What's up with that? Could it be that there was some reason for why the residents were all cooped up inside their houses? Could it be related to that strange smell that was suddenly appearing in the air? Was I going to find out what it belongs to in a minute or two? Bingo. They will start to come out of the buildings for sure. Now then, just what kind of welcome am I going to receive here? A rotten odor like that of a fish that was placed in a cooler box and then forgotten about for a week or two. Indescribable noises that were neither screams nor gurgles. It wasn't as intense as the stench of rotten food in real life, but it was more than enough for you to know that something was coming all right. There they go. Rotten bastards. Seeing them appear on the ghost ship, I was wondering if we will see more of them, but what I saw now exceeded my wildest imagination. The citizens looked more fish than human right now, and there was some kind of strange liquid oozing out of their bodies that I surely did not want to touch if I could help it. Even though they looked really gross and nauseating, I assumed a battle stance and was ready to fight at any moment now. They were different from the ones we fought on the deck of the ghost ship. But still the fishmen carrying around strange equipment rushed towards me while screaming in a strange way. But it was something truly stupid, because the speed of their rush was nothing to be afraid of. The first group pours into the room, then the second one and the third one as well. And then the fourth, the fifth, and the sixth. Oi, are you shitting me? Wait. I'm all alone in here for the moment. Fighting so many monsters on my own would be a suicide. So adapting to the situation, I quickly turned round and started to run away like I meant it. Chapter 142, Sharks and Birds Against the Abyss Part 1. Memories equal experience. Experience equals power. There is this game called Cosmobuster, an FPS that even in terms of full dive MMOs is fairly old, even older than Shit Chronicles Online, and its main selling point was a phrase that went something like "feel the overwhelming despair with your whole body." And the feeling of overwhelming despair that I got from playing that game arose inside of me right now. Seeing hordes of fish enemies charging right at me from every direction possible. What was so infuriating about that game was the fact that apparently the developers did not understand the difference between controlling your avatar with a controller and controlling your avatar with your own body movements. It was a fairly common misconception in the early days of VR games. Inside a full dive game, instead of just tilting a stick in a certain direction, you must move your own body in order to perform a specific action. Therefore, adjusting the controls in a full dive environment was completely different from your typical games. In the beginning of VR era, it was precisely because of that reason that so many games managed to fall from greatness right into the cesspool known as the shitty games. Fucking hell. I never would have thought that I would miss a mini-map function as much as I'm missing it now. This current situation was pretty nostalgic to me in a sense, because it reminded me of one of the missions from Cosmobuster's end game phase. This mission was called the Allied Army's Withdrawal Battle. Sexual misconduct, monsters, artillery flying through the air, brain-hungry lizardmen. Will any of those elements be present in here as well? It was a true hell on earth. But right about now I was hoping that the experience I amassed during doing that mission over and over again would come in handy. The conclusion that I arrived at during the Allied Army's withdrawal battle was that fighting was not the optimal solution for victory. The reason for that being that the mission failed condition was only the player's death, and the points of evaluation were time and kill score. There was no condition that applied to how many of the Allied soldiers could die during the mission. But even upon realizing that, It took me considerable amount of time and effort to actually achieve an S rank on that particular mission. What I want to say here is, this is more of a mission where you must display just how long can you actually go on without suffering injuries yourself. In Cosmobuster you couldn't climb up walls because of bugs and all that, but in this game this is hardly the problem. I launched Zero Gravity, Flip Float, and Skywalker. Having gained maximum mobility possible from this, I started to run up the pile of rubble, then up the wall, kick it and jump in midair, only to land on the roof of the nearest house. In Cosmobuster, if you wanted to escape from the enemies you had to do it vertically. If horizontally it was impossible, but looks like this game wasn't going to let me have my way so easily. How come that monsters who aren't even humanoid can move so smoothly? The monsters started to pile up like dust, eventually creating a mountain that other monsters started to use like as stepping stones. They repeat that process enough time to eventually create a mountain of rotten bodies that reached all the way towards the roof. Some percentage of the mob was depleted that way and even blocked the road to some extent, but the others were not chasing me relentlessly. Freedom of action could go both ways in this game, and it was my fault for forgetting about that fact. But this is actually more convenient for me. It seems that those who blindly chase after me are not nearly as flexible as the other ones. Seeing that they could only blindly follow the route I was making, it should be quite easy to lose them thanks to maneuvering in 3 dimensions. I go down the roof, jump over the next one, bounce from the pillar and come backwards, and then proceed forward while pretending to be falling down, and the monsters kept on doing just what I was doing, emulating my every single move. Soon, it seemed like their numbers started to dwindle even more. Each time I change my path or maneuver differently, there are less and less of them, and the ones that fall behind or down were not moving anymore, unable to catch up. Right. Good work you guys and all that. Even if there was an infinite amount of mobs in this area, there was still plenty of ways for me to outmaneuver and outsmart them. No matter how advanced, AI is just an AI that can only think in certain patterns. Ha, you idiots. If you want to hunt me down so badly, then bring more people or use poison gas or something like that. But in all seriousness, please don't do that. I'd be in real trouble if you did. Chapter 142, Sharks and Birds Against the Abyss Part 2. For the time being it looked like I managed to shake the monsters off, so I used that opportunity to climb onto the roof of one of the taller buildings in the vicinity and have a look around my nearest surroundings. There's a citadel in the center, and 4 towers at the perimeter of the outer walls. Yeah, this is basically screaming capture those locations if you want to fight the boss in the citadel. As for other players or save rooms, so far I had no luck with finding any of that at all. I kick a fisherman who came really late after me off the rooftop and jump onto another roof with a double jump. Whatever fisherman tried to follow me met the same fate as their brethren not so long ago. Stealth action. Oh well, for now let's just stick to the roofs and see how it. Someone was running. They were clearly running away from the fisherman as well, but the way they were doing it was rather bizarre and scary. It looked like they were trying to tend to their wounds while simultaneously running away, so that means they were intelligent, right? But who could that be? They are a little bit far away, but obviously they are not human, that's for sure. At first glance, it was a big creature. So that excludes people like Emule, Sickle, Stewed, Rust, and Akatsuakane. Could it be Romold? No. Well, I mean, neither one of them had a tail, right? Like a fish tail? Does that mean it was some kind of a fishman as well? But were the fishmen intelligent enough to be running and tending to their wounds at the same time? Suspicious, really suspicious. I could almost smell the odor of flags and events that were afoot. And it was really fishy. No pun intended. Surveilling the area, if I went over there, I could probably intercept that creature. All right. Let's give it a go. Using as little stamina as possible I jump off the rooftop and take the initiative to capture this strange creature. Using the rooftops as shortcuts, I follow its route, hoping to intercept it at some point. Having recast times reduced was a great help here, as it increased my mobility tremendously, opening up new possibilities. It was nice to be able to run parkour style like that endlessly, but I also needed to make sure that I won't lose the sight of my target along the way. In this area any sound was already hard to hear, but somehow I could clearly hear the angry screams of fishmen coming closer and closer, and also, "Ha ha, why hello there, half fishman who seems to be rather intelligent. Mind if we converse by using our vocal cords for a moment? Q, did you come here in some roundabout way? And what is the Bird Clan Guardian doing here in the first place?" Guardian? This. Right in front of my eyes, there was a strange new kind of fish man that swam right next to me, holding onto its arm from where traces of red blood were slowly oozing out. Based on his physique and voice he must be male, but compared to other fish people I've encountered so far he looked different. He looked like a hybrid of a shark and squid mashed together with a human, and was wearing some sort of strange diver's suit. He looked really surreal, but compared to other monsters he didn't attack me right off the bat and instead spoke to me in some strange words the meaning of which were well beyond me. All the while, I was pretty much stunned. However, there was no doubt that the shark creature followed me all the way up here, so it should also probably mean that other fish monsters were not all that long behind him, which could basically mean that he led them here. Shit. We can talk later. For now, drink this and run. I don't know what you are talking about, but I'm grateful either way. When I came to this underwater city I was looking for a bunny, or a shithead pirate, or one of the other players. So how come that the first sentient being I encountered here was a freaking shark-squid hybrid? Chapter 143, When the World's Out There to Get You Part 1. We continue to run forward together, destroying any fishman that would be unfortunate to stumble upon us from time to time. What is a bridman doing? Wait, you have no wings? Sorry to disappoint you, but this bird head is just a mask. Underneath it I'm just your plain and ordinary human. Human, I see. My name is Alva. Thank you for your help earlier. And my name is Sanraku. Now climb onto that rubble and onto that roof, ASAP. Why? Yeah. We used the crumbled walls of one of the buildings to easily climb on top of it, staying vigilant and being on the lookout for incoming enemies. Right. Now we jump onto that other roof. Alva is turning around. I could see the NPC Alva climbing the roof with great effort using both of his hands and feet. What's taking you so long? You are grabbing the surprisingly slender arm of the NPC. I forcibly pulled him up to where I was standing. Mere seconds later Fishman crushed right to where Alva was standing a moment ago, starting to form another meat staircase. Don't tell me you didn't know that climbing requires so much strength. That may be true but it is exactly as you say. Whatever. You can try to make excuses later. Now let's haul ass out of here. I was a little bit worried that this guy wouldn't be able to jump over to the next roof, and so I looked back to see what was going on. Although his strength wasn't that great, at least he wasn't wearing a set of heavy armor like Red did, so he would most probably make that jump. At least that's what I'd like to believe. Now then, where should we go to next? Oh, for fuck's sake. Here, take my hand. I don't know what you are, but are you sure that you're not a bird? No, but then you'd have wings or feathers. Duh. What's where you land? God damn it. Want me to step on your tail? Is THT what you want? I'm sorry. I wish I brought some rope with me. Then I could have just give it to this guy and make his slightly less of a burden to carry around. Why didn't I bring it with me? It would certainly be of use during this X-quest. Just as I was pondering that question, I heard that. What's that? A song? Not good, not good. It's a mermaid. A mermaid is coming. A mermaid, as in the actual mermaid? Speaking about fish, I was honestly quite surprised that we didn't encountered any mermaids thus far. Could it be? Say, Alva, you're a monster, and a mermaid is a monster. Doesn't that make you relatives? Like, from the technical standpoint? What an utter foolishness. Don't lump me together with that wench that imitates the upper body of a human. I'm a merman, a proud fish person. Although there was a lot of new information coming through my head, I at least managed to confirm that mermaid was indeed a monster in this game. Now I wonder if mermaids will be like Vorpal bunnies or Kate Seath, willing to resolve the situation peacefully with just talking. Then something hits me. A mermaid? No, Since we were in the underwater city, it wasn't all that strange that a mermaid would be here. I mean, hey, I was being chased around by a bunch of fish people, so the setting was all correct. Even though they all looked as though their expiration date was long overdue. They even had gills and all that to let them breathe underwater. That's it. What the hell is a mermaid doing on land? Looking up, there was indeed a figure of a mermaid, gracefully swimming through the air. And indeed, if I wasn't told that she was a monster posing as a human, I would have surely mistaken her for a normal human girl, given how beautiful she was. Just then, she opened her mouth and, I was wondering what I could do if she started singing something really strange, but I guess we're going with the classic siren song, huh? Wait, what? What's going on? Suddenly Alva starts to thrash about, covering his ears and screaming in pain. His body was also covered in some sort of dark energy, which was most probably a debuff of some sort. That one action of hers was enough for me to deem them hostile entities and assume battle stance in one short moment. But for some strange reason, aside from swimming around and singing, the mermaid was not doing anything else. What should I do in that case? I could probably compensate for the height with a scaffolding of some sort. Activating my skills, I run up to the nearest 3-story building and run up its walls without being held back by gravity or anything like that. Then I jump off the wall and jumping in midair I manage to almost fly towards the unsuspecting mermaid. Chapter 143, When the World's Out There to Get You Part 2. One of my new skills was called Gravity Zero. It basically works in such a way that gravity stops applying for actions such as climbing and jumping for 10 seconds, depending on skills level. Thanks to that I could be much more mobile and I could approach the mermaid without any issues. It also took me less time than without that skill being activated. Speaking of mermaids, she obviously seemed surprised that I could move freely, without being affected by her debuff song. Hello there! Exclamation mark. One jump. That was all it took for me to get from the roof where I was standing to reach the mermaid. Let me tell you this, you can be a fat ugly bastard or a smoking hot chick, doesn't matter to me. I'll kill you all the same. Hiya. Anyways, the way I saw it, this avatar was 70% beautiful girl and 30% automated junk, which wasn't bad proportion. Let me tell you. However, when it comes to beautiful girls being monsters or bosses in games, there were as many games with a motif like that as there were stars in the sky. So killing women in games wasn't that uncommon of an occurrence, as well as the fact that upon death they would completely shift into their monstrous counterparts. A single flash of light in the vast emptiness of the air, my blade shoots straight towards mermaid's throat and cut his without any resistance. This forced the mermaid to stop singling and hold on to her throat, from which the polygons of blood were splattering. Obviously, she was also unable to sing anymore. Hearing that one of their own stopped singing, I could see other mermaids in the distance look towards me. Now then, next please. While the mermaid with the cut throat was flailing about, I grabbed her and used her as a parachute to make sure that I wouldn't fall to my death now. When I was at an altitude that I knew would not cause me death upon fall, I finally release her, if possible. I would like to get away from here for now. But seeing that the mermaids were still here, it would be impossible. Seeing one of their own die like that must have enraged them quite a bit. While I was thinking it would be ideal for them to get as close as possible, I hear some really disturbing sound right next to me. What the? Nua? The mermaid with a sharply bended neck falls right onto the roof where I was standing, limp and powerless. Blood was still oozing from her wound and she herself did not seem to understand what just happened. Just then, freed from the debuff's effect, Alva glares at the mermaid with bloodshot eyes, baring rows of his sharp teeth, which were significantly different and much sharper from those of a human. Come right at me, you stupid fish. That is, if you wish to be crushed by this here Alva's great fangs. Not so long ago it was holding on to its ears and flailing about, but now I see that he behaves like a proper shark, alright. Kinda scary now that I think about it. Seeing that, the rest of the mermaids glared at us and started to swim away. No way. Now the only means of fighting them would be the long-distance ones. The way you fight is unexpectedly wild. This This is just playing with the cards you got. So there's nothing I can really do about it? What about you? That sword you got there? It looks like a real piece of work, clearly not from around their parts. Look, this may seem dumb for you, but I just started exploring this submarine city, so there's lots of things I don't know about. Alright? A submarine city? What are you talking about? Eh? To my question, the giant shark cocks his head as if he did not understand the question. This is Lulilus, the city of the abyss, an inverted city located deep under the water's surface. Please give me a moment to think. Things to check. Number 1, something strange and white starts to fall from the darkness of the sky. I wonder what that is? Isn't that the ceiling of a cave? That's the seabed. The thing that falls down is called marine snow. Now on to the number 2. I jump around a few times, and after checking that the physics engine was working correctly, I ask the question, then why aren't we falling down? It's because of the power of the abyss. Basically, the whole city is filled with the power of inversion. Hearing that, I take a deep breath, exhale, and then ask the question that was bugging me ever since I confirmed that I could breathe normally. But I can breathe normally. With the power of the seal being reversal, the places devoid of air are now filled with it, and it is the power that can even overturn the concept of death itself. I see, I get it. Titanid of the abyss. Will I even be able to do this? Chapter 144. Limit Match Part 1. If I was to choose between bunnies and information, I'd choose information 100 times over. Best way to conquer an enemy or a quest is to have as much information as you possibly can on them in order to have an easier time for yourself. But sadly that option was out of the question this time around. 1 citadel, 4 towers, a circular underwater city, mermaids flying through the sky, fishermen zombies with a seemingly infinite amount of stamina, and an intelligent sharkman. That's the information I have for the moment. The key elements that will provide me with an answer, and that is why. Do you have any idea where we can find such a thing? That's actually easy. Monsters around those parts rely more on sound rather than their vision when it comes to enemy perception. So if we were to be separated by a wall of some sorts, they wouldn't be able to detect us, unless we make a lot of loud noises or something like that. I see. So in other words, was that this whole inversion at work again? Rather than having a safe zone somewhere around the city, the buildings themselves were serving as safe zones? It was much like a game of hide and seek, where in theory every hiding place was a good place unless someone deliberately tries to look for you in that particular place. Realizing that almost every single place in this city could be turned into a safe zone would make my life significantly easier. When I heard them coming, I decided to hide in one of the buildings, but they saw me when I tried to take a peek through one of the holes in the door. So it really is much like hide and seek. If you get found, an angry mob of fishermen will chase you around, and their numbers will only increase in time, and if you make too much of a fuss climbing the roofs, the mermaids will stop you and put debuffs on you. So, in other words, if you manage to do something about the mermaids, you're pretty much in the clear. For now, let's find a good spot to hide. In the meantime, you can tell me all that you know about this place, while I'll keep watch for any more of the fish people or those pesky little mermaids. Several minutes later, after being chased around by the mad fish people, we managed to find a half-collapsed building that we could enter and take cover from our pursuers. It was a brief moment of rest for us. I could also organize the info I got from Alva, to get a better understanding of what this scenario was all about. First of all, apparently Alva's race was completely different from the rotten fishermen and mermaids. When I asked him about it, he almost bit my arm off, saying things like, "I like to eat monkeys, and you look awfully tasty for a monkey." I was sure that just a single bite like that would be the death of me, so I dropped that subject when I had the chance. Alva's tribe was a tribe of fish people called Momon. The other fish people and mermaids seemed to be their allies at some point, but then Cutenid came and altered them somehow, twisting their minds in the process. It was supposed to be the fault of the inversion process as well, turning normal fish into fish people, and half fish half human into half human half fish. The change seemed pretty much non-existent to me. but apparently it was a pretty big deal for the tribes themselves. If you can turn fish into monsters, you acquire an unstoppable killing force, but there are also other ways in which you can approach this subject. There was a way of getting rid of them, but it was killing them all until they stopped spawning. It sounded good, but it was impossible to do in practice. All because of the boundary around this city. Everything that got within its reach was undergoing the inversion process, which means that all fish that pass the barrier instantly become fish people, which made their number technically infinite. We would not gain anything from trying to fight them aside from worn-out equipment and broken bones. Also, apparently mermaids could drop pieces of their meat as a rare drop, but wouldn't that actually amount to cannibalism? I'm sure that there was some logical explanation, but I didn't really want to think about it for now. Then there was the matter of that citadel and 4 towers. As expected from a quest like that, Cutinid was waiting in the abyss at the very bottom of the citadel, and each tower housed a monster that was called a seal that was guarding the citadel. The Lord of the Abyss does not care for the tribes of this city at all. For him, we are all but pieces on the board that can be thrown aside when we no longer stay useful. Something like that. It's pretty much a given when it comes to guys like that. You should be grateful that it was not a battle royal. Those kinds of modes could make party members turn on one another all because of the promise of great awards, making it even more stressful because you'd always expect someone to stab you in the back. Good thing it wasn't like that. Also, each of the seals are a mini-boss that possesses some kind of special abilities and block other abilities as well. As far as Alva knows, one of the seals, Cleania, possesses the ability to seal away all magic. Cleania. Clean? Is that supposed to be a reference of some sort? And finally, the monster called Cutinid of the Abyss, an almost transcendent being laying in wait at the very bottom of the city, in the abyss that cannot be reached via any normal means. And Cutinid's power is the ability to invert anything he wishes to affect, and it was the power that could affect even the basic principles governing this world. Chapter 144, Limit Match Part 2. Originally, this place was a tropical island above the sea level, but with the appearance of Cutinid the whole island got dragged underwater and inverted to what we can see right now. That fact alone speaks volumes about the strength of this inversion ability. Cutinid only invites those to his home that he deems worthy. So there is no other way to meet him rather than having to play his sick little games. Is there anyone at all who managed to go meet him face to face and tell the tale? There was actually someone like that. They say that he managed to get into the citadel, confront Cutinid and pierce his left eye. Then he escaped the city before its inhabitants could kill him. You sure know some juicy details about that. That's because the man in question was my grandfather. Some relative you got there. Right, intel organization time. First of all, the overall purpose of this unique quest text is to meet some extra conditions without which it will be impossible to actually face off against Cutinid. So us being dragged in here could actually be like getting cursed by Lycan. Meaning there surely is some sort of way to get this thing done. That way would be defeating the 4 seals in forms of mini-bosses, which are sure to have some battle gimmicks added to them for increased difficulty. Otherwise I don't know the reason for locking them in fixed locations rather than letting them roam freely. Also, if there are even more gimmicks like having to face them all alone, I think I'm gonna cry. Welp, at least I know what I need to do. For now, I'll just store all of my important items in inventory and patch myself up. By the way, since I've obtained the Arcana Fuel, my need for medications went up slightly. You are ha 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 ha. I feel like the Pied Piper of Hamelin right now. I run like a lunatic through the bluish leather city. Behind me, there was a cavalcade of at least 100 fish people, and occasionally there would be mermaids coming to attack me from above. Even though they all looked like beautiful women, I had absolutely no problems with kicking them and occasionally slicing them apart. They were monsters, after all, so it was quite alright for me to do so. In retrospect, this whole scene looked like something taken straight out of a horror game, with the mermaid's screams serving as the most eerie BGM you've ever heard in your life. I know that I've been collecting aggro on purpose here, but don't you think that's going a little bit overboard? If their numbers increase even further, this won't be a horror anymore, but it will rather turn into a complete comedy. Even though they were doing their best to try to catch me, they were so slow that I just wanted to laugh at them for wasting their efforts. And so I kept on running, gathering even more attention to myself and looking for information and my lost companions, occasionally picking up items here and there. Momentum, power, unreasonableness. If you'll want to catch me, you'll have to do better than that. Comparing it to the crystal's scorpions suddenly ganging up on you out of nowhere. This was actually a walk in the park for me. Not to mention that the mermaids could do their worst to try to debuff me, because apparently their songs counted as curses, and thanks to Lucan's curse marks I was still immune to any curses they might throw at me. As a matter of fact, if the mermaid's curse afflicted only my ears, maybe it would amount to something. But since it was trying to afflict my whole body, the curse markings went into effect and protected me. Also, I know that it is just a mimicry, but there was something oddly satisfying or even disturbing about being able to hit them in the jaw and not feel any guilt about it. I mean, they wanted to look like that, so it can't be helped, right? But after a few short skirmishes it started to hit me. It was useless trying to fight them all. They would just come at me infinitely without stopping, only exhausting my stamina and wearing out my equipment. Save completed. Right. I'll go out to have a look around. Where are you going? My companions are still somewhere around this city, so I need to find them. They are as important to me as my weapons are, you see. When you secure a respawn point and eventually stop being afraid, there is only one thing you have left to do in this situation: a special attack. In this scenario, does hiding amount to default strategy or something? Having that in mind, what I was about to do might just be pointless aggro gathering, but right here, right now in this strange city, it was the best thing that I could actually do. Close your eyes and listen closely. Listen to the sounds that the water is carrying from afar. There were only two possible outcomes of the action that I was supposed to do right now. Either we get some sort of response and we'll know what to do, or we'll have to relocate because of the friends that will try to close in on our location. Is there anyone in there? Bingo. It responded. Chapter 145, Because We're All Underwater Part 1. Dealing with the monster parade that followed me wasn't actually all that hard. And anyways, since they are all concentrated on me only, getting away from them was rather easy once you managed to cause them to lose sight of you. Now, since running around and making lots of noise allowed me to locate a player or an NPC, there was nothing more left for me to do but to put up a decoy and rush towards the source of the voice I heard just now. However, the voice that I just heard belonged to a mule, and it was a mixture of terror and relief in 7:3 proportion. When I heard that sound, every schedule and every strategy I conjured up in my mind went to hell. There was once a matter I asked a mule about. What is this magic called random encounter in here? I still clearly remember Emile's answer. It was a really powerful magic, a sort of a trump card that only monsters such as Vorpal Bunnies or Kate Scythe could use. A trump card that could go into effect only if its user found himself into a grave danger from which there was no way of getting out of. Random encounter summons monsters around the caster that are of a higher level than caster himself. The monsters to be summoned are chosen upon skills activation, and their level is determined by the skills level. I also remember the information I heard from Alva about this whole inversion that turned the whole island underwater and caused the mermaids to swim in the air. The power that is unique to Cutenid. It was crazy and hard to believe. But seeing how this here place was underwater with no water and mermaids were swimming in the air, we had to take it for granted at face value. In other words, we had to accept the fact that we were currently deep underwater, not to mention that this place was now at the very bottom of the sea. We didn't really test out the random encounter range and effectiveness, so in our current predicament we couldn't even be sure if any monsters at all would drive. Well, what I wanted to say is we cannot be sure that Emile's magic will be of any use here at the bottom of the sea. Help me. It was still rather unlikely, but it would be awfully nice if we could summon something in here that was huge in size and about level 100 or so. That's right. A celestial dragon, for example. Why you, stop running around and summon something in here already. I'm trying. But instead of a celestial dragon, what we've got here was... What the hell was even that thing? A dragon? An 8-car train with a dragon's face attached to it? There was no way a thing like that could be defeated solo, as it was probably one of the rarer monsters from around these parts that was summoned just now. Normally the little bunny would probably be able to control that thing easily, but right here right now it would be literally impossible. Here, hand it over. Now grab onto me. Yes, sir. The speed at which this thing was going was way higher than that of a human. For that reason I needed Emil as close to me as possible, so I urged him to come over and take his rightful place on my back. Now I'm glad I brought over this horde of monsters. Now sick him. Boys. With Emil safely on my back, I activate all of the necessary skills. Normally I would be able to move around freely just fine. But with extra luggage I needed to boost my strength to be sure I would be able to get away. Barely made it. Now, time to actually accumulate some acceleration. When the dragon thing starts chasing after us, traces of white smoke starts to come off from my feet, meaning that I managed to satisfy the conditions of a certain other skill. The name of this skill is Burnout. It is a skill that lets you run at ever-increasing speed if you charge it for enough time. Just like you would do with a normal car. You can only have this skill at level 1, but the amount of acceleration you get from it is pretty sweet. Charging for about 5 seconds would give you about 15 seconds of acceleration. Just as the dragon thing's jaw was about to snap me in half, the acceleration kicked in and I started running like a bullet. Hold on tight, Emil. Chapter 145, Because We Are All Underwater Part 2. I take that scream as a yes. When it comes to Burnout, its biggest advantage is its initial speed boost. Normally you'd need time and effort to go from 0 to 100, but Burnout was basically bypassing the whole process and switching from 0 to 100 in a matter of a second. You too, shithead. I don't need your reply, just hold on tight. It looks like the stupid shithead had no strength left in him to respond to my words, but at least some semblance of strength must have remained in his body, for he grabbed tight onto me and it looked like he wasn't going to let go of me. Now, not having to worry about my hands being tied, I could equip weapons in them and use my skills, which would give me some nice room to maneuver in. Smiling in a nasty way, I sliced apart some fishmen and mermaids that were beginning to approach me and sent out a decoy to take some aggro off of me, accelerating even further. I'm counting on you, dummy me. I take a sharp turn right next to the monster parade and jump onto the wall, ascending to the rooftop as fast as I possibly could. In the next moment the streets turned into one giant mess when that dragon thing crushed right into Monster Parade like a bowling ball would into bowling pins. Run away, run away, run away. I wanna go me. When I managed to return to our temporary base in the destroyed building, I could finally let out a sigh of relief. Right. Introduction time. This little bunny is a mule, and that stupid shithead over there is a stupid shithead. I see. Or rather, I could hear you from all the way out there. Close your eyes and plug your ears, and suddenly everything is alright with the world. I quickly introduced Alva to Emil and ignored the confused look on Alva's face. Now, Alva may look intimidating, but he's not like the other fish people over there, so no need to be afraid of him. Even though he looks just like a fish. Even so, Stud says that with fear in his voice. Hey, that's awfully racist of you, you know? Not every NPC out there is going to look human and be human, mind you. In any case, he's going to join our group and be with us in this temporary base right here. As long as you stay here and don't try to head out, the fish people won't notice you. It's safe in here. Now then, I'm heading out for a little bit again. I have no words to describe just how barbaric you are. Aren't you even the least bit afraid? Not really. Believe it or not, this situation is basically business as usual for me. Why? For the time being I told them everything they needed to know, and just as I was going to head out and do something about that dragon thing, I heard the voice of the stupid shithead that stopped me in my tracks. Why aren't you afraid? You're in a terrifying place that you don't even know. How can you be so calm and just laugh it off? Oops, looks like my attitude and words must have struck a nerve there. Now then, whatever should I say here to make a comeback? It's just my pioneer soul speaking, and this soul enjoys the unknown more than anything else. It's just that, or only that. With those words, I turn around and leave, not to brag or anything, but it took me a moment to weave those sentences and I was proud of the effect they had on them. That being said, I leave the base and venture into the city again. At the same time I was glad that Katsu or Pensilgton weren't here. They wouldn't leave me alone for saying a line like that until the end of the world and one day more. To make short work of all those fish people like that, this thing must be on a level of a crystal scorpion or maybe even golden crystal scorpion. Or maybe it's just a regular monster with huge ass stats. Apparently rare monsters are not as strong as unique monsters, but are a cut above the normal ones. On the other hand, some of the normal monsters seem to be equal in power to the rare ones. Take the golden crystal scorpion for example, and its ability to heal with moonlight. It was clear to me that this dragon thing was on more or less the same level, but compared to Cutanid of the Abyss waiting ahead, it was nothing more than a small fry for me to deal with. But it's different this time around. It was common practice in various games, placing overpowered monsters in certain critical points on the map in order to prevent players from going into certain areas too early. Same with crystal scorpions, except that you could work your way around them if you really wanted to. But you're going down as well. Those words were a declaration of war on the dragon thing that was swimming through the air carefreely, destroying houses only by swimming right next to them and flexing its giant torso. You think I'm fooling around? I'll have you know that birds eat fish for breakfast. A certain thought occurs to me while I watch the geysers of red polygons erupting all over the place. It packed way more heat than I would have anticipated. One of my bad habits is that while I'm on the move, my tension also tends to rise. I thought that it would be easy pickings, but it turns out that it got quite the fighting spirit all the way to the end. Seeing cube-shaped polygons dissipate into nothingness ruined the immersion for me, since futuristic sights like that did not belong to a fantasy setting like this underwater city. But hey, as the polygons disappear for good, a certain realization hits me. I did it. I've really done it. That was the only thought that came to my mind as the little waterfall of dropped items started to rain down on me from above. Chapter 146, Roaring Beacon of Destruction Part 1. I didn't think that I'd managed to beat it on my own. Well, I wasn't going to chicken out of it either, but I honestly thought that for a tough monster this thing would know when to call it quits and back away eventually. But this guy, I don't know how it behaved under normal circumstances, but thanks to Cutanid's power, right now it was going through the air in the same manner as a normal animal would move around on the ground. In other words, even though it was underwater here, it basically didn't think anything of it. Not to mention that the way it was moving was downright creepy. Also, moving around the body that was this big underwater was creating a considerable amount of resistance. So even if it was normally quite fast, right now it was taking it a while to accelerate properly. So we were kind of on equal grounds here. It was then that a certain thought occurred to me. But isn't that too easy? And then, in that regard, this thing couldn't even hold a candle to monsters such as Wisman, Lucan or even the Golden Scorpion. It wasn't able to spam attack after attack like Wisman could, covering almost the entire arena with them. It wasn't able to project an invisible alter ego that would suddenly come down on you and kill you instantly. And it surely didn't possess the tenacity and regeneration of Golden the Scorpion, not to mention a thick armor that you'd have to work really hard to put a dent in. When it comes to dealing with huge monsters that are not all that mobile to begin with, the best course of action carried from generation to generation was simply wait for approach, because once it was close, it couldn't breathe fire on you and the only real threats were the body slams that were also really slow. Not to mention that its skin looked to be hard, but in reality it was surprisingly supple. It was too easy. Or maybe it was me who was working too hard, but still, I did my best. Once you close that gap, this is too easy, even by my standards. Normally there would be water resistance to my attacks, but since for me it felt only like a gas, it was no problem. Also, since gravity was working correctly for me, I could run, turn, dodge and jump like I would normally be able to. On the other hand, this dragon thing had a difficult time to move properly, and because every move cost it tremendous amounts of energy, I was able to basically cut it into small pieces without really having to worry about the state of my weapons or even breaking any skills. Normal attacks were more than enough here. If it was a battle under any normal circumstances, it would surely be hard as hell, but right now, not so much. But since the difficulty bar was set so low, I can't really talk about any sense of accomplishment whatsoever. No, I keep saying that, but the battle lasted fairly long and each and every single one of those body slams could have very well been my doom if I didn't evade them properly in time. So at least some degree of challenge was present here, but since I was so used to hunting large monsters in other games, I couldn't see that challenge all that well. But still, to be able to take it down solo. Am I too strong or what? Nah, that can't be it. Or maybe that thing was simply too weak. No, that one was unlikely as well. That is because this dragon thing was responding to my attacks in frantic actions of its own, really powerful ones but delayed. Also, none of my weapons were really able to stagger it, which was hardly any surprise looking at its sheer size. So maybe it was already weakened before it was summoned here? Or maybe, don't tell me some of those fishmen are actually walking sacks of poison? Oh shit, if there really are poison carriers among them, I'll need to be even more careful from now on. If it really was poison, then how big of a danger must the fishman that managed to inflict that status on this thing be? Also, it would be a good to establish if there are any other species of half-fish around here, like pufferfish or scorpionfish. Thank you so much, dragon thing. Thanks to your noble sacrifice, I've become that much smarter. Now, as for the items that dropped from the corpse, I don't know if it's because of its size or what, but there was even more stuff than in case of golden crystal scorpion. It was a literal mountain load. You ha 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 ha. Chapter 146. Roaring Beacon of Destruction Part 2. Right now I feel more like a gold digger rather than a player. So much stuff, so much gold, so many materials. Just think of the things I could afford with so much gold and resources. Thinking about that caused me to smile in a nasty way and let out a laugh that would put a true villain to shame. What's that? Talk about an evil laughter. You are, Wother? Hearing those words so suddenly I turned around and looked behind me, at the same time thinking, well, talk about an awkward situation. Right there was Rust, and the one accompanying her was not Mold, but Sickle of all people. Oh, well, if it isn't Rust. Took you a while to get back to us. With that much roaring and screaming going about the place, who wouldn't want to check it out? But I must say, I'm surprised that you took this thing down all on your own. Now that you mention it, I guess that's right. With a monster so characteristic and so big, there's no way that others wouldn't notice its presence, especially since it was rampaging so much. And if there was anyone in here who would figure out the cause of that monster's appearance, that would be Sickle, all right. My guess is that even if he wasn't a samurai, he would still rush to Emule's side to help him, since they were family and all that. That's actually really nice. Sanraku Dono, is Emule safe? Yeah, I stumbled across him when he was running away from that dragon thing earlier. For now I took him to my temporary base, so he should be safe in there for now. Is that so? That's a relief. He knew that a monster of that size would not come out if the situation wasn't really dire, but upon learning that Emule was unharmed, Sickle relaxed in a visible manner. I would even shed a tear or two for this display of familial bonds, but I had loot to collect, so that will have to wait. That giant monster, did you use the mecha to defeat it? Sadly, no. Due to some circumstances, I cannot use it for now. That is because the ether reactor needed to power up the armor was still recharging after our fight against Lukin. Once put into inventory it would gradually charge up by collecting magic particles from its surroundings, but the process was painfully slow, and for it to fully recharge, about a week would need to pass. Just like with the gauntlet, the technology in it had no upper limit, so technically I could store enough energy in the reactor to allow me to use the armor for about an hour or two. But wasn't the charge time here basically a construction flow? By the way, could you show it to us? I'd love to see it. That's why I decided to summon Suzaku. But since it was out of juice it wouldn't move. I could have summoned any other machine to show, but for now I decided not to do that, as to not reveal my cards too soon. Indeed, wonderful, splendid, magnificent. The metal is so smooth and cool to the touch. Shanfro really is the best. Well, Nephilim Hollow is good as well, but it has its number of compromises. If you were to pull out weeds in this game, not only the soil attached to them would be cool, but those weeds would also have roots. For comparison, every game released about a year before Shangri-La Frontier was lacking such details, giving off a feeling of virtual reality rather than reality itself. In that aspect, a game with the level of detail like Shanfro was unheard of, unprecedented even. It was like comparing childish doodles with a piece produced by a professional painter. A whole new world and a gap that couldn't possibly be breached. That dragon thing. Apparently its name was Arctus Regilex. What's up with putting a name so cool on a monster that was so weak? Thinking about it now, lots of names of different animal species are cool sounding, but they are based in Latin, right? Or was it German? Either way, their names sound cool, and that makes them cool as well. Meat. I heard that it tastes delicious in Shanfro, but I haven't really tried it. I wonder if there's a fish somewhere out there in the real world that looked similar to that monster, and if so, what would it taste like? I guess Dad or some of his friends would know. Maybe I'll be able to have a taste of it sometime in the future. Who knows? While I was wondering about that, I cast a glance at the city's landscape, now pretty much ravaged by the dragon thing's savage thrashing about. In the meantime, Rust and Sickle were busy gazing at Suzaku in pure adoration. It was a good thing that this whole place is underwater, you know? Otherwise, if that thing could fly out of my reach, it could have been that hellish raid all over again. My eyelids fall and raise, creating a blinking effect. In VR games, blinking is not an action that is necessary, and people perform it purely out of reflex. However, during that split second it takes you to blink, vision gets slightly interrupted. Just then, oi, you cannot be serious. In just a blink of an eye, I witnessed the scenery changing drastically, being restored to its original shape and all the destruction caused thus far being reverted. It was almost like a miracle or magic. And I know who was responsible for that. Titanid of the Abyss, whose power can even interfere with the game's system just like that. Can it really be beaten just like that? Chapter 147, and so the wolf departs on a journey. Why is this Galaxus so adamant on only being a bystander? You are interfering pretty much already, so who cares about being a bystander? I murmured that to myself while sitting in a comfy seat with an American manga comic book that Katsu lent me, while also looking at my mobile device that was currently connected to the simplified version of my VR headgear. Taking the helmet off, outside of the window I can see the panorama of a city at sunset, with tall skyscrapers being dyed in orange and red. Currently, I was on my way to the capital. Shortly after I defeated the dragon thing, or whatever it was called, other players started to gather at my location, drawn towards the place where so much destruction and rampage could be observed. Of course, fish people were there as well. So after we eventually managed to lose them, we could have a talk, and as it turned out, some problems started to emerge to the surface, even though we were still at the bottom of the sea. First of all, others were on the same page as me when it comes to the 7 days time limit. There was no need for us to clear the whole unique quest text in one sitting. If I knew beforehand that there would be a time limit to this, I would have adjusted my schedule to clear it all in one go, but since it was so sudden I had no choice but to play it by ear for now. Still, the difficulty of this quest is somewhat concerning, since you have whole 7 days to clear it. Makes you wonder what will happen should we not make it and we run out of time tomorrow, or even the day after tomorrow. No, who knows what might happen on a later date. So for now I would like to wrap this quest up as soon as possible. Preferably in 3 or 4 days. Akatsu Akane said that he won't be able to participate on 3rd and 5th day because of the club activities. And as for Rust and Mold, they didn't get into details, but they wouldn't be able to help out on 2nd, 4th and 6th day. but everyone would be free on the 7th day, so that it was the most likely date when we would take Utanid down. There was another problem. Whether a Sega Zero was to join us. First came Rust and Sickle, then it was Akatsuakane and Mold. But Red didn't show up, even after we waited for a long while. We would have waited longer, but the gathering fishmen and the urge to log out was so great for some of us that we decided to call it a day and retreat for now. I hope that Red will manage on her own. Does she even realize where the safe zones are in this underwater city? However, thanks to the VR system characteristics and safety features, prolonged playtime would trigger a forced logout, so I don't have to worry all that much about her well-being. But more than Ray, I was worried about the NPCs and what would happen to them after Ray logs out. I don't know where exactly I will spawn on my next login, but I sure hope that they will be alright at that time. Despite Ray not being present, we discussed our plans for the future conquest of this city, and that was it. Each one of us went their separate way. As for me, I started to pack my traveling bag, but still, the least they could do would be to send me an email and let me know what's what. That's right, we usually use SNS, a teenage world-class model who was revered almost like a deity, and a professional gamer making quite the career already. Since both of them had work SNS accounts, any attempt to contact them through that means would cause unnecessary complications. It would shatter their public images. And even though Katsu was of no concern of mine, Pensilgton was a completely different matter. Beautiful things should remain beautiful, no matter what. Therefore, using SNS was completely out of the question. And people are looking at me in a weird way when I ask them for their email addresses. It only makes contact easier. No matter what I'll try to do, this will only turn ugly. I stop reading and open up an SNS app that's really popular nowadays with middle and high schoolers. I'm a high schooler myself, but, yeah, right. Some youth that is, burned and wasted away in hellhole named Shitty Games. I press here, then click here, and enter that. Alright. For the time being I create a new account for myself and enter the room called Lulius War Room. It was a chat room that Akatsuakane created and where everyone except for Rare managed to enter successfully. There was even some text out there already. Wow, I didn't know that fighting the fish people could yield you so much EXP. After the fight with the crystal scorpions I didn't do that much grinding myself. Mostly because I was good to go for now. All passengers are implored to not forget their luggage upon exiting. Does that mean I arrived at my destination? Even if it would take God knows how long on foot, you can reach certain places in no time if you use public transportation. Civilization truly is a convenient thing to have around. I get off the train, launch the map application on my mobile device and start walking. The capital city at this hour was an epitome of modern Japan, with bright neon and LED lights illuminating the darkness and buildings alike. With the surroundings being this bright, even Loken's alter ego wouldn't be able to hide anywhere in here. Thinking like that, I eventually arrive at my destination, Hotel Grand Supreme. Talk about a luxurious hotel. The price of staying for one night in a hotel like that would easily buy you the most expensive VR equipment currently on the market. Or maybe it's simply that the app is broken and I was led to the wrong place. Professional gamer, can he really afford to invite people to such a luxurious place like that? High schoolers coming here must be a real rarity. And the atmosphere was far different from any net cafes that I happened to visit in the past. He said that if you introduce yourself as Sanraku and tell them that you're with Uomi Kei, they will let you through. Somehow, a task like that seemed impossible to me. Equally on challenging night prowler Loken to battle while being level 1 yourself. In a game you could have just stormed the hotel in an armored car, or plant a bomb and blast your way in, or create a distraction. But in real life it was something much, much harder, but it was something I absolutely needed to do. Alright, all units, Coage. Hospitality is amazing. What a top-notch thing. Maybe I can use it for role-play purpose. When I introduced myself at the reception desk I was brought to a room that no normal high school student would ever step his foot in. I didn't know if it could be called a suite or not, but seeing that I was equally as restless in this room, the difference meant pretty much nothing to me. I feel like there will be someone aiming at me with a sniper rifle right now, But that's only my imagination, right? I contacted Katsu and he told me that he would be there shortly and that I should just sit in my room and wait. So I dropped my baggage on the bed and take a look around the room. 2 beds mean that this was a twin room, and it was spacious enough for me to walk around freely. But there was one thing that was uncharacteristic here: a single chair in the middle of the room, packed with so much electronics that it seemed unreal. This is the gaming chair, a pinnacle of VR technology that is so expensive that people faint from hearing about the price alone. Alright, now I was getting genuinely scared. What the fuck was going through that head of yours, you pro gamer bastard? That was literally too much for a mere high school student. But it would also be a lie if I told you that I wasn't the least bit interested in that full dive chair. So maybe I could just lie there for a second and see how this thing works. While I was about to touch the delicate systems of the chair capsule, because that's how this thing looked to me, I heard a knock onto my door. The employees of the hotel would announce themselves through the intercom. So could this be Katsu? Could this be? Hiya, Sanraku-kun. You expected some professional gamer? But what's this? It's super charismatic model Amane-sama in the flesh. Now, let me see that face of yours. This is, don't you have a gas mask in here or something like that? Or at least a bag or something that I could use to cover my face with? That would make me much calmer than I was right now. It looks like my first real challenge in here is going to be preventing Pencilton, or Her Highness Toa Amane, from groping my face all night long. Chapter 148, Meteor Rain First Class Part 1, Phew, Kyukaku. Ouch, my sides. My sides hurt so much. Then maybe you shouldn't have laughed so much. Your existence is like one big practical joke for me. No way, I didn't think that you'd make me laugh so hard even in real world. Fufu, Kyukaku. The reason for why Amane Toa, Arthur Pencilton, was currently laughing so hard was because I was wearing a gas mask on my face, which came as a bonus to the very first limited edition of shitty game that I have ever bought. Eventually she managed to calm herself down, but I couldn't resist the feeling that she thought that my whole existence must have been a joke or something alongside those lines. That being said, I have as much common sense as everyone else in the world. I know that games are games and things you can do inside of them you absolutely cannot do in the real world, like throwing people off the roofs, or running people with cars, or plant bombs, or commit mass genocide on poor and innocent NPCs. Hence when I got that one particular game I left the gas mask in the package and totally forgot that it ever existed in the first place. That is, until today. Well, I guess that you'll have to take that thing off eventually, if you become hungry and all that. No, it's not that I bought it just for this occasion. I just didn't wanted to put it on since it was at the very bottom of my bag. Nobody in their right mind would ever put the gas mask into his freaking travel bag, not even a Hollywood movie star. When it comes to Hollywood's movies, every time there's a hotel involved, you can expect bombing or at least some sort of massive shootout. Haha, alright. Now that I had a good laugh, let's change the subject to something else, shall we? For formality's sake, I'm Pencil Warrior, pleased to meet you. And I'm Sanraku. Likewise, pleased to make your acquaintance. I guess it was true that true models and celebrities knew how to act and what to say in every possible scenario or situation. As we shook our hands, a certain thought occurred to me. This scene could easily go straight to the front pages of various magazines. Nevertheless, what's in the game stays in the game. Right now we are normal teens meeting one another for the first time, so I respond to her handshake with enthusiasm. So, where's the host of this whole gathering? I think he went to call one of his other teammates. Come to think of that, I think I read something like that in one of Katsu's additional emails. Certainly, GGC is going to host a 4 vs 4 match, so it is only natural that besides Pencilton, Katsu and I, there would also be one more teammate on our end. Apparently that teammate was going to be someone from Katsu's team as well. I'm actually surprised that a charismatic model like yourself managed to make some time in her busy schedule. Hey now, I know it might seem that way, but I'm just posing and acting. It's not all that hard. With an attitude like that, overconfidence is going to be your end somewhere down the line. Isn't it more like someone that charismatic last boss would say? So you are aware that you act like a boss character. While we were busy talking like that, I realized that a man and a woman entered the room almost unnoticed. The girl looked to be the same age as me, but seeing a stunning beauty laughing at a guy in a gas mask, she looked really startled. Can't blame her, really. It certainly is interesting to bring a gas mask into a luxurious hotel just like that. You really never cease to amaze. Oh, shut up. This is a pretty rare item. I'll let you know. Not much of them on the market. Watch and be amazed. Are we still talking about shitty games here? Anyways, thank you so much for coming, Sanraku. The young man said that to me with a fearless smile on his lips, just like Pensilgton reaching out his hand towards me for a handshake. His name was mmorpg, and he was a professional gamer. Now then, for now let me introduce you all to Megyu. These two are my private gaming friends, Pencil Warrior and Sanraku. The first one's name is Toamain, and that other guy doesn't like his face to be seen, apparently. Natsume Megami, I see you name from time to time in magazines. Nice to meet you. Sanraku, I thought you might be crazy as an element of roleplay in game, but I see you are as crazy in real life, huh? I lose much of my personal charm when I take it off. And as Toa-san said, this girl here is Natsume Megami, the only member of our Nitro squad who was able to make it here for this event. Katsu officially introduced us to the girl who wore her hair in a high ponytail. Natsume Megami. She's probably famous, but not that I would know. I don't usually read magazines focused on gaming and I don't really know any professional gamers. Now, let me get straight to the point. We'll be facing off against American professional gamers team, Star Rain. We'll face against them the day after tomorrow. That's why I called these guys to help and fill the gap. Chapter 148, Meteor Rain First Class Part 2. Say, Kei, there's something I wanted to ask you about. Are these two really strong? Says Natsume-san, butting in on Katsu's words. Well, one of us is a world-famous model, so it was only natural to doubt her prowess as a gamer when meeting her for the very first time. I can guarantee you that their abilities are more than adequate, Megyu. This model girl is very gifted when it comes to games, and the gas mask fellow, let's just say that he's so good that if he and I were to fight 10 duels, he would win 4 of them easily. Yes, it's true that when playing new games some flukes and happy accidents might happen in favor of newbies when they fight against professionals, but when it comes to professional gamer like Katsu, 30 to 40% win ration is still big of a number. It would be rude of me to think I would be able to get some more. However, it seems that those words were enough for Natsume-san to change her opinion of me drastically. She opened her eyes wide and stared at me with amazement, as if I was a small child that succeeded in pulling a really elaborate mischief. No way. 4 wins against Kei. Impossible. But it's the truth. Well, that still makes me a sore loser if my opponent manages to grab those 6 or 7 other victories. So how about some sparring right here right now? What do you say? I stare at Katsu through the goggles of the gas mask and Pensilgton watches both of us from the side. I mean, do you really have to flex so much on us with your superiority? You don't seem to get it, so I'll clear it out for you. Do you have any idea just how many people in Japan alone can snatch 4 victories in a 10-round match from mmorpg? Isn't that because everyone else just suck at playing things by ear when things go south? Maybe. But that wouldn't explain the fact that Katsu's overall win ratio oscillates around 80%. What's up with that lame reaction? I mean, maybe so, but what did you wanted me to do? Just by looking at the guy you can tell he's actually amazing at what he does, so I don't think it's necessary to shower him with praise even more. Want me to fall off my chair? Crawl on the ground in horror? Bow down in sheer admiration? You know what? That's actually a nice thing to do. Now that you mention it, hurry up and do it, Sanraku. With that kind of attitude towards people you're going to end up dead in the eyes of society sooner rather than later. I knew it. This cheek is bad news. She's pure evil. Just like a whiskey bonbon that is just whiskey camouflaged in a sweet chocolate casing. Right. Before you go on a full-blown war with one another, let's get to the main subject, shall we? In any case, The team we are going to fight the day after tomorrow is Star Rain. Simply put, they are one of the strongest teams in the United States right now. Hey, does that mean we are going to make asses out of ourselves on an international level this time around? That sounds really terrible for us. Just remembering those 8 times before when you guys tried to backstab me still makes me sad. Sanraku, what about you? Me? No way. I would never backstab anyone. Aside from those 6 times that I tried really hard to do just that. For the time being we are all friends, but usually we would try to sell one another out without as much as blinking. Nevertheless, no matter what kind of opponent awaits me, I am never going to back away from the challenge. I didn't call for you with having a lost cause in my mind. I called you precisely because I do believe that our 4 can take a shot at winning this thing. That being said, Katsu took out a really advanced tablet and showed us a picture in which 4 people could be seen. Those are the guys we are going to play against the day after tomorrow. The first squad of Star Rain. You are amazing. Take a look at that, Sanraku-kun. This macho guy looks as though he was taken straight out of some hardcore anti-Ariroj, don't you think? Don't ask me things that are so problematic to answer. I'm still a minor, you know. But I must say, he's rather burly. Was he a martial artist in the past? Nah, she's got a point. He can smash the whole apple with his one hand like it's no big deal. What a macho. While trying to memorize every single face of the opposing team, I couldn't help it but to notice the last person in the picture in particular. Ara. What a cute-looking girl. Who's she? Blonde hair and blue eyes. Somehow, she gives me a foreigner vibe. Her name is Sylvia Goldberg. The person smiling in that picture looked to be a little bit older than me. In other words, the person who was regarded as the strongest player in the United States was about Katsu's age. Then I heard him mutter to himself, "She's the best America has to offer. She's the strongest professional gamer in every sense of the word." Chapter 149, Reaching for the Stars Part 1. Sylvia Goldberg, female, 20 years old. If you ever ask who the strongest professional gamer in the United States is, you are bound to hear her name every single time. She appeared for the first time 5 years ago at the amateur section of the nationwide tournament. In that tournament, she managed to win all of her elimination matches and the main matches without losing a single round or shrivel of her HP. And she even managed to flawlessly beat the professional gamers. That victory made her name world famous, and from that day forward the nickname Sylvie was forever carved into the minds of the player all around the world. After her debut, Sylvia Goldberg was scouted by one of the best professional gaming teams out there in the United States, Zodiac Cluster. Since then, in less than a year, she managed to rise to the top in that team and formed her own division, Star Rain, gathering the best players of the best. Fast forward 5 years into the future, and she's still currently one of the very best players in the world, setting record after record like it was nothing. Amazing. Talk about the last boss character. It's even better than that. In her whole career she never lost a single round. Ah, I see. I get it. In other words, it is someone like a demon lord who obliterates her enemies in an instant, not giving them time to recover, and then eats their remains to be absolutely sure that the threat is now gone. In addition, that expression that I could see in the photo, it was the face of someone who was crazy strong, and she knew it. A demon lord who from the first moment she appeared was way more popular than the protagonist. The other members are no pushovers as well. But if you compare Sylvia Goldberg to a first class, then those guys are second or even third class at best. No, it would be something like a second and a half class. Yeah, and you said what our chances at winning against her are? Since I am a professional gamer, our chances are not entirely zero. But I'll be honest with you, things aren't looking too bright for us. I agree. That would be the case if we were playing a game that was already released on the market. In fact, I've fought against her a few times before, and the best I managed to achieve was a draw. Everything else, she wiped the floor with me. But this time around things are going to be different. Katsu swipes the tablet's surface and the picture of the enemy team disappears, with another one taking its place. It was the picture of some sort of game website, with lots of fancy fonts and designs. Galaxia Heroes, Chaos. It will be released worldwide this fall, which means that it's not out yet. And it is going to be the game that we will be playing the day after tomorrow during the last day of GGC. This is going to be its official presentation. Seriously? Galaxia. Haven't I heard that name somewhere before? Ah, that's the comic books you've sent me to read on my way here. Yes, it's the works based on the latest crossover from the Galaxia universe, where there is no clear distinction in between heroes and villains, and its developer is the Utopia Entertainment Software, the studio responsible for the best post-Shanfro games currently on the market. Shangri-La Frontier. I didn't expect to hear that name here of all places. I could even feel my own expression under the gas mask stiffen at the mention of the game I've been having so much of a blast playing. It appears that this game was much more influential than I would have initially thought. Galaxia uses almost the same engine as Shanfro, albeit with some small differences, but still, it is the technology that is severely ahead of its time. Use is currently believed to be the company responsible for the revival of the US School of Game Development, although some say it's mostly because of some lucky decisions. But that's of no importance right now. What's important is the fact that this game is going to be completely different from its predecessor, Galaxia Heroes Burst. I see. I think I know what you're trying to say. Basically, what you mean by that is the fact that it is going to be a game that is completely unknown to Blondie and her crew, the Americans, but for us Japanese it is going to be something really similar to Shanfro. This means we have the advantage here since we are so used to it by now. That is why both our team will have the early access to the Galaxia Heroes Chaos. We will only have 2 days to get used to it, but since we have been playing Shanfro for so long, we have the natural advantage here. That is the only way in which we can hope to beat America's #1 gamer. From Pensilgton's guess I can roughly guess Katsu's answer. Long story short, since the technology for this new game is based on Shanfro, just the fact that you play Shanfro can be turned into advantage. And since Shanfro is majorly a Japanese-only product, there is no way that American can have that same kind of advantage. So that's the reason why you chose us specifically. Because we have gone through wisdom and battle together. I'm more than sure that your ability is on par to that of professional gamers. While saying that, Katsu, no, professional gamer Uomike had a fearless smile on his lips. Well then, let's start the strategy meeting on how to overthrow Sylvia Goldberg and her star reign. Chapter 149, Reaching for the Stars Part 2. And that about wraps it up when it comes to Sylvia's playstyle, right? So, doesn't that remind you of someone, my dear Sanraku? Me? Why is he pointing at me all of a sudden? As I tilt my head in visible confusion, Katsu explains once more. This time around in even simpler terms. A high-mobility attacker in case of whose tension is directly connected to their overall in-game performance. Sanraku, that's basically you, through and through. He, and the character that is synonymous with that exact playstyle, the protagonist, Misha's, she's bound to choose him during the day after tomorrow. Saying that, Katsu opened up the official website of the game and went to the character introduction screen. There he showed us a bunch of flashy-looking characters. The character in question was clad in white, with armor plates protecting its key points, wearing a full face mask with pentagram-shaped googles, which made it look as though there was a star attached to its face. His name is Misha's, a simple salaryman who one day was granted the power of the meteor by Galaxius, creator of the universe. With this power in hand, Misha's ventures forth to fight crime and conspiracy lurking behind the stage that threatens the very fabric of the universe as we know it. It was a typical setting for that kind of character. I'll have to admit that it managed to impress me at some points and even force something similar to a smile on my lips, but as far as those American comic books go, it was truly a standard setting. Now the real question is, what kind of role and position will this Sylvia assume? If they really want to win, she'll be at the forefront from the get-go, but I believe that they will save her for last, to showcase some of the game's features. Right, that makes sense. Incidentally, what's the other guy's playstyle? From Katsu's explanation, I gathered that the others were playing in a way that would support Sylvia the most. And from he told us, I understand that he wants to duke it out with Sylvia one-on-one. So our role would basically boil down to keeping the other 3 players in check and stopping them from interfering. I'm going to send you some more information later today. For now, try to use the full dive equipment in your rooms. It has Galaxia Heroes Chaos pre-installed. I would like you all to try it out and then we can discuss your opinions during the next meeting. Right. By the way, does this Gala hero have a dedicated server or something like that? There is a server set up for this hotel specifically for the occasion. The Star Rain members are using it as well, but I was told that the settings are thought out to be in such a way that we won't bump into one another before the match. I wonder if the opposing team is also staying at this exact hotel, and if so, is it like with the real athletes? Does that mean they are staying at the suite somewhere near the roof? I see. So for now our 4 can play against one another. I murmured that loud enough so that everyone could hear me, including this Natsume girl. I know what she thinks. She must be full of doubt whether or not some random kid and a world-famous model are going to be of any use to this team. That matter is a given, so no need to get riled up about it. But even if we are to perform with one another only for a day, a proper teamwork is in order. Katsu and Pencilgton knows that. When do you guys want to log in? How about 10 o'clock? That should be good enough, right? I'm going to be logged in even earlier than that. I would play from early on even without you proposing hours like that. No, Katsu, I don't think it's anything but rudimentary at this point. Also, let's try to work on creating the friendly team environment, shall we? Chapter 150, Justice and Evil Running Around the City of Chaos Part 1. Because I kept on missing the timing to reveal my real face, apparently it was decided that I was going to stay like that for the whole duration of this event. Because of that I used the option of having my meal delivered to my room, and it was nothing short of delicious. Free food is great. Not only is it delicious, but it also won't hurt my wallet. With that unusual approach I make myself comfortable in the VR device and dive right into the world of the game that is going to be the stage of our battle in the near future. Galaxia Heroes Burst. Once I log in, I go to the training mode and stop at the colorful character selection screen. That being said, I know only so much about Galaxia as that comic book was able to tell me, and I know only the characters from the comic book. For starters, I decided to use the character whose visuals appealed to me the most, but I ultimately planned on using every single one of them. But for now, I chose the samurai-like looking Ranzo. Just like that, about 1 hour has passed. I've been using it for a while now, but due to the characteristics of this game you could play not only as the heroes, but also as side characters and villains, so getting through all of them was a rather long and tiring process. But once I did start playing, it was true that the physics of this game were much like that of Shanfro. Before Shanfro, every full dive game suffered from the same downside. The feeling of uneasiness that was created by the difference in which your own body moved as compared to your virtual avatar. For example, when a tall and slim person wanted to use a short and burly character, like a dwarf, there would be all kinds of incongruities and feelings of unrest caused by the sudden change of your physique. That is why the way to reduce that feeling of uneasiness as much as possible was the main challenge awaiting game developers, because it could be a game-breaking issue especially in the titles that required precision of movement, like any FPS out there. Of course, there are some games out there that are not compatible with the VR technology, and that would be quite problematic to adapt into the full dive environment. Such games required a whole different approach to game mechanics, because what in the past could be done by merely pressing a single button was now the case of a whole bunch of different actions accompanied by the need of getting used to your new avatar's movesets. As a result, you'd often be left with the final product suffering from what I like to call a crap syndrome. Also, there was a matter of body proportions, where fat or obese people stated that they were experiencing problems with enjoying the system because of seizures or nausea. So it was also advocated that in order to harness the full potential of the full dive system, a healthy body was as much of a requirement as a healthy mind. but Shanfro managed to solve all of the above issues without much of a problem. No matter your body proportion and physical condition, from the very beginning your avatar felt as though it was your own body. Needless to say, the way in which you were able to operate it was much easier than in other games, so it was apparent from the get-go that this game was taking after Shanfro. I tried to use a whole variety of characters, from small ones to giants, from slim to fat, but every time they operated in a smooth and natural way, without any issues or difficulties. For now, let's narrow down the number of the characters I can use in the match to about 5, but should I decide on the actual character today, or maybe wait until tomorrow? At this stage the game has around 20 characters that you can use, so I wanted to narrow down the number of potential candidates to around 5, just to be on the safe side. First is this Ranzo guy. His name is Zarashi Zuranzo and he is a self-proclaimed samurai, not the actual one. Just like my Sanraku from Shanfro, he favors dual wielding in battle and his special technique is the powerful Iaijutsu strike, which also allows him to move instantaneously. Next candidate is called Cursed Prison. It is a villain who is encased in a powerful armor, just like his name suggests, and he's the arch-nemesis of Misha's. His special ability allows him to infuse various elements of the environment into his armor, like tanks and cars, but because of that you need to develop some sort of strategy to compensate for your poor mobility. This ability sounded really interesting and I could already tell that it was going to be a fun character to use. Third candidate is called Misha's. Like Katsu said, he is the main character of Sylvia Goldberg, but if our playstyles really are similar, then I should be able to use him quite easily as well. His strong point was his speed and mobility. He was able to cover huge distances in a matter of seconds, but the downside was that he had trouble with making sharp curves. But he was ideal for closing the distance to the enemy in the blink of an eye. As a downside, his defenses are paper thin. Sounds familiar? Fourth candidate, Tinkle Pixie. Its name could already be an indication, but it was a female character. It was a character that looked just like a fairy and it was just as cute. That being said, it was a character that specialized in close quarters combat. The vast majority of her movements consist of things such as gap closes, movement sealing and distance control. The fifth candidate was going to be PSY Cyborg Road, a flying character that combines the use of psychic powers with the abilities of the cyborg. In other words, it is the character that relies solely on projectile weapons and dies instantly when approached by the enemy. However, its ability to kite its enemies and slowly murder them from afar was greatly appealing to me and I could already tell that it was going to be one of my favorite characters. Chapter 150, Justice and Evil Running Around in the City of Chaos Part 2. Do I even have time to choose my favorite character for now? What time is it? 9:52? I am supposed to join in with everyone at 10 o'clock. But does that mean it's the time when the server will be open? Or maybe it's open even before that time? For the time being, I try to go online to see if it accomplishes anything. Matched with NU2 Meg, moving on to the character creation screen. Nah? The fact that I was able to get matched up almost instantly made me let out a rather peculiar sound. In this game, the character you used in battle the last time around was your temporary avatar. So what greeted me at the character selection screen was the grinning cyborg man. No, that's not all that important right now. That name. I see. I guess I'll have to prove my worth right here right now, then. It wasn't Katsu, and it definitely wasn't Pencilgton. Then it was so obvious who I was going up against. And it certainly wouldn't be an easy fight. Natsume-san's playstyle. I wonder what it is? It should be different from that of Katsu or Pencilgton. They can be unpredictable as hell sometimes. Now then, what to do? Misha's and Ranzo are relatively easy to use, but PSY Cyborg Road and Cursed Prison are good choices to learn your opponent. Tinkle Pixie is too risky for now, so I'll pass on her. Alright. Chaos is an unknown entity that even Galaxius himself, the creator of everything, couldn't quite possibly expect. It is the existence that does not desire harmony, but it doesn't want ruin either. Only chaos. Chaos that you can find solely on the battlefield. That is why it has captured heroes and villains alike from all over the galaxy and trapped them inside its own creation, Chaos City. Will heroes of different values be able to work together? Or maybe they will succumb to the villains who put their own desires in front of everything else? Or maybe they shall work together towards some higher goal? In this city of abnormality, the chaos laughs. This was the current setting, and although it looked similar to other fighting games, the rules were significantly different. First of all, there are two distinct victory conditions. First is knocking your opponent out cold. In other words, classic beating the living shit out of him. That's the usual victory conditions for fighting games, but here it wasn't just about hitting someone until they die. The other was acquiring the so-called Chaos Cube. It is an object that appears somewhere inside the Chaos City at random. Basically, the premise of every fighting game is to fight battles in Colosseum-like arenas, but in this case this battlefield was ever-changing, being procedurally generated with every single match. It was more like a genuine war zone. If it was indeed like that, it may be a good idea to screw the fighting entirely and pick a high-mobility character that will focus on acquiring the Chaos Cube as soon as possible. But at the same time I doubt it will be as easy as that. Depending on the character you use, the player had the heroic gauge or villain gauge from the start of the match. And if you fail to fill that gauge, you won't be able to acquire the Chaos Cube. So, what can you do to fill that gauge up? Well, isn't that obvious? By the way, if both players happen to choose characters from the same faction, heroes or villains may appear on the map as NPCs. Now then, it looks like she chose the villain characters. If a match is between hero and villain, the villain will receive 30 seconds of extra time to prepare. While the heroes have the potential to make a comeback later on, the villain could use their extra time in order to set traps or start to accumulate their own gauges. Although villains seem to have an advantage from that point of view, the heroes could employ various NPCs from all over the map to aid them in their struggle. Or they could increase their heroic gauge simply by locating the villains or performing rescue operations for the civilians. Focusing on defeating your opponent or going for the Chaos Cube rather than a fighting game, it felt much more like a strategy game. Excuse me Missy, have you seen any villains rampaging around these parts? There was someone like that over there not so long ago. My husband might still be there as well. I see. By the way, is there a candy store somewhere around these parts? Who cares about stuff like that right now? More importantly, head towards the location of the nursing home. Yeah, I knew it. The old woman got angry when I asked her such a crazy question. So this must be the essence of this game. Offline single-player match. It appears that even though we are testing the game we can't access all of its functions for the time being, but we can contact the NPCs without a problem. Knowing that, I tried out a whole lot of different things, like trying to keep children hostage with villain characters, rescuing people with hero characters, and even playing in a way that was unbecoming of my specific faction. And here's what I learned from all that. At its very core, this game is nothing but a simulation game. Chapter 151, Character Games in a Nutshell Part 1. In games like Galaxia Heroes, Chaos, the competitive elements are, in a nutshell, extravagant and completely unnecessary. In games like that the bread and butter is the unique sense of experience you get from playing heroes and villains. When it comes to the Galaxia series, it is not the original series but rather a series of comic books adapted into a game. A game where you could jump from building to building like a true hero or commit heinous crimes like a true villain would. It was that kind of experience this game was offering. And it is only now that doing things like that became possible, all thanks to the technology that became advanced enough to make that happen. Before that, the options given to heroes and villains alike were severely limited. But if it wasn't for Shanfro, this world wouldn't be born in the first place. Shangri-La Frontier. A true and utter paradigm shift when it comes to the world of gaming. I don't know to what extent the developers of Galaxia Heroes, Chaos were leaning on it, but it is an undeniable fact that they managed to create something which wasn't able to be realized ever before. In other words, the players weren't only using the skin of their characters in order to play. They needed to become their characters, either heroes or villains, a true roleplay. That's the premise of this game. You cannot hope to survive in Chaos City by merely pretending. You must truly become one of its denizens. Because a heroic gauge is needed to secure the cube, I need a way to efficiently fill it up. Now, how should I go on about that? Role-playing. An act that lets you fully immerse yourself into the world of the game and actually become the character you are playing as. In other words, for Galaxia fans, this game is truly a godly game. It's not like I don't like you or that I have something against you, but I must see it with my own eyes. How good you actually are. Suddenly, a dual-wielding samurai looking like a hybrid of human and a plant confronts me on the main street. If I remember correctly, this character's name is Udiah, I believe. He was once a hero, but after being abducted by a mad scientist and being experimented upon, he was remodeled into the form that he is today, and became a villain who can control plants in various ways. As for his gameplay mechanics, a dull character specializing in setting up traps and counters, right? I'll show you. That the 40% win rate against KE of yours is nothing but a fluke. In the next moment, a trap seed that was planted in the wall of the nearby building goes off and there's a thick vine of ivy coming my way in order to immobilize me. Sweet, sweet. I happen to know the gist of the way in which this character tends to work. It is an attack that can be activated at will by the player, but because of that it can only attack in a straight line. However, if you let it hit you, you'll become rooted for a moment or two and will be open for any kinds of attacks. There were currently 2 vines coming my way, one aiming at my ankle and one aiming at my neck. It was troublesome to some extent, but it was nothing that a good old shift of position wouldn't take care of. I bend my body and jump just like a rabbit in order to avoid the attacks that were coming my way. After landing, I dash using the momentum I managed to gain, getting out of the way of a thorny whip that suddenly sprung up from Natsume-san's body. Certainly, I understand the gist of every character in this game by now. However, that does not mean that I know every single trick or strategy that was to them and the ways in which you could utilize them to their full potential. But still, the information I have on me is more than good enough. With that alone, the knowledge about the type and distance of attacks, I can generally predict the way in which my opponent is going to attack me and how exactly he is going to do it. No way, he managed to avoid it all? What was it again? Oh, that's right, that's right. I'll show you the secret of Arashi Blumber. By the time I came here I had rescued 7 people from the rubble around the city and saved 2 husbands from the flaming buildings and car wreckages. I've managed to accumulate my heroic gauge quite a lot and acquire some bonuses because of that. With that, I activate Ranzo's special skill, Storm Stream. It is a skill that allows me to greatly reduce the distance between myself and my enemy seemingly in an instant. Right now it allowed me to move 5 meters in a split second. Now come and get it. If my opponent was Pensilgton, she would have surely anticipated such a move from me and prepared some nasty trap in advance. If it was indeed like that, I would have been helplessly defeated without being able to actually do anything about it. But even so, I would have been able to somehow turn that around and emerge victorious for sure. But this time around my opponent was a professional gamer, so I needed to stay vigilant at all times. Udiah's special attack is a deadly close-range technique that sadly I couldn't be bothered to remember the name of. I only know that it fires a thorny spear into the ground that then spreads around like a circle. Now, everything boils down to how Natsume-san decides to use that attack. From then on out, I can plan my next actions accordingly. It's not the power I need to watch out for, but rather the scope of it. The height of this attack is 3 meters at best, so the most logical conclusion would be to simply jump over it. Because no matter what, the only solution to escape it was to go up. Everywhere else would spell a certain doom for me. High jump. He nailed the timing perfectly. Chapter 151, Character Games in a Nutshell Part 2. Best thing about this technique is that there is no motion blur alongside its duration. Another one of Ranzo's techniques that required the gauge to be filled to some extent was Amitsuke's Terranzen, which lets him use a cross-slash-like attack, with each slash being approximately 10 meters long. There was also one more thing. The feeling of defying the laws of physics was simply great. All because it was a character based on American comic books. You see, I'm not stupid enough to just rush headfirst into the opponent I just met and don't know anything about it. Yes, that's because there is always this feeling of let's wait and see what he does for the time being stuck inside my chest. Surely she didn't expect this attack of hers to be perfect, but judging from the startled way in which Natsume-san started to manipulate the vines and roots around her to minimize the damage of my slashes was proving just that. And the way she used her resources and changed their use on the spot was a mark of a true professional gamer. But in this situation, completely negating all the damage would be impossible. The only way to go about it was to accept at least part of it. That way she could give me a false sense of security while creating a counterattack of her own. But unfortunately the way she was going about it was worth only 65 points at best. Since she is a counter-based character, she prepares herself for intercepting my incoming attack. It wasn't that much of a problem in and of itself, but it would be such a waste to just let an attack opportunity like that pass me by. After all, the only way for me to beat her right now is to reduce her hit points to 0. After all, this battle is supposed to be proof that I'm indeed someone who can hold a 40% win rate against mmorpg. So, in other words, I must achieve a flawless victory over her right now. Otherwise she'll think it was nothing more than a fluke as well. Realizing that, the path towards victory starts to open one by one. If she dares to intercept me, I'm not going to push my luck. And when I try to attack her, she just backs away to safety. For a while a certain stagnation is created, with none of us daring to attack the other one. It is like playing rock paper scissors and getting a draw all the time. In my opinion, Natsume-san was a little bit overly cautious, putting up her own safety in front of utilizing her character's abilities to their full potential. Somehow, from all of that I came to understand Natsume-san's battle style a little. That is, she is creating her own rhythm. There are players like Rai who don't do well when it comes to battle rhythm at all. Regardless of who we are and what we do, we can accomplish everything we set our minds to. If an opponent takes the initiative we might well lose, but we will always work on getting the upper hand and doing the same to our opponents. That being said, Katsu, Pensilgton and Natsume seem to be the kind of players that create a certain rhythm to their actions. They anticipate their opponent's actions and work on turning it into a flow that works best for them. At first it seems really haphazard, putting the urge to win before the safety or getting the initiative. Both of those methods have their merits and demerits. But from that fact alone, at least the concept of defeating Natsume-san started to shape in my mind. If my guess is correct, she's the type that is not all that good at taking defeat with grace. So, Megyu, it looks like you fought with Sanraku. How did it go? I lost. What the hell is wrong with this guy? His movements got so messed up halfway through the fight that it was difficult to follow. What the hell is that all about? Katsu Ke asked his teammate about her experience with fighting Gas Mask Sanraku, who was now back at testing various characters. From her reaction it looks like she fell victim to the same type of strategy that cornered him at that time, and realizing that he couldn't help but to smile in a bitter way. Told you? He's the same type of player as Sylvia Goldberg. He tends to adapt and change his battle style every 10 seconds, so you must always take that into account and act accordingly on your own. According to Kei's words, that Sanraku guy is like a Swiss Army knife, always hiding some kind of ace up his sleeve, and by using all of those tools and combining them as needed, he could achieve results otherwise impossible to achieve for anyone else. It was a true double-edged sword, for if you were able to see through all of his tricks, it was pretty much possible to respond accordingly and counter him. I get it that he's strong, but his thought pattern makes him extremely unstable in my opinion. It's as though his mind is driven by some kind of ridiculous romantic ideas or something like that. The ideas such like, let's play it by ear and not think of any strategy in advance, and see if it is going to be enough to defeat a professional gamer. Things like that tend to turn people off their game, and Kei fell victim to that logic before, just like Natsume did not so long ago. Following the path of romance instead of a foolproof strategy can more often than not lead you down the path of utter defeat, but at the same time it can produce some interesting results that are worth witnessing with your own eyes. but it is precisely because of that that I think we might be able to beat Star Rain. So, does that mean this Toa Main is as strong as well? No, her case is somewhat different. When it comes to her, she's just pure evil. If Sanraku is to be compared to a tuna that swims freely and is unpredictable because of that, Pencil Warrior is more of a spider that weaves its net all around you only to trap you inside it before you even realize what's going on. Chapter 152, The Limits of Flashing in an Instant Part 1. That's dirty. That's plain dirty and unfair, for fuck's sake. Oh, I'm so terribly sorry. I don't really talk in loserish, so I don't really know what you are barking about over there. Demon, devil, monster. At this point in time the number of civilians I managed to kill was probably going by hundreds if not thousands. Well, to spice things up a little bit I decided to throw cars around and play with them for a little bit. But, what the hell is this? Playing Jenga. As you can see, are you really a demon or what? Pencilton smiles and then laughs as the building in the background gradually starts to collapse, accompanied with the frantic screams of the NPC, calling for help or the hero to come and save them. The expression on her face was downright terrifying. How can someone take so much pleasure from doing something like this? I already asked Meg you about it, but what is your impression of this game? My impression of this game so far? Let's see. An anti-population simulator with battle elements, so it's like tower defense for villains. Is that it? When you are given this much freedom it is only natural that you want to try out many different things. Or is that too twisted of an opinion for you? I can understand Megu, but in case of you two it goes without saying that there is something fundamentally wrong with your heads. Is that so? Well, whatever you say for now. Say, whatever are we even supposed to do about them? Maybe it's okay to smile while giving them the middle finger at the same time? What the hell is wrong with that answer? It sounds like some poor choice out of a mediocre dating sim. What the hell, Katsu? Trying to show off? I know he doesn't look like that. But still, what the hell? For now I wanted to keep silent, but I see that I must also take some serious preparations for the upcoming match. Say, Sanraku, would you like to play against me? Huh? Sure, I don't mind. However, there's a certain condition I would like to propose to you. I would like you to use Misha's as your character. If you want to get accustomed to Sylvia Goldberg's playstyle, wouldn't watching some videos of her matches be more than sufficient enough? No, it wouldn't. That's because I'm sure that she already evolved since the last match she played. So please, come at me with everything you've got. That was the request from Katsu. Looking down at the panorama of Chaos City from the top of the rooftops, the hero Mishas couldn't shake off the feeling that this city was engulfed in fever. Now then, how do I actually fight against Katsu in a way that does not involve bugs exploitation and guarantees me a win? Considering the fact that I had a first look at the game already and that my experience with Shanfro was slightly bigger than Katsu's, I should be in a favorable position here, but honestly if I were to estimate my chances of winning, I'd still place them in a 6-to-4 ratio. So it still puts me at disadvantage. Oh well, it shouldn't really matter right now, so let's just try to do what I usually do. In a nutshell, Misha's is a high mobility character that can easily maneuver in every possible axis. He excels at wall jumps and mid-air dashes, but as a result he's not all that great when it comes to sharp turns and curves. But considering how vast the maps here are, his mobility is the highest from amongst the entire character roster. His attack power was also on the lower end of the spectrum, but that only means that I needed to compensate for that with hitting more attacks. I wonder if Katsu really is going to use this Amdrava character. He is a close-range character whose one arm is made out of lava. He can use that arm to melt concrete below his feet and use it defensively and offensively, for example making a shield or reshaping concrete shrapnels into bullets. But bullets like that were slow in their trajectory and easy to avoid, unless they were fired from some impossible angle or when you least expected it. And you could be damn sure that Omike was going to do just that kind of thing. Fortunately Misha's beats him when it comes to mobility, so if I manage to take the initiative, I should be alright. Even a drunken monkey would be able to tell that this was nothing more than a mock's battle against Sylvia Goldberg, since our playstyles were supposed to be similar. So it was only natural that Katsu wanted to get used to Misha's playstyle and see how he could exploit his possible weaknesses. And as long as it was a hero versus hero match, I could ignore Katsu completely and focus on filling my heroic gauge, since there was nothing in the rules that stated that we must fight one another. But that being said, as an individual, me against Katsu, no, if I think of it like that, like the undefeated record of his, it won't get me anywhere. I jump from building to building and search my surroundings, and after a while I manage to find a bright glow in a small park surrounded by skyscrapers, different from the electrical light of the surrounding city. So the gong is already ringing, huh. Gotta snatch that first blood in my favor. I jump off the building and then jump in midair. Then due to Misha's unique skill Star Road I slide through the air for about 5 seconds. Normally I would love to use some of my heroic gauge here to launch a surprise attack from above, but unfortunately the gauge was not filled enough. So I could only comfort myself with a maneuver that could only be described as superhero landing. Gosh. I wonder if I could do the same thing in Shanfro. You're so noisy that you couldn't make your arrival more obvious, you know. I know, but what can you do? That being said, Misha's is that kind of character that is surrounded by a myriad of particle effects all the time, even while standing still. He's surprisingly flashy and incapable of stealth attacks, but that was not what I was currently aiming for. I wanted to try something out. Falling from a certain height in this game does not punish you with fall damage, but instead locks you into a landing animation. However, if you try to do a plunging attack, it is way less restrictive than it would normally be. In response to my plunging attack, Amdrava raised its arm to defend itself. There was a loud sound of metal clashing against metal and I lost some HP as a result of hitting boiling lava. Good thing that an attack from the top of a skyscraper was so mighty, because even Amdrava's defenses weren't able to completely negate that attack, as a result of which it took some damage as well. Certainly, Amdrava's biggest ace in the hole was its lava armor. Although it was only coating its arms, it could even damage its opponent while blocking. Not to mention that any bare-fisted attacks would apply additional damage because of its elemental affinity. Good luck with being able to land a solid blow from that height. That much even someone like me is able to understand. Close-ranged combat against Amdrava is ill-advised for characters like Misha's. What I should focus on is to utilize my mobility and slip in a constant stream of weak but numerous damage. The best solution here is hit and run strategy. Dance like a butterfly and sting like a bee. Chapter 152, The Limits of Flashing in an Instant Part 2. So I do a quick backstep, put some distance between us and wait for an opportunity to attack. I also forgot to mention that Amdrava's appearance does not change depending on its ability to fire molten concrete or not. It was certainly uncomfortable to not be able to predict when it was going to attack, but it should be alright as long as I keep my distance and stay vigilant. Having that in mind, I close in to strike. I speed up my advance, and Amdrava responds by raising his right arm and pointing it just like he would a turret ready to fire. I raised my level of alertness for any incoming shots, but since none were coming towards me, I decided to go even faster. After about 5 steps Misha's enters a state called dash, where his initial speed is increased even further. Right about now, no other character could hope to match him. When it comes to speed alone, the distance in between us was about 5 meters now. No bullets appeared thus far. A bluff? Or maybe he's going to try and attack me at close range. 3 meters. It retracted its right arm. So a fake after all? It moved its right arm low and coated it with lava. So does he want to parry me? 2 meters. Now we are within each other's range. That being said, there's only a couple of attacks that you can perform at this distance, so our options are severely limited. 1 meter. We reach towards one another at the same time. Even though Misha's was a plain salaryman, his footwork is pretty light and nimble thanks to the martial art of Segundo he's been practicing. Therefore all of his techniques meant for close quarters combat can be pretty deadly. and with the added speed bonus they can even have the potential to one-shot your enemies. That's not it. Q. NGH. Right hand, fake, body slam, evade, left hand, keep them coming. Keep them coming. Before I was able to piece together all the information that kept flashing in front of my eyes, Amdrava twisted its body, creating an opening small enough for Misha's to pass through it without doing any damage. In the next moment, Amdrava twisted its body further and shot at me with a mass of molten concrete that it fired from its left arm that was up until now concealed by its body. A shot of hot lava came rushing towards me. I managed to twist my body just about enough to avoid the direct hit, but the heat from that attack was pretty much unbearable and it managed to burn my nose quite a bit. How do you even react like that in the position you're in? It's called evasion. Spontaneous action that lets you avoid almost anything if you only put your mind to it. Even during such an unexpected situation, I still retain full control over my body's actions. And obviously, being able to evade an attack like that was far better than being hit by it directly. Honestly, I have no exact idea how I managed to dodge that. I only know that Amdrava fired its lava shot directly at the center of my chest, and I avoided it by twisting my body counterclockwise, just like a speeding bullet. While trying to stop myself from moving needlessly, I turn around a few more times. During that time the sky and earth mixed with one another into one indistinguishable mass, until I eventually managed to get used to it and forced myself to land on the ground with a mighty stomp. Regaining my sense of balance, I turn around to face my opponent once more. This time around I gather my energy and unleash a powerful roundhouse kick that makes a move like a hand of a clock, speeding towards Amdrava's knee. If I'm lucky enough, maybe I'll even be able to shatter it completely. Don't underestimate me. Shut the fuck up and go die already. It was just your plain and ordinary roundhouse kick, but thanks to the speed of my attack it gained power necessary to do some serious damage upon impact. Maybe not enough to shatter my opponent's knee completely, but enough to bend it in a direction that a knee should never really bend. There was one more thing to it. Since my opponent was a biped, with one busted knee it would be extremely hard for it to be able to maintain its balance, given its huge size, or even use that leg to move around, for that matter. For this reason alone only one knee can be destroyed, but I didn't really expect any kind of counterattack right after a critical hit like that. But, even though it could only support its weight with one leg, since it was shaped like a heavyweight boxer, Amdrava was able to stand. I don't think my Mishas would be able to do such a thing with such an injury. I guess that sense of balance was another of this character's strong points. Now I needed to plan my next move very carefully. Mishas's combo required to lift his opponent in the air, which would be extremely hard to pull off in my current condition. I mean, it can still be done, but every consecutive attack could end up being interrupted or countered. Sorry, let's stop the battle for now. But right now I was like a car. I was unable to stop instantly, and once the animation of an attack started to play out, it couldn't be stopped by a simple end of battle declaration like that. It was unreasonable. So even though Katsu wanted to stop, my attack was destined to continue until it found its target. I started the attack, and it needed to finish. Which means, but still, what does it mean that he wanted to end? He doesn't want to fight with me anymore? I'm sorry. How should I put it? I wanted to get the feeling of fighting against Sylvia like that and her Mishas. But I guess Amdrava can't win against her after all. Yugoa, it was an unexpected accident, so can we just laugh it off and forget about it? To that, I sent a sincere apology to Katsu. One in the form of a high kick straight to the chin that managed to send him flying. So, I see. I had a feeling that it was going to be difficult. It is a character that has a shield made of barbed wire all over its arms. And since it uses boxing as its fighting style, it could inflict damage to its opponents while attacking or being on the defensive. Because of that, it was difficult for anyone else to land any solid hits of their own. I think it would be a great natural enemy of Misha's. The pro gamer gave me a smile and a simple explanation. Was that supposed to be an encouragement or what? Listen here, Katsu. If you're having difficulties with putting your thoughts into words, then why talk? We can always battle it out and solve it that way, huh? What do you say to that? Well, let's be honest here. Right now, Sylvia Goldberg is a monster that is even faster than you are right now. Really now? Could it be that she's so fast that she could beat our clear time of Gravekeeper Wiseman, by any chance? Chapter 153, Taking a Real Detour Part 1. Ah, there it is, Misha's legendary combo. What was that just now? Amdava's response was more than perfect. He defended himself against my midair kicks, and then he jumped back to put some distance in between us while also trying to grab me and prevent me from attacking. But Misha's was faster and managed to strike before Amdava fully assumed its guard stance. No, just now, did you manage to slip through my guard? Ha ha ha, is that humanly possible? But now that I know about it, you won't be able to do that anymore. From that comment, you can estimate it was an action that reaction time alone was not able to produce. It was something that you had to perform on your own from the very beginning till the very end, while being unable to predict what the result would actually be. So it was no good. Even if Amdrava knew that the attack was coming his way, there was nothing he could do to counteract it or to stop it from happening. Amdrava is jumping up and Misha's gauge is at max. Is it coming? Is it coming? It's here. Misha's super finisher. KO. Even KE can't win. Too strong. She's just too strong. Sylvie is the absolute champion. From there on out, Misha's managed to land a full combo without fail with lots of flying kicks and maneuvers like that. And then it was over. Despite losing more than half of his HP, it was undeniably an overwhelming victory. While closing the site with the video entitled K vs Sylvie, I realized that Katsu's words were pretty much true. I can imitate the technique itself, but the pre-rendering of these moves is so extreme it's unreasonable. In the video from last year that I saw, Sylvia managed to score the first round for herself and Katsu took the second round. In the third round, Katsu's Amdrava was quickly reduced to about 50% of his HP gauge while Sylvia's Misha's was still sitting comfortably at around 70. But it was then when the turning point arrived. Up until now Katsu was on the defense and carefully observed his opponent's movements, but then Misha's started to move even faster and the initiative was completely on Sylvia's side. Suddenly she managed to deflect every single one of Katsu's attacks, and landed her own blows perfectly, coming out with minimal HP losses due to the lava armor on his hands. To top it all off, her own attacks always landed perfectly and mercilessly, making Katsu unable to predict them or to respond in any way. Or was it that RNG was really playing in her favor? Was such a thing even possible? Ha ha ha, stop bullshitting me. Now that you mention it, he'll fight one-on-one with someone who defeated him 8 times and against whom he managed to squeeze out a draw at best. Apparently he still believed in our victory, since that's the kind of person he is. He always needed to have the last word when it comes to games. Thinking about it, when I bested him in crap he even went as far as buying the physical, buggy version of the game just so that he could beat me in my own game. But maybe it is that kind of fighting spirit that we need right now in order to emerge on top from this thing. Oh well, after all, our role in this battle is to establish the duel Katsu vs Sylvia Goldberg and prevent anyone else from interrupting. In other words, the match would be decided in a wild card versus wild card battle. So, I should probably investigate those 3 macho guys from Star Rain as well, and prepare accordingly. Somehow, the word macho was putting really funny images in my head for some reason. Right, let's get some real work done overnight. After a really frustrating 45 minutes. What to do? At present I decided to take my gas mask off and go to the nearby convenience store that was open 24/7. The most reliable ally of those who like to pull all-nighters when it comes to drinks and late-night meals. Truly. If I ever tried to go into a place like that with a gas mask still on, I would be in a lot of trouble with the police, and I highly doubt that even Katsu would be able to bail me out of something like that. Because of that sudden discovery of mine I got this idea to replenish my supply of energy drinks. Hence right now I went here and was occupying the inside of the store. I know that the hotel maybe had their own supplies, but it just wasn't right for me for some reason. Do they have any foreign energy drinks here? Oh well, worst case scenario, I can always chug double the dose of our own. This should be enough to keep me going for a while. But then again, going to the toilet might become an issue. It was always a huge drawback when it comes to short-term battles. They tend to be fast and intense, requiring tremendous amounts of supplies and nourishment from anyone who participates. And currently I didn't want to indulge in anything that would cause me needless hardships, like increase my urge to go to the toilet in the most crucial of moments. And it was especially true right now. There were many things that needed to be done before the match, like watching the previous Star Reigns matches to determine their players' approximate play style, deduce what kind of character they are going to use this time around, and many more. But on the bright side, I was finding that new full dive chair really easy and intuitive to use. Also, while tinkering with its settings, I have found something that was nothing short of a goldmine. Yes, that's right. I'm talking about the downloadable version of Shangri-La Frontier. In the first place, Shanfro is a game that allows only one save file per user. That file and all of its data is being stored at the game's remote server, which can even be called the game's alternate dimension. And in order to authenticate the right to use this data, the user has to refer to the code of his console, physical information, and type in a password. Only then will you be able to log in properly. But if, for example, your console got damaged in any way, there is a method to access the game on a different device altogether. Chapter 153, Taking a Real Detour Part 2. To make a long story short, if you manage to satisfy some conditions, you can play Shangri-La Frontier even on the system that you are not the owner of. What this means is that I can log in and play Shanfro even though normally I wouldn't be able to do so in 3 whole days. This time around I was going to pass on the idea of logging in through that, probably tremendously expensive, machinery at the hotel and use my own slightly older model that I brought with me. My mobile device could link itself to my original terminal through the relay, and I could also do a password verification to access it on a different device. Simply put, I could play wherever I wanted, if only I was going to be patient enough to wait a moment or two for the verification processes to finalize. Aside from my assigned activities, it's not as though I need to follow any kind of plan or curfew, so I could technically do whatever I want. So I could play Shanfro and nobody would even bat an eye about that. All of a sudden I was struck by this impulse to play Shanfro. My schedule for tomorrow was rather packed with activities that were supposed to get me accustomed to the playstyles of other Star Reign members, but as for the rest of tonight, it shouldn't be a problem, right? While I was thinking of excuses that would convince even my own wavering heart, I suddenly heard an unusual voice right in the middle of the convenience store at midnight. It belonged to the other customer beside myself in here, who was apparently nagging the clerk at the register about something. The guy looked really tired, since he must have been right in the middle of his night shift. Coffee. Black. Gimme. As expected, her order was something truly shady. But since she was a costumer, he couldn't point that out loud. But if it was someone else that he knew, that person wouldn't hesitate even for a moment to come up with some toxic retort on the spot. Thinking like that, what I saw while going from the register was a clerk having a rather difficult time with a girl who was a blonde foreigner. She looked really suspicious, wearing a hat and a pair of sunglasses indoors. And her whole demeanor screamed, "You don't want to have anything to do with me." That being said, she was wearing a plaque that suggested that she was staying at this hotel. What the hell? Almost all of our coffees are black, so coffee, blackest, dark, drip. You don't really have to force the black part into Japanese. Oh shit. He ended up saying that out loud because he couldn't bear it any longer. Normally his female colleague would notice his predicament and rush to his aid, but seeing that she was busy serving someone else for the moment, it meant that he was going to have to deal with this annoying foreigner all on his own. Thanks, Azasu. No problem. No problem. You're welcome. When you are Japanese, especially someone who's working retail or meets lots of people on a daily basis, there's this skill that you learn called business smile that allows you to deal even with the most shady of people, even if your communication skills are somewhat lacking. It is a skill that comes especially handy in situations when you have to deal with foreigners that try to use broken Japanese in conversations. I like something big. Oh, but that dark, watery. Could it be that she doesn't know about the existence of word thing? Let's see, something with caffeine. Sorry for keeping you waiting. One black coffee. As for the checkout, okay. I've been waiting for this exact moment. It felt as if in this exact moment the costumer had been revived. There are times when silence is indeed golden. So the clerks only watched as she waved a strange glittering card and then waved her hand at them as she exited the store, leaving the Japanese clerks with a somewhat difficult of a feeling to put into words. Somehow, that foreigner was in really high spirits. I'll be taking these. Payment is in cash only. She felt as light as a feather, running under the starry night sky and laughing while she was at it. I know all too well. I shouldn't be doing this. Even though it's the game of the same series, I shouldn't be taking such long detours just so that I could get used to its feeling. Even though its system was completely different from all other traditional battle games out there. But this is this, and that is that. A game that managed to break the hegemony of the USA in the game development world with not even a series but with one title. And from what I heard, everything about that game is simply pioneering as well. That is why I wanted to make that detour. To be able to check out the game that came out from the country that he was from. The only person who is not yet on the level to be called my rival, but he's cutting it close enough. I'll be doing my best from tomorrow onwards. So tonight, just for tonight. With that excuse in her mind, Sylvia Goldberg gets onto the elevator and presses the button that was supposed to take her to the hotel's top floor, to the VIP suite. Oh my! That was the boy that just got to the hotel not so long ago, right? I wonder if he's part of the festival the day after tomorrow? Just before the door of the elevator closed, the boy that just got out could be seen letting out a deep sigh. Mere seconds later, his thoughts were swept away towards the Shangri-La frontier, his second home that he was longing for. On that day, two people left the Chaos City in search for their ideals. Chapter 154. Half-Naked Man Drinks Thin Domestic Energy Drinks Part 1. I'm here. Here I am. Mew? Well, if it isn't Sanraku, if my biological clock is not wrong, it should be night time, right? Are you perhaps nocturnal? Hey there, Alva. I'm not nocturnal, but rather I'm active when my motivation is burning bright. And there's no such thing as day and night when it comes to motivation. I see. As for other people, they must be hiding somewhere else or not be logged in, for I couldn't see them anywhere. Emule was also sound asleep. As for this space, it was mainly Emule. Alva and others were somewhere else simply because of logistics. There were not enough beds for us all in one house, but because of that I didn't know if they were logged in or not. Well, no need to wake Emule up, I guess. Come on, Alva. We are going to do some late-night exploring, just the two of us. So you must be one of those creatures that need to be constantly on the move, even in their sleep. Will you die if you stop even for a moment? If I were a tuna or a shark, I could as well turn myself into fish soup at that point. Come on now, don't sweat the small detail and just play along for now. With just the two of us any major progress is pretty much impossible. So for now I might as well do a sightseeing tour and check a few things out. Also, for something like that I wasn't going to risk the lives of the NPCs. We get out through the roof and while staying on the high ground we start to explore the city. And although the city itself was illuminated just the same as it was the other time I was here, since it was upside down on the seabed, at least the looks and types of enemies should be different since the day shifted to the night. I knew it. This scenery is just great. If during the daytime this place could be summarized as blasphemous city crawling with fisherman zombies, then right about now I would describe it as paradise for fish, and fish, all gracefully swimming through the air, literal swarms of them just swimming around, a sight that you couldn't simply witness in real life, and they were all normal and not rotten fish, which was probably from where all those fishermen were coming from during the day. Even though I'm no fisherman myself, Because of my dad's hobby, I can distinguish quite a few of them from their shape and colors alone. Their designs may have been altered in some ways, but in a nutshell they were all made to resemble the fish that you could find in real life. And some of them were so big that they wouldn't be able to fit into cooling boxes, and some of them were so small that you'd have trouble with witnessing them with naked eye. Still, if they weren't around here, the daytime battles would be so much easier. Here's the problem. Why is it that fish creates schools like that? It's simple, really. The more numbers you have, the easier it is for you to win. I see how it is. Zombie panic during the day and the monster panic during the night. Then a huge shadow attacks the school of fish that was passing us by nearby. Its jaws were huge. It was as long as a train, and against it only a handful of fish managed to get away and avoid being swallowed up. It was the same type of dragon-like enemy that I defeated earlier, now swimming through the area with grace and aura of dominance. If it was only one or two of those, it would be nothing more but a matter of oh, sweet, rare monsters, more EXP for me, kind of things. But it wasn't like that. There were many, many more of them, hence the monster panic. But to that, the sky was the answer, because in here, not only alignments, but also physical conditions are being reversed. That is why the sea creatures can move on the ground and the things that come from the ground can suddenly reach the sky. That is why when one of the monsters spread its fins and came rushing towards us, I was able to jump high in the air and avoid the attack by twisting my body, just like I did in that fight against Katsu earlier on. That being said, the assailant was glowing so brightly right now that it shouldn't even be possible. It was a thing that should not be able to use such abilities underwater, but because of the city's peculiar ability it was able to produce clusters of blue flames around its body, distinguishable even in the bright blue glow of the city itself. It was also moving fast and was very nimble, which would make it even more dangerous than the dragon thing from before. A new apex predator of this place, perhaps? Oi. I thought that it should be safer around here during night time. Or maybe it's just an irregularity that a monster like that suddenly appeared. The new monster had its fins as thin and sharp like finest blades. Using them, it managed to get close to the dragon thing that was nearby and struck right into it. Dragon thing, Arctis regilex, should have been huge and armored enough to withstand something like that, but instead it rose its huge body and let out a scream full of pain. Given what I just witnessed, it is safe to assume that this new monster is not only nimble, but also way more powerful than Regilex is. Even witnessing that from a distance, I could feel the power of that blow, and it wasn't pretty. While squirming in pain, the Arctis Regilex's body thrashes about, causing destruction like a small truck it was. Chapter 154, Half-Naked Man Drinks Domestic Energy Drinks Part 2. The monster makes a brilliant U-turn and opens its jaws up again, as if guided by some kind of invisible string that was guiding it towards certain victory. Guided by its biological instincts, Regilex tries to escape its assailant's jaws, but its mass and slowness was its doom, because it was not nearly fast enough to escape in time. The monster's fangs seeps into its body. In the next moment Regilex screams loudly as blue flames of blood burst from its wounds, right before a huge chunk of its flesh was being torn out right out of its body. It was a roar that shook the very foundation of the city. As to prevent its prey from escaping, the monster wrapped its long body around Regilex and tightened its grip, preventing Regilex from being able to do anything. The strength of this grip must have been like that of 1,000 men, and there was no way for Regilex to escape. Still, even though it was so strong, the monster was able to swim so fast and be pretty nimble about it as well. This was no longer a fight of two equals, it was the predator making its prey into its dinner. The assailant's wings emit a strange light. It was a strange kind of light, completely different from the warm glow of the surrounding city and the blue flames I saw not too long before. It was a glow that killed everything it touched, and not allowed even the smallest speck of dust to exist. Since time immemorial it was believed it was the tool by which the gods executed their wrath, and the fact that it was high speed and high damage made it into almost 100% sure insta-kill attack. In other words, it was what we people would call thunder. Its lens wings begin to spark brightly. Depending on its scale, the storage capacity, and the amount of volts this monster would be able to generate, it may or may not be able for it to fend off any assailant. On the other hand, something like that shouldn't be possible with its wings alone. It would have to be assisted by the game's system. As for the Arctis Regilex, it tried to break free of its assailant's grasp by thrashing about in a fierce manner, but it was to no avail. It misunderstood the situation. Nothing's changed when it comes to this hunt, not a single thing from its very beginning till this moment. Then a predator enters this city. It becomes the object of the hunt. And since Arctis Regilex was a predator out there for sure, and the apex one at that, this rule must have hit it especially hard. But rules are rules, and they are absolute. If this monster were blue in color, its lightning was for sure to be blue as well. Regilex must have felt what was about to happen, for it thrashed its body even harder in order to escape. But it didn't do it any good. The Reaper's scythe was going to fall down on its neck one way or another. The glowing wings peaked when it comes to its light, making the natural crystal light of the city dim in comparison. Then a widespread dome of electricity began to spread around, catching the fish and buildings in the blast range, crushing them to dust and making the smaller fish explode on the spot. Poor fish. If I were to be caught in that as well, it would surely end up worse than some serious damage. 30 seconds, 2 seconds, 5 seconds. That's short. In turn, monsters should be something that players should be able to distinct on moment's notice. There are, of course, friendly monsters such as a mule, but usually they are hostile. The flame spitter and crystal wings over there is no exception. So instead of worrying about something that one-shotted the dragon thing, it is best to think of a way to overcome it instead. In general, this whole area was nothing more but a dungeon that players could explore and ultimately capture. And even with all of those monsters around, this place was no exception for that rule. So what I needed to do was to try to think of a way to conquer the unreasonable odds that were in front of me, not to succumb to them and lose hope. Things that I want to do, things that I must do, and things that I should do. If you can't decide where to start, let me give you a quick solution. What you want to do. It would be ideal if there was no audience that was watching your every single action. It's way easier that way. If I had any complaints about this game, any at all, it would be about the animations of monsters preying on other monsters. I know it's because of the engine's limitations, but still, and because of Shanfro's care to look especially realistic, that goofy animation of chewing was especially hilarious to me. I scoffed at it some more before I eventually dived down towards the place where the monster is in order to collect some of the dropped items for myself. Now that I think about it, isn't the food chain in this underwater ecosystem all messed up? I mean, even if you take Cutinid out of the picture, it sure seemed to be that way to me. This is going to feel exactly the same as trying to appeal to the flames, isn't it? I just needed to provoke it, that's all. I didn't really need to defeat it. There was something I needed to make sure of, and for that I required a mighty destructive force. That's why I went to challenge the underwater king that was looking down at me from the sky with no fear in my heart. Now it was time to make some serious provocations. Thanks in advance for any drop items. Chapter 155, 100 meters per second Part 1. Cutinid of the Abyss possesses a unique ability that sets it apart from all the rest of unique monsters. It is something that is cut above even someone like Quizaman, who managed to carve out the time of the world itself to preserve something and prevent his own death. And even Loken's ability to create his own alter egos from the surrounding darkness. Cutinid's ability could even bring back what was destroyed to the state of whole again. It seems that juggling life and death was as easy for it as flipping the switch from on to off over and over again. It wasn't just strong, it wasn't downright broken, it was simply unreasonable. Every RPG out there needs to follow a certain rules in order to function properly. There has to be player character, there have to be NPC, monsters, quest, time limits, and all other stuff like that. And what Cutinid does is basically taking all of those concepts and throwing them out the window. However, even though it was the enemy that is simply despair-inducing, It is still a part of Shangri-La Frontiers system. Which means, as a scenario, there has to be a way to defeat it or a loophole that can be exploited. It's not that I hate puzzle games, but I sure hope this quest wasn't going to be like, in order to do this you need to first do that, acquire that and learn that, which can only be done at this location at that particular time. Otherwise it would quickly devolve into a shitty game of the biggest kind. Now, it's time to find out a thing or two. I was able to witness the ultimate predator of the day getting devoured by something much more fiercer than it during the nighttime. I was also able to see with my own eyes how much of a change underwent in the city as a result of this power. It is indeed amazing. But it is only a game, and every power, no matter how strong or potent, must have some limitations or conditions necessary to trigger them. It's like entering the house in any normal RPG, an action that changes the area and upon getting back on the overworld map the enemies are respawned or the destruction is fixed. If so, then question 1, what are the conditions for Cutenid to reset the area? And question 2, how large portion of the city can be destroyed at once? Lastly, question 3, how strong are the seals guarding Cutenid? I'll do my best to destroy it all, just like those monsters did before me. So I jump off the roof, avoiding the thunder monster that was coming straight at me. I was getting the feeling that it would want to crush me, so I started to move towards one of the 4 towers that I could see in the distance. I could hear some really unpleasant sounds behind my back, and when I jump off the roof in a hurry I could see and hear the blue lightning hitting the place where I was standing just a moment ago, crumbling the building away and turning it into dust and rubble. I could even feel some of the debris hit my back. Oi, wawa. That was dangerous. I land safely on the ground, now ridden with stone and debris, and after activating a wide range of my skills I make a run for it, trying to put as much of a distance between myself and the monster that I possibly could. Then I jump onto the rooftops again and continue my run. Just then I could feel a tremendous blast right behind me. Looking back, the monster deployed its fins and smashed them into the ground, most probably hoping to blast me away together with rubble and stones. That's actually kind of amazing. It's not that I doubt the power of this monster, but I don't want to risk it by letting it hit me even by accident. Something tells me that it would only end one way, with me getting pretty much one-shotted. What came as even more of a surprise, was just how well I was managing to avoid this thing, all the while jumping from roof to roof, kinking off walls and avoiding the fallen rubble. It was always at a last possible moment, but I was doing it. Running like mad, jumping, evading, hanging on to the edges of rooftops and climbing. This seemed almost too good to be true. Guess this machine is not called latest model for nothing. Huh. It looks like, compared to its predecessor, the headgear, this new bed-like machine allows for some even greater performance and even tighter controls. In reality, unlike in games, such a dramatic increase in performance couldn't be achieved in mere days. You'd need weeks and the months of repeatedly doing the same maneuver over and over again to actually master it. But right now my avatar was moving way smoother and issuing the commands to it was way more intuitive. And is it only my imagination, or is the quality of textures gotten way better? Not everything, but some things were clearly bigger, sharper and more detailed. Chapter 155, 100 meters per second Part 2. With this, maybe even someone like me will actually have a chance against the strongest professional gamer in the world the day after tomorrow. What am I doing? Thinking of something like that while playing this game. On the other hand, we should be on equal footing, so the chances should be more or less the same. I wonder if Mold would have anything to say on that subject. Probably he would have. It seems that this new machine would be able to boost the gaming experience quite a lot, but let's hold ourselves with opinions after I'd gathered some solid evidence to prove it. And just because the controls are enhanced and the fact that I have the Arcana of Fools strapped onto me, this doesn't mean that I'll be able to spam my skills left and right in order to beat anything and anyone that comes my way. There's recast time, the maneuverability of my opponent, and a whole lot of other important factors, but enough fooling around, time to focus on the task at hand. During my earlier fight and the current escape, I was able to gather quite a lot of information. First of all, This beast that was currently chasing me would prove to be extremely hard to kill. And seeing that Regalex was defeated so easily as well, I'd surely need some sort of debuffs or poison-like status effects in order to succeed. That being said, doing this solo right now might be near impossible. The flame that was covering the upper part of its body wasn't just for show, but also for attacking. And by attacking I didn't mean just reducing the HP of its opponents. Each weapon and armor piece has its durability, and no matter how durable, everything is bound to break apart if you continue to use or damage it long enough. And since the fire would apply direct damage constantly, attacking the monster's upper half was out of the question. Naturally, since I can't target the upper body, this leaves the lower half to focus my attacks on. But as we could see from the way in which its fins tend to move, getting close and within attack range might actually be a whole lot more difficult. Then we have the number of hits I can dish out while remaining safe. I'd say 2 or 3 hits at best. If I had some actually powerful weapons like Rare does, maybe I could dish out less attacks for more damage, but my own attacks right now could very well be like trying to sprinkle water over a hot stone. The answer to that would be to increase the number of hits I would try to land, but in my current circumstances it would be better to try to avoid prolonged exchanges with that thing at all cost. This was probably going to be as hard as the Crystal Scorpions fight, but this time around it could be even harder, mainly because I couldn't just cheat my way out of damage in this fight, and the Crystal Scorpions weren't able to swim in the air like this thing does. In that case, what I should do is to try to apply as much environmental damage as possible. There were many houses erected alongside the roads, but not every one of them was linked to another one like row houses. There were paths in between, some of them wide enough for a single person to slip through, sometimes filled with rubble and sometimes completely clear. So it was more or less like a game of whack-a-mole. I was using those narrow passageways to get closer to my destination, while allowing all of my skills to go off cooldown in the meantime. All this time the monster was still chasing me, crashing into the building and occasionally letting out roars of anger that one small insect was causing it so much trouble. Thing is, you need about 30 seconds in advance to prepare the attack. It needed 30 seconds to fully charge up its electric attack, but the fact that it was able to act normally during the charge was enough of a threat in and of itself. On the bright side, the visual cue when the attack was ready to be unleashed was also a huge help. Also, the Thunder Sphere sure had a huge radius, but it wasn't expanding without stopping. It would eventually stop after reaching a certain radius, so it was possible to maintain a safe distance and avoid getting hit by it. You only needed a little bit of caution. No, that's not it. The fire on its upper body was generating waves of heat that wouldn't be able to occur naturally, and the movements of the fins were creating strong currents. It was all circulating around the monster's body. It was at this point in time that I decided to let the monster make the first move while I was focusing on escaping while also organizing my inventory in the right way. Good thing I chugged those energy drinks earlier, for I was able to put some considerable distance between the monster and myself. All right. Now all that's left is to aim properly, right? That's right. When climbing high places, isn't it the best strategy to just go in a straight line without getting sidetracked? Right now, I was about to be sandwiched in between the tower where one of the seals is located and the huge monster that is chasing me. Honestly, I wanted to achieve better positioning, but sometimes you can't get what you want in life. You must learn to work with the hand that was given to you. Now it was time to play a little game. A game that would not depend on RNG, but rather on reflexes, intuition and sheer luck. All of the above were needed for what I was about to try to do. If I don't get lucky, I'll end up dead. If it goes like I want it to go, this is going to be interesting. Chapter 156, Beware of the Tyrant Part 1. Goodness gracious, and here I was about to go and look for my weapon, when such a nasty fish had to emerge out of nowhere. Why would you even think that you could fight Atlantic Creeper Orca on your own? It's not like I was looking for this monstrosity to begin with. It found me itself and then it wouldn't leave me alone. And now it will be my job to rescue you like you've rescued me. And I respect that you can proclaim such a thing without any hesitation. Swiftly moving its tail, Alva grabbed a firmer hold of me and we flew through the underwater city. Normally I'd surely enjoy a ride like that and admire the scenery, but there was no time for that now. Not when we had a bloodthirsty monster on our asses. Is it going to be hard, getting away from that thing? I'd say that yes. It is going to be difficult. Atlantic Creeper Orca is a persistent predator. Once it sets its sights onto a prey, it won't stop until it hunts it down and devours it whole. Well, if I was a spider who was about to devour a tasty fat fly and then suddenly another fly came about and rescued the fly that was supposed to be my dinner, I'd be livid with anger as well. We might have gotten out of the frying pan, but we were still in the fire. It seems that this monster was just like the crystal scorpions. As long as it meant killing its prey, it was going to go to any lengths to make that happen, even if it meant breaking every single bone within its body. Sanraku, I'll try to lure it towards the edge of the city. In the meantime, you get as far away from us as you can. Why are you going in such a weird way? Then go here, then like this, then like that, right here. Now I get it. All right, time to change things up a bit. Do you want to kick this guy's ass? Why, I could go even quicker if we were actually out in the open sea, but, what did you just say? Change of plans. Instead of running away, we are going to kill the bloody monster and be done with it. Alv looked at me with astonishment, as if he saw a sardine trying to pick a fight with a shark. Alva, dodge. And here I thought it might be exhausted after using that freaking discharge so much. Don't change the subject. Sanraku, did you just suggest we kill the Atlantic Reaper Orca? Are you sane? It might sound crazy, but take a look at this. I urge Alva with my hand to look down below us. We both looked towards the street that leads to the entrance to the tower that I used as an object of experiment. The street was currently riddled with craters and trenches created most probably as a result of the electric attacks and laser beams of this monster. Listen up, that all tension. Gar, it's such a drag to call this thing like that. Look, the place where that monster attacked. Every single building was turned into a pile of rubble, except for that one strangely shaped house. Why do you think that is? What on earth? It's a simple science problem. How does a light beam behave when you place a mirror in its path? Considering that Cutinid's ability is to reverse the nature of everything it touches, wouldn't it be sound logic to assume that a light beam could work as a deadly laser right now, reflecting right back at the source that cast it? If that damage was really a result of the monster's attack, the whole area would end up desolated and the holes in the ground would be at least a few meters deep. With firepower like that, it would be enough to evaporate every living being in the vicinity. Also, if it was indeed created by its attack, shouldn't the damage spread all over from where the monster was to the tower? It was strange that the damage was only reaching about halfway there. Additionally, the trenches are shallow closer to the tower and get deeper the further they go from it. Because of that, there is only one possible explanation. In other words, the damage was not neutralized by the tower itself, but rather it was reflected by a barrier around it. Reflected, or you might even call it physical inversion, since we are in a place under the influence of that exact power. So the laser that got fired by the monster got reflected by the barrier, and as it bounced off of it and went towards the ground, tracing deep trenches just like that. It was a really far stretch, but it would certainly explain the damage caused to the nearby surroundings. So that's it. You plan to provoke Atlantic Reaper Orca to fire that laser at you again, and it can get reflected off the barrier and kill it as a result. Yup, that's right. Perfect grade. Honestly, Emil would start panicking like crazy at this point. To that remark, Alva starts moving his mouth just like a fish taken straight out of the water. Now listen up. It takes approximately 20 seconds for this monster to charge up and release that laser of his. It is the window of time in which we need to guide him right in front of the tower and force it to fire away straight at the tower itself. Otherwise it won't do us any good. Chapter 156, Beware of the Tyrant Part 2. There was no way in hell that the tower itself was supposed to be a gimmick. But as long as I know that an object exists around the tower that possesses the ability to reflect, I can exploit that in my own favor. Taking a short glance, there are 3 possible ways to do it. All because of the attribute of reflection rather than absorption. There was not even a need for debate over the subject, like you'd do in terms of a quest goal or battlefield property. The enemy can shoot a huge-ass laser, the players have the means of using it against the monster itself. And that's about it. With that, even the strongest of monsters can be brought down easily. Now I only need to psych myself up for what's to come. I don't know if it can be considered a knightly tactic or not, but for now, in order to succeed in our quest, we'll have to aid ourselves with whatever strategy will be necessary. Right, I shall believe in your words. So tell me, what do you want me to do? Go fishing. Excuse me? This will be what's called a lure fishing. It is a method of fishing that uses an artificial bait instead of a living one. So in order for fish to be fooled and swallow it, some level of improvisation is needed to pretend that the artificial bait is actually a living one. So having that in mind, I want Alva to swim around as fast as he possibly can, aggroing the monster and keeping it away from me. I have no idea how it's done, but you can swim through the air, right? I want you to try to bait it to use up as much of its flames as possible until its laser attack will be ready to fire. In the meantime, I will go towards the tower and adjust my position. But won't that be difficult to pull off? I mean, what if Reaper Orca decided to pursue you when we actually split up? There's actually some secret to that, which for now will remain hidden. I'm a man who learns from the past and my own mistakes, and who usually does not falter, even when faced with a hopeless situation. I told Alva that I had a secret up my sleeve, but the truth is, I'll need to test if it works or not before anything else. But there was no reason for me to tell that to the NPC, so for now I need to play the role of that reckless pioneer that challenged Reaper Orca with no hesitation. Okay, when I give you a signal, you haul ass like crazy. It would be ideal if you could keep it in place somewhere reasonably far from where I'll be, and if my trump card works out like it's supposed to, it should aim right at me. All this talking, but won't the Reaper Orca go away before long? Shouldn't we chase after it if we want to kill it? Okay, then let me explain just what we are going to do. Human mind tends to work in a different way from that of an AI, which can only act according to computer logic and reason. Nevertheless, I can't possibly forget about the fact that this Reaper Orca monster is part of Shangri-La Frontiers system, a game that is said to use military-grade AI when it comes to its monster's behavior. It was trying to catch a nasty little fly that was leading it by the nose for so long, so its frustration must be reaching boiling levels at the current moment. It is a feeling that I can understand oh so well. It's the same level of frustration when you need to play some bad and annoying mini-game in a shitty game over and over again. I'm not obliged to clear it, and there won't be any penalty for quitting halfway through, but it is something that puts my honor and pride on the line. There may be some people walking the ground that are the same as you, and maybe our powers are like heaven and earth apart, but when it comes to frustration, it is something that is difficult to control no matter how good or powerful you are. Now then, let me show you the ultimate magic that I call Sanraku's amazing brain cells power. Now, Alva, don't blame me if something goes wrong here. Alva releases me from his grasp and starts to run away from the approaching monster. Naturally, my body continues to float for a second or two, but then it starts to slowly fall down towards the ground. This move seemed to have grasped the attention of the monster. The monster opens its jaw wide enough to swallow me whole in one bite, and starts approaching me. Right now Alva was watching from a safe distance, while I was crouching so as to avoid getting accidentally crushed to death. Well, I didn't think that the answer would come so easily, but let's hear it. I ask that question while the monster approaches me at a very fast pace, drawing ever so close. Now, it was time to actually verify what I wanted to know. Why can't you just wait for me? Chapter 157, Running in the Shadows, Climbing and Making Noise Part 1. Normally, once you discover the best pattern of acting in order to beat a specific monster or enemy, there's no need to adjust that pattern further. You just have to act in such a way that A leads to B and B leads to C and so on and so forth. However, I suspect that in this game a special kind of AI applies not only to unique monsters but also to normal ones as well. And the AI in this game can actually learn your action patterns and adjust itself to it accordingly. This gives birth to a particular question. I once tried to escape to another dimension on certain crystal cliffs just to be met with a swift response from the developers, who fixed the monster AI to respond accordingly to such attempts at cheating. Because of that, if it wasn't for Alva's intervention just there, I would have been turned into minced meat once more, this time by Atlantic Reaper Orca. Having that in mind, at what principle are these monsters able to respond to my actions, especially since my methods are not your typical and ordinary kind, and demanded developers' intervention? I think that managing to figure that one out is going to be the key to succeed here, and it will be like pouring Tabasco sauce on the developers' wounds. Taking my previous experiences with aerial extermination of crystal scorpions into consideration, what I did just now to that monster could be summarized as I was chasing a delicious-looking fly and then it suddenly disappeared. Normally what would follow would be that you'd survey the surroundings in search of said fly, thinking that maybe you might have just missed it. Then, upon confirming that this disappearance wasn't normal, you'd come to a conclusion that you need to survey the area where it disappeared in closer detail. And then you'd keep watch on that point, hoping that the fly would eventually reappear there. So this means that as long as you confuse me with something else, the ambush animation won't trigger, right? As it so happens, one of the skills in my possession allows me to do something like that no problem. Create a clone of myself that is identical to me in every aspect, just like the reflection of the moon on the surface of the water mirror. And even if its description was really fancy, the thing it did was to create a copy of myself that harnesses all aggro indefinitely for a short period of time. No monster would be able to tell the two images apart and would always be full 100%. Now all that is left is to act, and then I shall see if my theory turns out to be true or not. Will it target the decoy, or will it target the one who cast the decoy? Anyways, it was a shame that I would be in it all alone, but if Alva got killed because of me and couldn't respawn, then that would make me feel really uneasy. Nah, gotta move. No matter what happens, if I don't move, nothing will go forward. Transition, inventory entrance. I moved into inventory again, this time using it as a temporary shelter rather than a warehouse. Then I started to count on the spot. I needed to count the amount of seconds that my decoy would stay active, plus add about 10 or so seconds to it just to be on the safe side. After that, Alva will need to put in some effort as to not get himself killed while I'm gone. If my theory was correct, once I disappeared the aggro of the monster should be shifted towards Alva. I just needed to wait and see how it was upon reappearing into the underwater city again. 3, 2, 1. Please, go target Alva. Transition, real world. I could feel gravity starting to work on me again. Ready to face my imminent death, I was thrown into the air. And then I saw something about 100 meters away from me, swimming around frantically. Oh yeah, bingo. Suck on that, devs. You can fix this shit however the hell you want. Just fuck right off for the next 7 days. I activate a skill and do a flip in the air to reduce the impact of my fall and the damage I would receive from the fall. The monster must have gone on quite the rampage while I was gone, for the damage to the surrounding area was quite severe. My parkour skills are rather weak and consist of the videos that I watched online occasionally. When it comes to virtual reality, I could recreate those moves to some extent as long as my avatar wouldn't bail on me. Actually, I'm sure that my moves are not the exact copy of the moves I saw in the videos, but as long as the results were roughly the same I had no complaints. I step on the wall, kick myself towards the roof, roll in midair and run alongside the roof's edge. When I get close enough I need to signal Alva to retreat back to safety. After that it will just require me to get the monster's attention and aim it where I want it to go. As gravity tries to pull me down, I kick off the wall again, grab the edge of the roof and climb it, but instead of jumping straight ahead, I jump sideways, towards the cracked wall of another house and use it as a foothold. Then I roll forward and jump off the roof towards another building with a cracked roof, 1 story shorter than the current house I am on. Chapter 157, Running in the Shadows, Climbing and Making Noise Part 2. My acrobatic abilities are quite well developed since in the early days of full dive gaming the golden rule was, the avatar moves in a way that the player wants it to. Nowadays, to make those actions easier to perform, various kinds of motion and system assists are being employed. Well, if it was not implemented, I assume that many games would devolve to shitty games because of their crappy controls. For me, this is like a walk in the park. I could do this all day with my eyes closed, and even make a time attack out of it. I mean, in the early days of my gaming career it took me 3 whole days to master the arts of full dive parkour. It was a pure hell of 3 days with much trial and even more error to it. But thanks to that, even the most devilish of footholds was no match for me. Therefore I can jump around, and even if my next scaffoldings would appear right under my feet out of nowhere or disappear in an instant, I would have my answer ready. Oh, the memories of that shitty game are so aggravating that they make me want to. Oopsie. Let's forget about that, since it seems that I have arrived at my destination. I know that there are a lot of irregularities here, but what is this? The material here seems different from other houses. It's so hard to climb. Somehow, while looking at the structure right in front of me, I get a feeling that this is more of a decorative object rather than an actual tower. I could also see inside the tower, since the entrance to it was not guarded by any kind of door or lock. Because of the inversion effect, there was a humanoid-like but also not humanoid-like creature that emerged out of the floor, like some sort of apparition. I see, so judging by the design of the dress of that person and her facial features, it was a member of the nobility, most probably a female. And apparently that jelly-like apparition noticed my presence, for it turned its head my way and looked straight at me, smiling softly. Gubba, I see that outsiders are plenty this time around. I can clearly see that her head is divided into sections, like an apple cut into 8 pieces, and that there are small tendrils sticking out of her here and there, so apparently she was only mimicking having a normal human head. I wonder if the Reaper Orca's laser can blast through here since I was inside right now. If things turn sour? No. What was that about chasing 2 hares at once? There has to be something seriously wrong with the head of a hunter who tries to bite off more than he can chew. So for now the logical conclusion of being faced with 2 different quests would be to focus on one of them and bring it to conclusion. I take a look at the noble lady waiting for me, and then at the outside of the tower, then at the lady again and again at the outside of the tower, and with that I'll take my leave. Here we go. It was a surprisingly easy climb, so much that even someone without my skills should be able to do it no problem. Now, if you are someone like me with a wild combination of movement-enhancing skills to boot, this becomes even easier, almost like flying up the tower's wall. In-game it looked pretty easy, but trust me, if you tried something like that in real life, not only wouldn't you succeed, but you'd also end up with lots of sore muscles and various degrees of injuries. Adjust the height just right. Now, the time should be close for Alva to shine. This whole operation began with Alva gathering the Reaper Orca's aggro, and now that I succeeded in getting closer to the tower, it was his time once more to lure a monster towards me. I give Alva a signal. Part 3 officially begins, and he starts to swim towards the tower at a very high speed. Then I observe that for as long as the Reaper Orca has a target in close proximity, it will never use its laser, only resulting in physical attacks and electric discharge. Good to know for the future. That is why I think this enemy here is somewhat shitty. It's tough to fight it in close quarters, and once you get more than 50 meters away from it, it can fry you up with its laser. Unless you're good at hide and seek, then it is relatively easy to escape from battle and go into hiding. So that means once it notices an enemy that is more than 50 meters away, it's going to blast off that laser. Alva, sprint towards me like your life depends on it. However, if we wanted to make that operation a success, we would only have one chance, otherwise it would all go to shit pretty fast. It's strange, really. Even though it is so far away, I can see its electric shocks clearly and hear its roar as if it was right next to me. 30 seconds to charge, 2 seconds to pick a target. About 5 seconds before the attack reaches its target. During that time I can move freely to correct my positioning, so realistically it's 7 seconds to act. Not that much in reality, but in game it's more than enough. Sanraku, I'll leave this guy to you. Sure thing. Near the top of the tower, the windowsills were my only foothold, since there was literally nothing else. I flash a smile to Alva, who approaches me at a tremendous speed. Then I look the monster in the eye in the most intimidating manner I can think of. Sorry for leaving you like that, but I'll take it from here. Small fry number 1 returns. Recognizing that fact, the Reaper Orca's flames burn brighter and thunder begins to dance across its fins. Now then, come on, it's you and me, let's dance. Chapter 158, The Real Meaning of a Reward Part 1. I got stuck. I was good with focusing aggro on myself, but my opponent was someone with huge amount of skill and good memory to boot. If it was an event battle, it might have been a little easier, but what a shame, it's just a regular battle. If it was an event, there would be ways to steer the action on the right tracks, but here it's a do-or-die situation, with no compensation or assist at all, which was making this ordeal significantly harder. In other words, I must be absolutely sure that the angle at which the monster shoots its laser at the tower is perfect, since there will be no system assist and even the slightest mistake can spell my doom. Let's see. I guess I need to be slightly more up and a little bit to the left. Yeah, that sounds about right. Everything now is based solely on my own intuition and unconfirmed visual information. And depending on the whale's behavior, I would need to constantly adjust my position in order for it to be just right. Also, it might be because of the limitations of the game's engine, or simply the architectural choice, but I couldn't help it but to notice that there were a lot of buildings with a similar shape being scattered throughout the city. But thanks to that I could easily get on the level of the whale and adjust my position. Basically, it was like trying to aim with a primitive weapon, like a bow. You could only assume the correct position and pray that everything goes as planned from there on out, or in other terms, it was leaving your faith to the RNG not once, but 2 times in a row. At least its speed is manageable. I don't know what I could do if it was faster. It is said that nowadays there is nothing that VR technology cannot reproduce, so it was technically possible to create monsters and enemies that would be able to move and act faster than sound or maybe even light. But the problem is, how would players could possibly hope to counter such opponents? That is why the monster's speed would usually be adjusted, at least to a level at which they wouldn't be impossible to beat, which means that for me it is perfectly doable. Come on, come on, come on. I force myself not to blink in order to not miss anything, even though in VR there is no technical need for blinking. I needed to see the exact moment the Reaper Orca was about to fire its laser. Everything else depends on that action alone. If I were to compare that to something, would it be more of samurai duel or maybe a quick draw match between 2 gunslingers? For the current moment we could only stare each other down, anticipating what the other one was going to do and react accordingly. It should fire in about 10 seconds, but whether I act in 11 or 9 seconds, everything depends on me not making a small, but grievous mistake like that. I can see the flames of the Reaper Orca burning brightly as it got closer. I can also see lightning gathering in its crystal wings and traveling through its body towards its forehead, amassing in the shape of a small orb. I've come this far, so right now I had no other choice but to entrust myself to Lady Luck and see where this was going to take me. Everything was set, everything was good, but the chances for me dying were still around 80%. So, before that happens, transfer, inventory entrance. The beam of light approaches me at a fast pace. It was so hot and so fast that it was warping the space around itself and burning away the seawater, although just for a short moment. Just as the beam of light approaches me and grazes my skin, I manage to disappear from this world, albeit not without sweating buckets and having a feeling that I would be eradicated in a matter of seconds. Exclamation mark. After a brief moment that felt like forever in my mind, I can still feel that I'm in one piece. The laser that was approaching me fast was nowhere to be found, and instead I was lying on the cold metal floor, on my back after being thrown in here with huge momentum. I wait a moment and then release all the air that was pent up in my lungs as I held my breath in anticipation. Too soon for festivities. Transfer, inventory exit. Whoa, what the fuck? That was close. That laser turned out to not be a type that dissipates after being fired, but it would linger for a few more seconds before eventually retracting back to the point of its origin. So if I screwed up just a little bit, I wouldn't be able to kill the Reaper Orca and sentence Salva to death. As a result, Kukaku. Achievement unlocked. And what an achievement that is. It's just great, Alva. Oh shit, you just disappeared and reappeared in a matter of seconds. And the next thing I know is that Reaper Orca writhes in agony on the ground. I don't get it. Phew, ha 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 ha. Look at it, listen to it, laugh at it, and know that all you see and hear is true. Instead of reappearing on the ground, I materialized on one of the walls. And since humans can't normally stick to walls, I fall to the ground. But because I was so excited I didn't really felt that much, and I even forgot to scream like mad. Thankfully, Alva was there to catch me. Otherwise I would have been dead for sure from the fall damage. But now I could witness and hear the result of my labor. I see that the angle was slightly off, but other than that it was clean, direct hit. The fire burning atop of its body was no longer to be seen. Its crystal wings were now shattered after being hit by its own laser. Its innards spilled out like a water from the inside of a balloon, splattering red polygons everywhere. The roar it let out was astounding as well, being unlike anything I have ever heard before. It was gradually sinking lower and lower, and seemed to have totally forgotten about the fact that we were still here. Magnificent. Now, to finish the fucker off. Are you serious? Well, duh. We cannot afford to let that guy try another laser stunt like that, or to try to bring us both down with that electrical discharge of his. And if we want to finish it off, now's our best chance while it is still in pain. Right. Understood. Right now was our best chance when it was so weak and confused that it could barely keep itself afloat. It was like a flickering flame of the candle, about to be snuffed out at any moment. Chapter 158, The Real Meaning of a Reward Part 2. Now is the time for my revenge. As thanks for forcing me to run around this town like some ninja lunatic, I'm going to inflict upon you a 3 times the amount of pain. Brace yourself. Time to deliver a smackdown. I leap from the roof and slash at the monster with my swords, delivering a mighty blow to one of its fins. I then activate a couple of extra skills in order to boost my attack damage and fully utilize the fact that I was still in midair. Realizing that it was being attacked, the Reaper Orca tried to twist its body to protect the parts that were cut open by my blades. But then it finally managed to hit the ground, where there was no way for it to hide. But it's no use. Slashing at it at random is not as effective as I thought it might have been. Apparently there was very little skin and muscle under the coat of dying flames of its, and just hitting bare bones with my weapons would wear them down in no time. But let us try to approach this problem from another angle. I change my weapons to my gold and silver gauntlets, and circle the creature to get in front of it. Hey, Sanraku, what should I do? How should I attack it? Just hack away at it caudal fins. Even though they are rock hard, the fuck do I care? With its fires almost gone, I could see its white skull peeking from beyond the flames from time to time. I don't know about the ecosystem around these parts, but if you have a skull like that, then there has to be something inside of it. So, there was only one thing left for me to do now. Sorry, but I'm going to rock your whole world now, if you catch my drift. One concussion gift coming right up. No need to thank me, just cough up those sweet drop items right up. Humans invented pot holders to be able to hold hot pots and kettles. Same thing with coal pokers in order to be able to keep fires going on for longer periods of time. In the spirit of those inventions, my gauntlets protect me from the lingering heat of the fire around the monster's body. Then I smack it good to the head. But even so, hitting something so hard with my bare hands was enough to wear down my HP and weapon's durability bit by bit. However, in order to deal enough damage to this thing, I couldn't simply stop right now. So even though it wears me down methodically, I treat it as a necessary collateral damage. In my quest towards beating this monster down, it would have gone much faster, but since I was receiving continuous damage, I wasn't able to activate any strength-boosting skills. It's not that I particularly hate this guy, but the way in which it was clinging to life was starting to slowly get on my nerves. Die, die, die. Why won't you just drop dead already? Why the fuck? To improve my mood, I have to go to the end of the map. Who the hell comes up with such ridiculous ideas? God damn you. Shit Chronicles Online. Look what you're making me remember. In order to improve your stats, go to the little end of the world just to eat a freaking parfait. Some squid on rice with eggs would be just fine. Hell, the eggs can even have pieces of shells in them for all do I care. What a malevolent aura. Is that something all bird people have in common? Or maybe it is a result of some kind of trauma from the past? No. But Sanraku is not a bird person, but still. The more I remember, the angrier I get. Every single time I recall something from this game, my heart lights with righteous anger. This feeling. This is. Yes, there's no doubt about it. It's pure, unadulterated rage and hatred. And with just that power of pure hatred, I could feel myself becoming stronger and stronger, delivering a savage blow after savage blow to the monster's head until it would finally drop dead. But soon enough I realized that once the enough amount of damage had been dealt to its head, it basically discarded it, so attacking that place would not be fatal any longer. During my relentless pummeling, the Reaper Orca tried to resist, but it didn't do her any good. Not when her head was basically turned into one huge percussion. Not good. At this rate my strength is going to drop to 0 in no time. In fear of reducing my strength and HP to 0, I try to put some more distance between the monster and myself, but even though anger was giving me strength, the numbers don't lie. Just as I deal a steady amount of damage, the flames do the same to me. Sure, he was about to die, but at this rate I would be dead before I could deal the finishing blow to it. But since it was weakened, it wasn't able to defend itself in any other way. It could only lay on the ground and delay the inevitable. The flames spread all over the ground. Once the apex predator, and now it's going to die like that. Nature can be pretty cruel at times, don't you think? Normally it shouldn't be possible for only 2 people to bring it down. If you've got complaints, go with them to your landlord. I'm not the one at fault here. While we were doing our share of the killing, Alva suddenly turned towards me and said that, to which I responded in my usual manner. It's not that I don't get it, or that I don't feel for this guy, but if we were to sympathize with every single mob out there, vast majority of the games would not be appealing to players and they wouldn't sell. If there is one thing that United Rounds had taught me, it is that kindness is not enough to save the world. I don't think it makes that much sense since this is a game mob, but the least we can do is to put it out of its misery. I activated some skills to boost my attack power and then slammed my gauntlets like double sledgehammers right on top of the Reaper Orca's body, killing it on the spot. Once the blows connected, the monster fell all too quickly. It goes without saying that because I've stayed up so late tonight, the very next day I heavily overslept. Chapter 159. Anonymous, Idiot, A Team, and the Storm Clouds Part 1. Here are the spoils of my battle against 2 Atlantic Reaper Orca, Bone of the Netherworld Orca, Feather of the Netherworld Orca, Fin of the Netherworld Orca, Heavy Crust of the Netherworld Orca, Armor Plating of the Netherworld Orca. Loss of large quantities of healing items because the battle took so long. The EXP that was so-so at best. Status ailment, sleep deprivation, despair induced by the fact that when I looked at the clock it was 4 a.m. Even greater despair upon realizing that I need to be up at max 10 a.m. Anxiety of having to face against foreigners. A whole bunch of other problems. For fuck's sake. Why is it that shitty games always manage to find their way into every aspect of my life? Hi there, hi's Utome-san. You surely think highly of yourself, arriving late like that. How do you find the taste of this brunch? It's the brunch that you've been waiting for. So, how it is, does the fact that I can't possibly retort to that makes me guilty, Your Honor. Later that day I learned that those 2 overslept as well. So why were they trying to bust my balls so much right about now? We decided to change places, and right now we were sitting around the round table, using the models of the avatars from our previous games as our representations. The Vena for the first day of GGC is currently underway, but unfortunately instead of attending it we must stay here and think of possible countermeasures against the star rain. Katsu, I know I asked you before, but those three Makos besides Sylvia, just how strong are they? When it comes to them, each and every one placed in the top 20 when it comes to the games they were previously playing. Oh shit. So does that mean we need to prepare ourselves for the pounding of our lives during that match? Can we stop talking about those foreigners for now? This is getting old. Well, aside from my roaring teammates, right now I had an even bigger problem that was on my mind. That's right. Sooner or later I'll need to tell those two about Kittanid, Rust, and Mold. In the first place, the only reason I'm in this Kittanid mess right now is because of that deal with those two in Nephilim Hollow. And since their intel really turned out to be connected to Kittanid, I'll have to show them the mechas. And let them use it in order to uphold my end of the bargain. And I'll just have to think of a way to break it all to those two, preferably in such a way that they won't think that I wanted to screw them over. Although that might be downright impossible. Isn't our Sanraku-kun awfully low on tension today? Oi, don't go and blurt such flag-sounding things. Sanraku. The noise in the background was annoying, but for the moment I was unable to hear it at all. If I managed to convince those two to just fail the exhibition match so that we could focus on the unique quest techs, that would mean an additional 2 people to the party and the potential difficulty to drop significantly. But that also means that I won't know what will happen to the NPCs. I also think that Alva's story could be essential in a fight against Kittanid, but if that goes down the drain, will I have a plan B on the ready? On the contrary, making this unique scenario X a success can be a huge bargaining chip here. Mainly, the fact that there are bound to be unique items as a reward. So hostage and threatening. Say, Kei, didn't you say that this guy was supposed to be loud and obnoxious? Sanraku, don't be so negative. See? We have Pensilgton with us, and her skills are genuine and nothing to scoff at. So she's the first in line for the pounding? Is that what you want to say? Gah, noisy, so noisy. Would you shut the fuck up already? However, all things considered, that might be the only way. Defeating Kittanid and putting the drop items on the table might be enough to get Pensilgton involved. And as long as I have Pensilgton on board, Katsu should have no reason to refuse me either. So that means the thing I should do next. Use the overwhelming force that can trample all the absurdity before me. Could it be that Sanraku-kun? Oi, are you even listening? Huh? What was that? A dude who can't clear a unique scenario on his own. Pro gamer chop. Jaiya? Now then, Mr. Overly Exceptional, could you share with us commoners your detailed impression of the members of Star Rain? Bite me. That's my answer. And honestly, why don't we leave them to Pensilgton? I think that she'd be more than enough to massacre them all. While holding my still hurting head, I share with everyone else my genuine impression of all the members of Star Rain aside from their race. Aren't they proficient at martial arts or something? I'm not entirely sure, but I think at least one of them is a professional boxer as well. Of the heavyweight variety. Why boxing of all things? Oh well, not that it matters all that much. But since they are doing some martial arts, we can at least assume that their fighting style can be based on those martial arts. Normally, such knowledge would never be considered a weak point, since knowing the technicalities of a martial art or two can help tremendously when it comes to fighting, especially when shitty games are concerned. However, even though it can be a leverage, it occasionally can become a weakness as well. That is why in this battle, the weak point that shouldn't normally be considered a weak point becomes a weak point. And putting it simply, boxing is a sport when you only use your hands while being on a ring. Natsume-san looked at Pensilgton, who was smiling in a perfectly evil manner, with an expression that was hard to put into words. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, I turned towards Pensilgton as well. Say, Pensilgton, you always wear that nasty look on your face? No way. I can control my emotions and hide my feelings perfectly fine. It's a necessity in this world if you want to get by without much problems. Chapter 159. Anonymous, Idiot, A Team, and the Storm Clouds Part 2. Ah, that reminds me. Both of you. Under what names would you like to enter the tournament? If you don't have any particular request, I'm just going to register you as Sanraku and Pencil Warrior. That's right. You need a name if you're going to participate in a tournament. To be perfectly honest, I don't want to stand out too much, and I cannot hope to do that with the name Sanraku. Register me as Anonymous Alpha, thank you very much. Then I'll be Anonymous Omega. Well then, I guess Anonymous Type 0 has a nice ring to it as well. Then please register me as Anonymous Ghost Number 5 minutes later. Alright then. So Sanraku is fine with being called Anonymous Prisoner from Beyond the Boundary and Pencilton with Mystic Lady, right? Finally, but honestly, if you start calling me by that name I'm going to die from embarrassment. And what do you say for simple Mysterious Helper number 1 and Mysterious Helper number 2? I wonder what people like Natsume-san think while seeing us being to our usual antics like that. Okay, let's leave it to professional gamers. Their naming sense is a whole lot better than ours, I think. Sure thing. Sanraku is going to be Gumball and Pencil Warrior-san will be Black Curtain. What's the deal with the ball thingy? Why does this Black Curtain sound so dull and ominous? Shut up. It's your own fault that you can't decide. And if you're not going to get a move on with it, we're going to be here way past noon. Another 30 minutes later. Right, this concludes the coming up with names. It was a long and ridiculous fight, but we did it. Yes, that's right. After all, Sanraku is my private name. As for my tournament name, I shall be known as... I know I will never forgive you for this, Katsu. Say, Sylvia, was there someone with a name like that on Kei's team? Maybe they decided to add someone new just for the occasion. What's this? No face and no name? Shit, you don't want to show your face and you don't want to reveal your name, my ass. I was really angry because there was nothing I could say back about it. Also, it sounded a little bit cool, but still. While I do think it was our own fault for being indecisive, there's no real reason to stay hung up on the past. Just a little bit before noon Katsu was called to fill in some entry forms. Natsume-san had to pick up a phone call about some sort of unreasonable schedule adjustment, and Pencilton went God knows where to do God knows what. And since I asked for a room delivery, I went back to pick it up. After that, since I had time to spare, I decided to go to the hotel's restaurant. Of course, I had to go without my gas mask, because it would be hard to walk with this thing on in a public place. If someone saw me like that, I would get in a whole lot of trouble, right? I ate a normal breakfast just before the meeting, so now a light snack would be more than appropriate. Desserts. Well, shucks. None of them had any price tags. Does that mean that the accommodation fee also includes meals? Are you kidding me? Let's see. I'm kind of curious about this rare cheesecake with midsummer fruit splash. Steak, 900 grams, for 4 people. 1 medium, 2 rare, 1 well done, 1 rare to well done, with lots of garlic on the side. What was that? Some kind of a spell that makes you feel like heartburn just by listening to it? When I came here the restaurant was empty, so it must mean the order was placed by someone who came after me. I turned around to see who that someone might be, and I immediately froze in place. Oi, are you shitting me? Mikos everywhere you look. Just by having these guys around I felt as though terrorists might storm the building at any moment, or that a fight with some sort of secret society might ensue, or that they start to flex their muscles and lift weights. Fortunately, none of that happened. There was also someone else with them, someone who was not a macho. And maybe it was because she was the only woman among them, but her beauty seemed even more prominent because of that. She was talking to her friends in fluent English, so I wonder if she's some Hollywood star that came here to shoot a movie. Passive skill of Japanese people, blend in. Seeing as the members of Star Rain sat right next to the place where I was sitting, I was doing my very best to just blend into the landscape and not attract any attention. Now I was praying that my stealth skill as a real person was high enough to just get me through this meal without any major incident. He couldn't comprehend the words that were spoken to him, so naturally, Kei's only reaction was a simple "Har?" muttered like an idiot. Were they perhaps speaking in a foreign language or something like that? It certainly was not Japanese, because he would understand otherwise. You're kidding me, right? I assure you it's not a joke. You or me. This is a direct order from the Cyber Battalion. That is none other than our sponsor. Bullshit. What do you mean by that? Katsu shouted while slamming the tablet on the ground, glaring with anger on the person right in front of him, his boss. However, seemingly unimpressed by this temper tantrum, the man repeated his words, this time so that Katsu could understand their meaning clearly. Pro gamer Uomi Kei, tomorrow at GGC we'll have you participate in the final round of Ruin Warhounds as a member of Assault Company. It's full-time, so backing away from it is not possible and won't be accepted. Dark clouds started to gather. Chapter 160, Backward Encounter and Pandora's Box Part 1. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, this is so awkward. How the hell am I supposed to eat my dessert in peace like that? Really now, Sylvia, you eat as much as usual. Aren't you worried that you might get fat? You'd better watch your tongue out there, you playboy. Besides, I'm still growing, so I need a whole lot of calories. Also, they are essential for my training. You say training, but weren't you the one who overslept while we were training from the early morning? Besides, since we're in Japan, can't we do some sightseeing? It's such an opportunity. Ha, that's rich coming from you. I bet you only want to go sightseeing so you can hit on girls and try to invite them for dinner. Johnson, with that kind of pickup line you'll never score yourself a girl. If I were a girl and you'd use it on me, I'd flush it down the drain in no time. Why, you little, want to take this one outside, huh? That's it, you're going down. Oh, you're going so down. Would you guys shut up for a moment? I can't hear her at all. Hey, Alex, that program is a recording, not a live show. You know? And besides, didn't we heard that a bunch of times yesterday? Lucas, listen now. Her voice is so gentle and nice. It's like an angel's wings wrapping themselves around me. And the amount of times we've watched that. You got a problem with that? I guess it's better than the other shows you like to watch. By the way, you said that your girlfriend is coming here tomorrow? I even said that I'll cover her expenses. But she said that it's fine and she'll pay herself. And she said she would come here all the way from Hokkaido. Somehow, isn't that the most awesome thing ever? Sylvia, please don't encourage Alex further. Now we won't hear the end of it, aren't we? Because they talk mostly in fast-paced English and use a lot of slang words I can't understand what they are talking about. But, from the overall atmosphere I can guess that it's something really stupid. Sometimes I could see the look in the eyes of one of those macho plus alpha guys, and those were the eyes of an experienced player. Most of the times he looked annoying, but the traces of seriousness as a gamer were there all right. That's right, they were pro gamers after all, and if that is so, then could you please get your own meals delivered to your rooms? Pretty please. Dear sir, are you ready to place your order? Nia? Oh yeah, I'll take this thing here. Right. And what about the toppings? Toppings? Oh, I see. Then, give me a little bit of everything. I was so absorbed in trying to avoid getting dragged into that strange conversation behind my back that I even forgot about my own order for a moment. I just hope that I can be left alone long enough to thoroughly enjoy this dessert. For the time being, should I try to make myself as invincible as possible in those circumstances? It's not like they know how I am. So there is no need for me to try to conceal my presence that much. But no face, no name. Every now and then I hear familiar sounding words and I get really nervous as a result. Some of them were simple English terms, so even someone like me was able to understand them. Apparently, it must have been something event related, since the words no face and no name were being used quite often. I can't understand English all that well, so even if they were having a strategy meeting I wouldn't know what they are talking about. But it's something games related for sure. In today's era of gaming, being matched against foreigners is not all that unusual. And since the games does not take sides when it comes to language the players are speaking, they have no choice but to deal with it. This means that when it comes to pro gamer stage, language barrier was not an obstacle anymore, and it was the contest of pure skill. As long as you know where to go, what to do, and know certain exploits that you can abuse, you are all set to go. That being said, there was no greater delight than throwing insults at one another, knowing full well that you won't be able to understand one another. Thank you for waiting. Here's your order. Erebus Parfait à la Ride of the Valkyries. I thought that I ordered a cheesecake. UGH. Coming back to reality and looking towards the thing that was placed before me. I made a pain-filled sound as my expression turned sour and my complexion turned pale. Right in front of me, there was a mountain. An extremely cold, frozen iceberg. But it wasn't just an iceberg, no. It was spewing red lava like berry jam right from the middle of it, with lots of candy sticks being skewered on the sides, and a single gargantuan marshmallow being placed right on top of it. The hell is this? It is our signature Erebus Parfait, which was created as a joint effort of all the patisseries at our hotel. And since the moment it was created, you are the 99th person to ever order it with full toppings. Incidentally, out of those 99 people, how many succeeded in eating this thing to the very last spoonful? 7. So there are madmen like that. No, that's not important right now. Why is this monster of a dessert even at my table? I'm sure I ordered a cheesecake. Speaking of which, this thing is the object that was right next to the cheesecake in question. Chapter 160, Backward Encounter and Pandora's Box Part 2. Upon seeing a frozen volcano suddenly appearing right in the middle of Tokyo, the eyes of the whole restaurant focused on me entirely. Same thing about the guys that were sitting in the back. Fuck, I don't know what's going on, but it is dangerous. Dangerous, I tell you. Human beings actually eat things like that? Is that even possible? Because it certainly sounds impossible to me. The bowl itself was almost twice as big as my head. And just how much milk was wasted to concoct a thing like that? So much whipped cream and soft cream. It's actually sickening. Just looking at this absolute monstrosity is making me feel dizzy. I guess I might as well try this thing out. It's not that I'm paying for this, and it's an experience all right. I tried to grab the bowl and get it closer to myself. It didn't budge. What the heck? Does this weight as much as a bowling ball or what? I can already tell that veins were popping all over my face while struggling to get it closer. Right now I couldn't care less about our opponent's conversation at the back of the restaurant. My brain finished assessing the enemy right before me and came to the only possible conclusion. This enemy is a raid boss class, one that was going to put both Wiseman and Lucan to shame. Right, prepare for battle. The fight was fierce indeed, and it took me a little bit more than an hour and a half to finish the damn thing. It took me so long that the ordered product arrived at my room and even the members of Star Rain finished their meal and got on their way. I must say, I've brought this upon myself. It was my fault for not looking over the menu to see what was there and what to avoid. Contrary to the popular opinion, there is no such thing as second stomach for sweets. I've learned that the hard way. As a result of that, I don't think I'll be able to eat anything more for a while now. However, during my fierce battle there was one term in particular that came as a concern in my eyes. Ruin Warhounds. If memory serves me correctly, that's a really popular FPS, with 6 installments being published so far. Does that mean that they were going to announce the 7th one during this year's GGC? Or well, not that I would ever play a game like that. But for now, I think I must take a break. I feel like I'm about to be sick. When I went back to my room I didn't even feel like doing a full dive for now. So I just lie on my bed, trying to make the feeling of sickness go away. After a while I could hear the sound of someone knocking onto the door to my room. I got up the bed and put my gas mask on. But wait, what if that's one of the hotel staff? Should I take it off for now? Sanraku-kun, are you there? The charismatic supermodel came to talk to you, so you'd better be there. Correction, there's no need for me to take the gas mask off. So with the after effects of the Erebus Parfait still lingering over me, I opened the door to see the self-proclaimed charismatic supermodel standing there with a piece of cardboard with a smiley face over her face. Here, Take this. It's a present from yours truly. All right, there's no suspicious sounds. At least it seems safe. Are you really that kind of a person? Literally the first thing you do after receiving a gift is to check if it's not a bomb. Even if the gift box does not contain a bomb, it is entirely possible that some other kind of explosive was put there, so one can never be too cautious with that. It's a joke. I'm just messing with you. So, what's that? You see, modeling is my work, so I come across these things quite often. I thought I might do cosplay one of these days. I see. I know that I hide my face from the public, but hiding your whole body? What is this? A competition who can hide more? That's why I ordered a cosplay costume yesterday and went to pick it up just now. Delivery service sure is a wonderful thing nowadays. I see. So, I thought that maybe you'd like to join me in my efforts, Sanraku-kun. Don't think you'll manage to catch me in your own weird flow. Why is this girl thinking she can just get me to participate in her weird antics? Being around her was like playing around with fireworks. Inside of a firework factory, it was way too dangerous. But you don't want people to see your face as well, right, Sanraku-kun? That's just because I can't stand being around foreigners. Ahahaha, so how about that, you piece of crap? So, in other words, the contents of this box are nothing else but cosplay costumes. Not that there's anything wrong with it in and out of itself, but what worries me is penciled and taste and choice. I'll probably regret asking, but what's in the box? A costume just right for someone going by the name of No Face. If I were to take a picture of her face right about now and post it on SNS, I'm sure I'd get nothing but terrified reactions. But right about now, I would like to just smash a piece of pie on that beautiful face of hers. By the way, what's that over there? Foo-fa-foo. Are you interested? You are, aren't you? I have nothing but anxiety in my heart right about now. It's a call from Katsu. Whatever it may be about, for the time being we decided to go to the place where Katsu wanted us to meet him. Chapter 161, For Whom We Do Our Best, For a Fee. Part 1. You cannot participate in the match? Yeah, Natsume-san, Pansylgton and I all shudder hearing the news from Katsu, who looked strangely calm and composed despite this current development. So the stories about organizers being able to do as they please, it is the truth? Normally I'd laugh at someone from getting done in like that, but when it happens to Katsu that is a little bit insensitive, right? What's that supposed to mean? Orders from the higher-ups. The sponsors want me to fill a vacancy that suddenly appeared for the finals of RWH6 tournament. To summarize Katsu's story, during the last day of GGC, that is, the very same day as our exhibition match, the finals of RWH6 Ruins or Horns is going to be held. Normally it would be of no interest to us, but apparently one of the participants got involved in a traffic accident and as a result was unable to participate. Now, for a pro gamer such an accident might as well spell the end of career if his injuries turn out to be serious. Fortunately that player was told that there would be no after effects from this incident, but of course he would still be unable to participate. Therefore the need for a sub-member to step on the stage. Originally, the substitute member should come from the reserves of Assault Company, but this is where Cyber Battalion, one of the sponsors, came in. Please add Uomiki as the substitute member. Faced with that unreasonable but final request, Katsu had no real way of refusing and was forced to change the game. Normally, such a request would not be able to pass. However, since the times of the two events in which Katsu would be able to participate weren't exactly matching, the sponsors just took the game that would yield better results sale-wise and prioritized it over the other. Hence, an overkill like that. You can laugh at me if you like, it's not like I have any right to get mad at you for that. I would have laughed if it was anyone else, but that's just harsh, man. But why do they want you to suddenly become an FPS player just like that? Katsu-kun, isn't that strange? You see, in the past, when I was just starting out I used to play FPS games and even got a sponsorship from a company or two. Guess my own prowess comes to bite me in the ass at the most critical moment. I see. It was certainly impressive in its own way. Small wonder that a sponsor or two would remember him if his skills were actually that good. Katsu laughs in a dry way while his facial expression shows just how tired he was, and Natsume-san looks as if she was going to fall into the depths of despair. This really does put us in a tight spot. That being said, if you wrap the RWH6 match fast enough, I might be able to. I'd like that as well, but our opponents are the German stern and explosive team, and they are real monsters. I think that it won't end in a flash. Not in the least. Those names from other games hardly even speak to me, but Natsume-san's expression managed to compensate for that quite nicely. It looks like Katsu won't be able to participate no matter what, even though him being there was the whole reason for dragging us all the way out here. I see how it is. By the way, suppose you do your very best and wipe the floor with them. How long would that take you? The rules state that it's the best of 5. One game takes 30 minutes minimum. So with breaks it might last even for 3 hours or longer. And incidentally, the Galaxia Heroes Chaos exhibition match starts at 10 a.m., while RWH6 starts at 9 a.m. No matter how well we work our asses off, 1 hour is a lot of time gaming-wise. Unlike FPS games, Galaxia Heroes Chaos's matches tend to last extremely short amount of time. Since it was an exhibition match, we would surely have many rounds to give the crowd a good idea of how's the game like, but I highly doubt that we would be able to stall for long enough to allow Katsu to rejoin us and snatch away the victory. In the first place, thinking that the 3 of us would be able to stall for time against the best players in the world would just be highly unreasonable. So that scenario was no longer. This means that if we force a draw for long enough it might work out, right? Let's just pretend that our general is just taking a bathroom break. So what should we do about our strategy? Same as before, or should we switch it? It can stay as it is. But if you could stall them from obtaining the cube or going in for the kill for at least a couple of rounds, that would be ideal. Wait, you serious? You don't really mean that, right? Hearing that, we all actually opened our eyes wide in shock and disbelief. I wonder who was more shocked, Pensilgton or I? One thing's for sure. We were at a complete loss for words. I know that putting you amateurs in the spotlight might be a little bit much, but I promise that I'll make it up to you. So do your best, okay? I know that it would be terrible to forfeit the match because not having enough members, but you do realize that I hate being in the spotlight, right? So this is really going to demand much from me performance-wise. I know that this situation is less than ideal for us, but I couldn't ask you to do this if I didn't have faith in your abilities. I just hope that we won't be the ones wearing cosplay, then. Chapter 161, For Whom We Do Our Best, For a Fee, Part 2. Pensilgton says so and then laughs. That gesture might have looked marvelous if it was her real appearance, but right now she was her last avatar from Galaxia Heroes. A female character wearing a trench coat and a huge TV display instead of her head. It looked weird, to say the least. Incidentally, her facial expression was a pixelated human head, switching in between various emotions. But how does it know when to switch to what emotion? Some sort of sensors? Or maybe a program? When Natsume-san heard the word cosplay she cocked her head as if asking what was that about, and Pensilgton continued to speak, poison dripping out of her tongue almost all the time. Good? You see, the purpose of the exhibition match is to show the public what the game is like and what is its strong points. So it's not important to win or lose, but to be as much entertaining as it can possibly get for all the audience out there in the stands or over the internet. That is why this thing is not really a battle, but more like an entertainment. It is something on a completely different level. Natsume-san leans forward, as if being drawn in by Pensilgton's poisonous words. That was the end for her. She took the bait, and once Pensilgton gets her hand on someone, they are going to be her puppet for as long as she wants them to be. So, how can we possibly fulfill both our own ambitions and the overall purpose of the exhibition match? Well, this time around we're going to have our work cut out for us. It won't actually be playing games for that time. It will be more like a high-end TV drama all that time, if not something even bigger. Now, then, there is a whole lot of work that needs to be done, and something tells me that none of the task before us would be easy. If the battle against Wizaman was a fight that overwhelmed a single blade called Sanraku, this battle was going to overexhaust multitude of blades this time around. Even one person is enough to make the gears of fate start turning, and if you add someone like Pensilgton to the equation, it suddenly turns out that a party of 3 of ours might as well be able to defy the virtual gods, kick the fabric of reason to the curb and go beyond what's considered impossible. Honestly, it would be better for us to find a way to win. Sure, our opponents are American that are considered to be the best in the entire world, but it's not like we didn't beat the impossible odds before. Like the battle against Night Prowler, for example. However, surely in the eyes of others like Natsume-san the path we have chosen for ourselves is an unnecessarily thorny one. Surely in their eyes we are nothing more but a trio of idiots. I know it is Katsu we're talking about here, but let's send him an email. Why is that? Well, why would they even do that? The answer was sent back to him in form of 2 rather short emails. Subject: Why? From Sanraku to Modro Katsu. Body: weren't you going to take this event seriously? That's the sole reason you wanted us in on the action? So you'd better not think of backing away now. If everything goes well, you're treating us all to Yakinaku. Subject: Why? From Pencil Warrior to Modro Katsu. Body: it's important for you to face off against Sylvia, right? That is also the reason why Annie-san decided to take a break from her busy schedule and come here in the first place. And guess what? We are going to actually wear cosplay. If all goes well, you're gonna treat us all to sushi. Even though I already paid for all their accommodations and fees. Huh? All this time Kei felt a whole variety of emotions: fear, sadness, anxiety and loneliness. But somehow, the words of his friends trying to squeeze even more money out of him. He felt really grateful for that. He then threw his mobile terminal back on the bed. When it comes to personal motivation, the RWH6 tournament was pretty low on the ladder, but if his friends were encouraging him to do his best, what other choice he had but to actually go there and do his best. It's alright. I don't have a clue what a cream puff cult exercise is, but it means that I have to wrap this thing up quickly and go back to work. Now knowing what he needed to do, Kei decided to boot up the device in his room and sink into the depths of virtual reality. Chapter 162, Female Knight Who Does Not Destroy Off-Season Pumpkins Part 1. Okay, guess I'll be going now. Katsu was about to depart around 7 a.m. so that he could go to prepare for the RWH6 finals, since that starts before our own match. Something's off here. Katsu tried his best to suppress that feeling while throwing a single can of energy drink into the trash can. Originally I'd think that it would be impossible for me, but right now I guess I'm a lot more flexible, and by flexible you mean chugging down a single energy drink. Oh, hey, is this a new product, yet to be released, straight out of the United States? Of course. I've heard the rumors about that company, but never tried their product in person. Nice, Katsu. While I was looking at the can with inters, Pensilgton frowned her brows, as if not being able to follow our line of thinking. What's the difference between this and the Japanese ones? Japanese ones only put in caffeine as the ingredient, but when it comes to this one, it packs a real punch with a cocktail of many different ingredients. They're legal, right? Those ingredients? A lot of clients are worried about that, but so far there were no issues with the law. About a week ago they released one of their newest products, Rat Blood Tonight. But this really means you're taking this seriously, Katsu. A monster-like energy drink that managed to sink fear into the hearts of many players worldwide, having a list of ingredients that made people question if selling or even drinking such a thing could be considered legal or not. It is even more infamous because it managed to dethrone the current 2 leaders on the market when it comes to overall ratings. Currently, there was no better boost that a pro gamer could ever ask for. I also prepared some for you guys, just to be on the safe side. Do you think it's actually safe to drink such a thing? Won't it cause drowsiness or skin numbness or any other side effect like that? I'll give it a shot. Sometime later, Let's try drinking it later, as right now I feel it would be a complete waste. I fiddle with the mask on my face and open it, forcing the drink into the holster. Seeing me do that, my comrades looked at me with really long faces, but then Katsu just let out a sigh, shook our hands and went towards the taxi while shaking his head in disbelief. Good grief, if you want to say something, just come on and say it. What he said. I think that he didn't need to say anything, because his eyes said it all. Sometimes words are just not necessary, Natsume-chan. Some things in life must be said out loud, otherwise it's a no-go. No matter how you say it, as long as you do it, it's all right. It's the thought that counts. That's how we support one another. If you don't do that, you might as well quit, because there is no way that teamwork can flourish without proper communication. The three of us watch the taxi with Katsu inside drive away, as we keep silent. Pencilton and I thought that Natsume-san might say something, but she only opened her mouth like a fish out of the water, with no words leaving her throat. What do you say we go and see to the costumes? One can never be too sure about preparations. I said. I'm not going to wear it. Oh, that's just adorable. She thinks she has a say in this matter. Hey, Pencilton-san, here's a question for you. All right, bring it on. I'll show you just how big of a brain I have there. I don't think that it works the way you think it does. Anyway, that's not the problem right now. Here it comes. What do you think our group is at the current moment? A cosplay doing circle that takes pride in what we do. Ahahaha, at least say something I can comment on, you little. Could you give that gun from over there? Come on, you're the one who ordered that. Isn't that right? Don't you know it goes layer by layer? Oh, yeah, that's it. Keep the low angle. Now, could you move a little bit to the right? We headed out roughly about half an hour after Katsu departed for his own event. We wanted to walk around for some time and see what the venue had to offer, but after a few people with cameras spotted us and asked if they could take a few photos. We were currently posing in our cosplay and brandishing out accessory weapons in lots of strange ways. Is this what my life has come to? I mean, we should have seen that one coming, and as I turned towards the female knight standing right next to me, I wanted to basically murder her with my gaze. It's a shame that her helmet prevented her from realizing what I was doing. Really now, just what kind of character is that? And from what game? I know I've seen those costumes somewhere before, but I just couldn't remember the title of that game. At least I knew that her cosplay was fantasy related, and my own was more of a sci-fi field. From some FPS, maybe? Yeah, but which one? So, how long is this photo shoot going to last? Oh, sorry about that. You see, as a professional I tend to get kind of lost when it comes to photo shoots like that. Sorry, guys. There's somewhere we need to go. So can you wrap this up in a minute or two? It's at times like that that get to be both astonished and in awe of people like her. Is that the true power of a professional model? It might be something completely natural for her, but when it comes to me, I don't want to do such a thing ever again. Even though my face was completely hidden and even though it was certainly a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Nfufu, what do you think? Sanraku-kun, I knows that we are going to play one of the best teams in the world in front of an audience like that, but how does that compare to having your pictures taken by a crowd of so many people? Think it will not affect your performance? Are you trying to better your own image after roping me into this gig? You filthy schemer. Oh my. Even though everything I do in good faith does not guarantee good results, mind you. Especially if someone as malicious as you says she does something in good faith, it only makes you look even more suspicious. After all, you scheme on a daily basis. When you put it in a straightforward way like that, I cannot even openly deny it. Incidentally, as soon as we got in here, Natsume-san went towards the place where our exhibition match was to take place. It wasn't all that nice of her, but I understand. It's the most effective way of dealing with guys like us. So how about it, Pumpkin-kun? Shall we be on our way as well? Say, I thought that it's too early for pumpkins to be in season. For a cosplayer, there's no such thing as season. That's what it's all about. Even in the middle of winter there's nothing that can stop you from posing in a swimsuit. No shit. I tried to scratch my full face helmet a couple of times. My cosplay consisted of a strange military attire accompanied by a full face helmet resembling a pumpkin, making me look kind of like Jack-o'-lantern. Luckily, it was a helmet made out of synthetic materials, so it wasn't making my skin itchy or anything else like that. Dressed like that, I was about to set my foot in the world of incandescent competitive gaming. Chapter 162, Female Knight Who Does Not Destroy Off-Season Pumpkins Part 2. Hey, Pensilgton-san, here's a question for you. Alright, bring it on. I'll show you just how big of a brain I have there. I don't think that it works the way you think it does. Anyway, that's not the problem right now. Here it comes. What do you think our group is at the current moment? A cosplay doing circle that takes pride in what we do. Ahahaha, at least say something I can comment on, you little. Could you give that gun from over there? Come on, you're the one who ordered that. Isn't that right? Don't you know it goes layer by layer? Oh, yeah, that's it. Keep the low angle. Now, could you move a little bit to the right? We headed out roughly about half an hour after Katsu departed for his own event. We wanted to walk around for some time and see what the venue had to offer, but after a few people with cameras spotted us and asked if they could take a few photos. We were currently posing in our cosplay and brandishing out accessory weapons in lots of strange ways. Is this what my life has come to? I mean, we should have seen that one coming, and as I turned towards the female knight standing right next to me, I wanted to basically murder her with my gaze. It's a shame that her helmet prevented her from realizing what I was doing. Really now, just what kind of character is that? And from what game? I know I've seen those costumes somewhere before, but I just couldn't remember the title of that game. At least I knew that her cosplay was fantasy related, and my own was more of a sci-fi field. From some FPS, maybe? Yeah, but which one? So, how long is this photo shoot going to last? Oh, sorry about that. You see, as a professional I tend to get kind of lost when it comes to photo shoots like that. Sorry, guys. There's somewhere we need to go. So can you wrap this up in a minute or two? It's at times like that that get to be both astonished and in awe of people like her. Is that the true power of a professional model? It might be something completely natural for her, but when it comes to me, I don't want to do such a thing ever again. Even though my face was completely hidden and even though it was certainly a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Fufu. What do you think, Sanraku-kun? I knows that we are going to play one of the best teams in the world in front of an audience like that, but how does that compare to having your pictures taken by a crowd of so many people? Think it will not affect your performance? Are you trying to better your own image after roping me into this gig? You filthy schemer. Oh my. Even though everything I do in good faith does not guarantee good results, mind you. Especially if someone as malicious as you says she does something in good faith, it only makes you look even more suspicious. After all, you scheme on a daily basis. When you put it in a straightforward way like that, I cannot even openly deny it. Incidentally, as soon as we got in here, Natsume-san went towards the place where our exhibition match was to take place. It wasn't all that nice of her, but I understand. It's the most effective way of dealing with guys like us. So how about it, Pumpkin-kun? Shall we be on our way as well? Say, I thought that it's too early for pumpkins to be in season. For a cosplayer, there's no such thing as season. That's what it's all about. Even in the middle of winter there's nothing that can stop you from posing in a swimsuit. No shit. I tried to scratch my full face helmet a couple of times. My cosplay consisted of a strange military attire accompanied by a full face helmet resembling a pumpkin, making me look kind of like Jack-o'-lantern. Luckily, it was a helmet made out of synthetic materials, so it wasn't making my skin itchy or anything else like that. Dressed like that, I was about to set my foot in the world of incandescent competitive gaming. Chapter 163, The Tower of Cyberbrain vs. The Judgment of Genesis Part 1. Requiem for Armies. It was one of the first games to be ever released in VR using the full dive technology, but even now it is considered a masterpiece when it comes to FPS genre. It even featured something that was called offline story mode. A short campaign when you assume the role of a nameless soldier and are partnered with Jack, a faceless mercenary who travels all around the world and engages in various conflicts in order to prevent the outbreak of a nuclear war. When it comes to Jack, he was always wearing a helmet and a mask imitating the Jack-o'-lantern, and his real face was unknown to anyone. Even though his role was support only, he would always say that his face was way too gruesome to reveal it to anyone. Apparently this is the source of the cosplay that I was forced to wear right now. Since it covers your face completely, isn't it just perfect for you? But don't you think it's way too early for Halloween? You say that, but isn't this thing too elaborate to be a mere cosplay tool? It even has a voice changer function, and a part of it can be opened to expose the face that was under the helmet. I feel that it was something meant for something completely different than the purpose I assumed for it. When it comes to me, I'm playing the part of a female knight who still protects the castle of her lord, even though said lord is no more. That's a fairly well-known character that is popular throughout the audience. Right. How should I put it? You sure are bold, guys. Although they were giving us some weird looks, the staff members guided us to the place where our other teammate from Nitro Squad, Natsume-san, was already waiting. She was pacing about the place, clearly nervous from the incoming exhibition match. Certainly, if one was not nervous about having to play against the US team that is one of the strongest in the entire world, one would need to have something wrong with their head. You know how it is. The more people watch us, the better your performance, right? Why plural? As for me, well, we're going into full dive either way, right? So does it even matter? It's not like we're going to see the crowd. Since the audience cannot be transported into the game, I think that there is no point in feeling any kind of tension because of their presence. That being said, the reason why I hide my face is purely roleplay related, with no sense of shame or awkwardness towards large crowds. If it bothers you so much, why don't you try this? Try writing God kanji on the palm of your hand over and over again. It should relax you in a matter of seconds. Wouldn't you normally write human instead of God? Fufu. I like that idea. But when my turn comes, I'll be sure to write God. Let me guess. You write God just so you can eat that word in hopes of becoming stronger? However, will that really be enough to help us win this thing? Alright then, time to review our strategy one last time. And Natsume-san, could you please stop shaking like a goddamn chihuahua? You're not helping anyone in here, and heck, you're not even helping yourself, chihuahua. I guess that being compared to a small dog dealt a huge blow to Natsume-san's self-esteem, but let's omit her reaction. Meanwhile, Pensilgton operated her rental tablet and opened a browser at the GGC's official website and then puts the tablet on the table so that we could all see it. The game's system is a win-through system, meaning that if you manage to win your match, you get to fight the next person on the enemy team until you get defeated yourself. So for us to achieve our goal, is to prolong the matches until time runs out instead of winning or losing. It was certainly a system that would allow us to play for time for an hour or two. Having a 3-people team, that is, and it must be enough until Katsu manages to get back and save our asses from a total compromission. There's no way that Sylvia will come as first or second pick if they want her to play against Katsu, just like he wanted. They will surely save her for last. Yes, the main focus of this operation was not the issue of us being able to win against the macho players, because we can work around that with ease. The problem would be the place from which Sylvia Goldberg would start. Even bigger problem would be if she was on any other position than the last. If it comes to that, we'll have to play it by ear and adjust accordingly. But even if Natsume-chan or I go down, I'm sure that our Sanraku-kun will be able to pull something close to a miracle out of his sleeve. That's right. If the first in line, Natsume-san, manages to win one match and then lose one, then Pensilgton will have to take on the next in line from Star Rain. But if Pensilgton does the same thing, we might end up with not enough time to stall. And worst case scenario, I will be forced to go against Sylvia Goldberg myself. Honestly, it would be ideal if those two could stall for about an hour and a half, or even 2 hours. Then, Katsu would surely be able to make it in time. However, No one here was foolish enough to think that things would go so smoothly for us. That's because our opponents are pro gamers who know their craft well. On the other hand, Katsu was probably the only one on our team who would be on par with them when it comes to skill. They say that nothing gets the god to laugh harder than making a plan. Even so, we've got to do what we've got to do. Let's put on one heck of show instead of this idiot who can't be here for now. Chapter 163, The Tower of Cyberbrain vs. The Judgment of Genesis Part 2. Yeah, of course. Then there was knocking on the door, and someone from staff appeared. The time has come to make a show. That about covers it when it comes to introduction to our latest work, Galaxia Heroes, Chaos. But let's be honest here. You guys want to see how it looks like in action, right? I don't know the name of the guy who was currently speaking on top of the stage, but apparently he was the director in charge of creating Galaxia Heroes, Chaos. According to the briefing we had beforehand, members of Star Rain and ourselves were going to step on the stage right after that. Say, Sanraku-kun? What's up, Natsume-san? I think I'll start writing God on the palm of my hand after all. Really now? Just then the lights shine directly at us and Star Rain, and we can see a crowd that was at least a few times bigger than any school assembly we have witnessed so far in our lives. And somehow, the pressure that all those stares were making on us was almost unbearable. Before we begin, a piece of advice. Mercenary Jack is someone who always smiles in the face of adversity, even if others can't really see it. Thanks for making my role-playing somewhat clearer. I don't really know who that character is or what it did in the game's story. I'm just happy that the costume itself comes with a mask, so that my anxiety can be quelled at least to some degree. So I do my best to straighten my back and take a step forward. Yes, that's right, just like that. After all, not so long ago I faced a huge underwater predator that was shooting lasers at me. If I managed to best that, then what is there to be afraid of? Well then, when it comes to Galaxia Heroes, Chaos Presentation Party, we will kick this off with an exhibition match between members of Star Rain and Nitro Squad. As for moderator and live commentary, I'm going to be your man, Sasahiro 8. Pleasure to be here. Sasahiro 8. Games playing idle, that's all at rage for the current moment. Apparently at some point she even tried her luck at Shanfro, but what? You see, there is that sainted Shanfro, right? And that she's really popular with players. She's like that, but with real people. I don't really know the details about the people like that, but I could tell that this Sasahiro was once heck of an amazing person. But to be a real-world idol and be inferior to an NPC, that's got to hurt. No matter what, her outfit looked really idolish, with an overall cybernetic vibe to it. She was holding a microphone in one hand, and her words alone were enough to make the crowd become enthusiastic and cheerful. Oh my, do my eyes deceive me, or is there someone missing from the Nitro Squad? It's about Kei. He's currently waging a war with his stomach on the toilet. I'm sure that he'll emerge victorious from that battle before long, so no need to concern yourself with him. Ha. Well then, let's review the rules. Even though it may seem like your typical ordinary fighting game, Galaxia Heroes, Chaos possess rules that makes it quite different from its predecessor. This time around the map is full of lively NPCs, and there is a special cube that awaits the players. There is a bunch of difficult technical jargon being thrown around, but the gist of it is that there are now NPCs as well as obtaining the cube as a means of victory. I don't know if there's going to be more special win conditions in the future, but if there were, they would have announced them here. On the other hand, more rules can create unnecessary confusion down the road. Also, as an additional commentator, we have Hirosama Ayato-san, a member of the pro-gaming team Cult Bison. I'm not really an expert when it comes to fighting games, but I'll do my best. Please treat me kindly. You might think something like, is this guy really good for that sort of thing? But his skill at commenting are second to none. That's why he's invited to all sorts of gaming events to provide commentary. Fumu. I don't really care all that much if this guy is a pro gamer or not, but who knows, It might be a good idea to make a mental note of him if his skills really as good as Miss Idol there makes them to be. Everyone. But that's not all that Galaxia Heroes Chaos brings to the table. After the match is over, I will explain the functions of Babel, a new type of service that Utopia Computer Entertainment will bring to you this fall. Babel. As you may already know, Babel is a real-time translating system that is scheduled to premiere at the end of September and be compatible with full dive systems released by the US. The very same Babel has been pre-installed in the system that both teams will be using during the exhibition match, since we are aware of the potential language barrier in between members of Japanese Nitro Squad and American Star Rain. But now, they can communicate with one another without actually having to worry about that. I see. Speaking of the main premise, was the language barrier a problem for you ever before? And this match is something you've been waiting in anticipation for, right? So Dao, Watashi, Sugoidasu, Homite, you see, that's what we actually call a language barrier. Come on, a single or come on would be enough for others to understand just fine. Your grammar is so funky, oi. I was starting to have serious doubts whether or not our carefully constructed strategy would actually be okay, seeing how Natsume-san was sweating nervously and looking as though she was about to collapse at any moment now. Finally, the first match was about to begin. Natsume Megumi vs Lucas Garcia, Chapter 164, Fake Imitation. Trust Only Your Inner Evil Part 1. Lucas Garcia. Going by the alias of Skelecom, in a nutshell he is the brain of Star Rain. In other words, he's just like Katsu. The more information he manages to get, the stronger he can become and adapt to almost every situation. That being said, compared to other members of Star Rain he's relatively weak. No, that's not it. He's like level 97, which may be weaker than 99, but is still strong nonetheless. He is said to be a demon of analysis, one that is not afraid to lose a battle or two in order to win the war, and that he would even approach paparazzi out of his own volition rather than let them lurk in wait for him. How should I put this without sounding offensive? You know, a bad end in a crappy dating sim seems to suit you just fine. Rather, he's the kind of a guy to die first during a zombie outbreak in movies. Ah, I get you. I totally get you. Looking up at the oversized display screen, Natsume-san and Skelecom were in the middle of selecting their characters. The main point of Galaxia Heroes Chaos is that different characters from different works can battle one another, but this time around it would be a little bit different. It seems that player Lucas chose Dr. Sandalphone as his character. In the previous games it was his go-to character, so even though his playstyle has changed drastically in this game, it is a smart decision to pick a character you tend to know about the most. Right. So when we win this thing, just what kind of sushi should we get? I can't really decide. We don't know if we have this thing in the bag yet. Dr. Sandalphone is called a hero, but he really looks just like an old man wearing sandals and a tattered lab coat, holding a smartphone in his hand. If I remember correctly, he uses that smartphone to amplify various supernatural phenomena so he can take on the creations of the evil mad scientist. That being said, both Pencilton and I were off to a bad start in a little betting game of ours. Guess which characters our opponents are going to use. Please, you are the Makos and Blody, don't fail me on this. I want to eat as much yakiniku as possible, not some shady-looking sushi. Ooh, it looks like the character of player Natsume's choosing is Udaya. It's going to be a showdown between a hero and villain from the same series. Certainly. In the previous games Udaya's advantage over Dr. Sandalphone was 6-4, right? I'm curious to see if he can keep that advantage even in this installment. I can also see that this idol girl is a real deal, although I'm pretty sure that this character selection is a work of sheer coincidence. She used her silver tongue to make that into a fated duel instead of accident. This the battle policy that we decided to adapt alongside cosplay, roleplay. We got hold of Star Rain's battle records and based on that we assumed their favorite characters, and then we want to choose that particular character's arch-nemesis in order to create more entertaining, dramatic battles. We also assume that it might be a good strategy for this exhibition match, to make the battles overly dramatic and exciting, at the same time stalling for time without anyone actually realizing that. Hey, Sanra. Oh, I guess right about now I should call you No Face Kun, right? Have you given that energy drink a go yet? It's only a personal preference of mine, but I like to believe that it is best to consume energy drinks roughly 30 minutes before actually playing. And have you ever heard of placebo effect before? You mean that effect when the F1 car goes so fast that the actual sound of it drags behind a little bit? No, that's an entirely different thing. Doppler effect. I do believe it was called. Your point being what, exactly? Anyways, for now it is important that we watch how Natsume-san is going to do during her battle. Natsume-san is ridiculous. But, she's a different kind of ridiculous when compared to Katsu. Like, she's the exact opposite of him. And this also means that she should have an advantage against Lucas, even if only ever so slightly. It should be said here that this advantage does not amount to being strong or weak, but rather being able to adapt and overcome any adversity that might come your way. Incidentally, Pensilgton's evaluation of Natsume-san was much worse. It was something like, even though you try to act like a carnivore, you are still a herbivore at heart. So she didn't even treat her like a human being. I know that's not how a complete amateur should talk about a pro gamer, but sometimes amateurs could be as good as pros and their opinion could be equally as valuable. However, those evaluations are of Natsume-san alone, but if you combine it with military and strategy knowledge of Master Schemer Pensilgton, even foreigners like Star Rain should be afraid of the herbivore. Now listen up, Natsume-chan, just don't forget the basics of role-playing that I imparted on you and you should be fine. Yes, the basic rule of role-play, the rule to be ever vigilant and observe your opponents and your surroundings carefully. It's not rocket science, Natsume-san. Just overcome your shyness and you should be all set to go. I hope. Chapter 164, Fake Imitation, Trust Only Your Inner Evil Part 2. They say that path to victory is a thorny one, with lots of adversities being thrown in your face all at once. Frankly speaking, that sentence perfectly describes Natsume-san's current situation. By the way, it should be added that this thorny path of hers was also bathed in gasoline, that was then set on fire. Why do I have to go against the regular members of Star Rain of all people? In order to be able to make it for this event, Megumi had to cancel on the long-awaited family trip to Guam. She even neglected the jet lag to call her parents first thing she arrived in Tokyo to apologize time after time, but they were still saying it was all right. Her role was, frankly speaking, ungrateful. The only reason for her being here is so that they could all establish a duel between Kei and Sylvia Goldberg. That is why initially she was unwilling to accept his call for help, but what won her over was the one sentence he said: "Want to challenge the best team in the entire world alongside the charismatic supermodel and a certain gas mask fellow?" She had no complaints about standing side by side with two amateurs. Even she could tell that they were more than capable for this, each in their own unique way. Even though she also got an impression that those guys could have as well gone against one another instead of their opponents, burning the whole building to the ground in the process while laughing maniacally. That's the thing with crazy. For the sake of your own sanity, the only thing you can do is to accept it. That is, only the calm and composed part of Megumi was thinking like that. However, there was a certain uncool part of Megumi that understood that kind of attitude. Maybe it was because of the character she had chosen, maybe because it was of something else, but right now, Megumi understood that there may be some kind of destiny at work here, and when it comes to that, I won't lose to something like destiny. Yudaya is the type of character that excels at countering. His playstyle including installments of traps of various kinds. Technically he is the perfect counter for someone like Dr. Sandalphone, who excels at battle in close proximity. That's what she would have thought just a few days ago, but right about now her whole attitude of mind has changed. Ah, geez. I'll just have to do it. Yudaya is someone who charges in first and asks questions later. If so, the most natural thing to do is to go with the flow and do not think in advance of what to do. The stage would be, A hospital with lots of plants overgrowing it. Clearly a result of the experiments of a mad scientist. Damn, as expected of someone going by the name No Name. Leave it to you to go directly for taking as many hostages as possible and stalling for time. Isn't that the most logical thing to do when it comes to a hospital? Taking advantage of the weak and ill. Consequences be damned. In Galaxia Heroes, Chaos, the first thing that should be abandoned should be morals. Following on that logic, even amongst the entire roster of characters, Udia is someone who has way more than a few screws loose in his head. That fact makes him easy to pick up for beginners. That fact also makes him more suitable for advanced players. When it comes to villains, there is no such thing as a generic one. Each of them has their own unique reason for turning towards evil. Sad reason, firm beliefs that brought you to evil. Violent maniacs following their instincts and desires. Just like heroes have their moral codes, villains also have their unique set of rules and moral codes. In such circumstances, Udia's action pattern is extremely simple. That is, do whatever makes you happy, without thinking about morals, and be as self-centered as possible. Also stop at nothing. This game is really well designed. Even though the villains seem to have the advantage early on, heroes can always make a comeback as the time goes on. But that's actually the worst possible scenario for someone like us, who want to prolong the games as much as humanly possible. And that is exactly why we can do it. My little pumpkin can. That's what all of our preparations were for, right? I kind of sympathize with Natsume-san that she needs to put an act like that. Name and image-wise. I, on the other hand, admire her. Even though it must be tough for her, Natsume-chan is still standing tall there. For me and Pencilton that is not a problem, since no matter what kind of tomfoolery we decide to perform on a global broadcast, the only ones who get bashed for it are going to be No Face and No Name. But Natsume-san puts her real face and real name on display here. Even though it will be all roleplay, she deserves all the pity and admiration she can get. I know he's working hard out there as well, so maybe toilet was a bit much. Don't worry about it. I'm sure that he is used to getting grilled all the time. Even about his apparent stomach problems. Ha 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 ha. I only learned about it later, but apparently it was quite the eerie sight, watching a pumpkin mercenary and an exiled female knight laughing and giggling cheerfully as they both watched the violence that unfolded on the screen. Yup, it's so nice to be able to go incognito and doesn't have to worry about things like that. Chapter 165, Shining Metamorphosis, Laughing Foreigner, and Tipping Point Part 1. See, come on. Please become a shield for my sake. Oi, isn't using civilians like that going completely overboard? On the display screen, Udia wraps his tentacles around a few children and elderly and places them right in front of him, using them as meat shields. Apparently Babel does not support external display, because Lucas's words are displayed at the bottom of the screen in form of Japanese subtitles. It's better than nothing, I guess. I can still feel some bashfulness. 60 points. Taking infants and elderly hostage feels so good. 75 points. While Natsume-san was trying to stall for time in the most efficient way possible, both Pencilton and I gave our own evaluation of her actions so far. While we were giving our own frightening commentary like that, someone approached us. Sasahiro 8-san, mind if I ask you something? Sure thing, don't be shy. I'll try to answer to the best of my beautiful ability. Right about now, I didn't feel like answering any questions at all. Fortunately, Pencilton almost right away snatched the microphone that was originally directed at me. Her voice was surprisingly cheerful. That being said, it might have been the cause of the voice changer built in the helmets. But in Pencilton's case it would actually be hard to guess. You see, is player Natsume always so ferocious when it comes to games? Foo. Well, you see, about that. We are sure that this is the correct way of playing Galaxia Heroes, Chaos. In other words, it's all part of the tactic. What do you mean by that? You see, there's a certain gauge in this game, and I don't mean like your typical fighting game's super or special attack gauge. Those only accumulate if you damage your opponent or get damaged. While Pencilton started talking with such an intensity that the commentator couldn't get a word in, I decided to tweak for a little bit with my helmet so I could focus on observing the fight properly. And to do that, some things were absolutely necessary for me to do. Thanks to the extremely unusual construction of this helmet, the only way to make the visor slide away was to press a certain button around the neck part. That being said, the parts that slide away are only around the mouth, nose and eyes. Maybe it's the recreation of some other function of the helmet from the game it was from, but for me the impression could be only one: neat. You can eat something with the helmet still on. Cash on, cash on, casha, pip, pip, pip. Viewer. I wanted to open the mouthpiece of the helmet, but instead I ended up pressing the power button that was in the very close proximity to the button I wanted to press. So anyone who was watching could witness the sight most bizarre. A guy in a pumpkin helmet that was glowing like a Christmas tree. There was also a certain someone who was doing everything in her power to not laugh at this sight, but eventually lost and started laughing so much that their sides began to hurt. Just who? Foo. Was it you? I was slightly distracted by the appearance of Sylvia Goldberg laughing her ass off, when suddenly, it's time to bring the big guns to the table. Goes Oso, taking out the energy drink that was stashed in the holster. PSH. Cracking the can open. Sticking the straw inside of the can. Piker. Shine. Poo. Bah. This time around I was sure that the black macho was laughing his ass off. Sadly, I wasn't too sure about that, because the white macho covered him by leaning towards someone who was sitting in the audience just behind him. So now Sylvia Goldberg was not alone, but there was someone else joining her. Wasn't his name Johnson or something like that? I wonder if this some sort of their own tactics, like psychological warfare? I wanted to laugh at them on my own, but then I noticed the camera approaching me. Better say something about this sucker here. This is some seriously good stuff. With no better idea in my mind at the current moment, I struck a gutsy pose and shifted the bottle so that the label of the energy drink could be visible on camera. Dude, what the hell are you even doing? Contributing to sales? I would like this thing to become available in Japan as soon as possible. Ah, I get it now. I get you. Oh, look, the situation is changing. Oh, you're right. Looking up at the screen, I could see that Jedediah was robbed of his hostages and was now forced into defense by Dr. Sandalphone, who reluctantly started acting and switched into offense. Think that's going to be it for this round? Hell if I know. He was forced to use some of his gauge just to free the hostages. Shouldn't Natsume-chan start doing the same if she wants to regain the advantage? It was certainly a difficult situation. If you use your gauge in the first round, then you're going to end up at a disadvantage in the next round. However, if it means winning a round, it's all worth the trouble. Chapter 165, Shining Metamorphosis, Laughing Foreigner, and Tipping Point Part 2. I would use the gauge to win the round, and I'm sure that Pencilton would opt to save as much of it as possible. And judging that Natsume-san has a similar playstyle to Katsu, she decided to use it. Even if she loses the second round, she'll always have a chance of snatching the victory in the third round. Suddenly the ground cracks and crashes all around the two fighters, and what emerges from it are tentacles that wrap themselves around the NPCs and Dr. Sandalphone, effectively reducing his physical strength. If someone were to receive a nice combo while being in a state like that, a certain knockout. So the first round ended in Natsume-san's victory. There was going to be a short break before proceeding to round 2. Talk about cutting it close, huh? Yeah, if it was to me, I would have gave up on this round and let him have it in the rounds to come. Even though she took hostages to stall for time, Lucas managed to adapt his playstyle quickly and respond accordingly. Even if taking hostages may be an effective course of action, it can all be for nothing once your opponent learns how to deal with that. And the biggest problem lies in Natsume-san's nature. Because she's shy, she tends to be somewhat indecisive at times. I know that they are all NPCs, but truly, no human being would be able to use others as meat shields with unwavering conviction and unfazed psyche. I don't blame her for that, but it's also something that your opponent won't miss the next time they fight. Ooh. All of a sudden player Natsume, after taking hostages again, was attacked from behind out of the blue. Not good. She used half of her gauge last round. So if she ends up using more of it unexpectedly, it's going to take a while for it to recover. It's also bad that they happen to spawn so close to one another. Give us a break, RNG. Since she was attacked from the back, Natsume-san let go of the hostages. Since they wouldn't be of any use to her right now. She was doing her best to fight back, but it was right about time to make a decision that sets the amateurs away from professionals. What to do in such a situation, if all odds are against you? She's running away. It might be called a ritual of sorts, or maybe a sign of taking this seriously. But she's trying to earn some time to come up with a strategy for a counterattack. Sasahara 8 went to do a short interview with the members of Star Rain, so now we could discuss the current development without having to worry that a microphone would pick any sounds. We watched as Udiah made his escape, planting seeds, his special action, all over the back alleys. We can hear booing all over the audience in reaction to that miserable display. But that doesn't matter right now. If that strategy allows you to win in the end, all that booing is nothing more but the barking of a sore loser. It seems as though she abandoned hope for victory in this round and wants to regain as much of her gauge as possible. Wow. It's raining police cars all over the place. Villain gauge increases with every action that is becoming of a true villain. When fighting against heroes, threatening the civilian also counted as an action that increased the gauge. Destroying the city also counted as the act of villainy, and Udiah continued to do just that until finally Dr. Sandalphon caught up with his and starting to damage him once more. I knew it. It seems that each character has its own unique conditions for increasing their gauge. The conclusion we arrived at after investigating Star Rain was that they were mostly proficient with hero characters, so we naturally started to train ourselves in villain characters. For example, in Udiah's case, inflicting harm directly onto civilians would yield better results than damaging the buildings and causing environmental damage. Furthermore, using people as meat shields would earn you even more gauge. What's more, if you torture people and let them to die, you'd earn even more gauge than before. Was there anyone who would enjoy that particular playstyle? Sure there was. She was sitting right next to me. Allowing your enemy to perform acts of evil as they see fit. Only a complete idiot would allow something like that and not try to stop it. While faithful reproduction is indeed a good idea, isn't it too early to relax just yet? If it was indeed the case of a fighter-type villain, there would be no problem. You could have just taken the action straight to the hero and finished this once and for all. But in case of Udiah, a character that favors sneakiness, such solution may not be available. It brings its own set of problems to the table. Now then, it's time for the final round. Just how far is player Natsume willing to go in order to win this? It looks fun to me. I just love it when someone does things exactly how I tell them to. What are you, a pacifier or what? Chapter 166, Villian hides in the shadows, whispering calmly. Part 1. Fighting with all of her might, Natsume-san managed to earn us a total 24 minutes and 4 seconds. I'm so sorry and ashamed. No, honestly in round 3 you did even better than expected. You even managed to get all of your gauge back, so it was an amazing comeback. Yeah. And who would have thought that a chaos cube would appear in a place like that? So it's not your fault. As for the overall result, Natsume-san lost. She was clever and managed to pull surprise after surprise, but unfortunately Lucas was way too responsive with his actions. In the end, Udiah was smashed to bits by Dr. Sandalphon, mere meters away from freshly materialized chaos cube. Nah, if it's anyone's fault, it would be that monster out there who managed to anticipate all of Natsume-chan's actions. Although for most of the third round Lucas was falling behind Natsume-san, he suddenly started playing more seriously and caught up to her in a matter of seconds. But there was still something in Natsume-san's recollection that bothered me. Natsume-chan, you said that there was a news helicopter going after you, right? Even though they were fighting one another so fiercely, I've managed to observe that there was always a news helicopter hanging in the background, putting its distance. I see. To be honest, I don't blame Natsume-san for not noticing this right away. Compared to other fighting games, Galaxia Heroes Chaos has a whole lot of things going on at the same time. Way too many information to process. NPCs can make the villain escape that much harder. They can see, hear and report a whole lot of things you'd never really expect them to. So while you fight, you need to watch out for them as well. And because the setting of this game is quite modern, the NPCs can share information in between themselves surprisingly fast. By talking to one NPC, you can learn that someone else spotted a villain on the opposite end of the city. So if you don't take precautions against NPCs, you're pretty much screwed. Even though I'm a pro gamer, I couldn't secure us a win. I know this may sound bad, but please, I leave everything to you guys. Nfufu. There's no need to be so stiff and uptight. Just leave everything to Annie-san here. I'll settle this with a bang. She's right. Just leave everything to us. I'd be more furious with you if you actually tried to act all high and might even though you've lost. The only one who's responsible for this situation is that jerk, Katsu. So I hope he's ready to bear the consequences once he finally decides to show up. Otherwise Natsume-san might never stop feeling bad about it. Now, then, let this here no-name show the whole world just how villains should act and play. Just, don't do anything too crazy. Since Lucas won the first match, this means that he stays in full dive. Now it would be Pensilgton's, no-name's job to take him down. The fact that Sylvia Goldberg will go third threw a wrench in our overall strategy, plus the fact that Natsume-san lost the first match. So even if Pensilgton wins the next 2 matches and manages to stall Sylvia Goldberg as long as she can, we'd still be cutting it really close. It was certainly a difficult task to pull off. Now the question is Pensilgton up for the task like that? Still, the world does not know about Pensilgton's true nature. If they did, no one would voluntarily want to be closed in a boxing ring of a game together with her. Especially if she would act like her old self. Is Amain-san, no-name-san going to be okay? No problem. Certainly, since this is a new fighting game, she may not be all that good at it. Maybe she's even mediocre or even worse. Heck, I think that she wouldn't be able to score but a single win against you, Natsume-san. So why then? However, if you give her a certain degree of freedom within the game, she's that type of gamer that will make your life a living hell and wish you've never logged in the first place. Now then, for the second match player Lucas continues as his Dr. Sandalphon. But just what kind of character is the mysterious masked player no-name going to choose? It's Clockfire. It's the kind of character that is similar to Dyer in its playstyle, but according to the materials provided by the developer, unlike a short-distance counter-type, Clockfire prefers mobility and long-range combat. Dr. Sandalphon comes from the comic books Dr. Sandalphon, while Clockfire comes from an entirely different series. Views of that, maybe Pensilgton can earn some additional time if she decides to role-play this. When it comes to Pensilgton, the best way for her to play games like that is to choose those characters that would allow her to fully utilize her purely chaotic evil nature to her favor. So by that standard Clockfire should click with her perfectly. Almost too perfectly, I'm afraid. No, I'm sure of it. The two of them are practically one and the same. Now then, let's show those guys some of our world-famous Japanese hospitality, shall we? It was a strange-looking woman wearing a blue trench coat and top hat. Also, her left eye was missing, replaced by mechanical prosthetic with red retina. That is the villain Clockfire, coming from Galaxia Heroes universe, from the Hydro Hand series, to be exact. For now. Right, you there, young missy, what happened to your mum? For now. Clockfire shuts her left eyelid close to hide her artificial eye and talks to an NPC. A little girl eating ice cream with a smile on her face while sitting on a bench. Are you a friend of Mama's? She's over there, talking to her other friend. I see, what pretty mum you have there. Those ice cream look yummy. What flavor are they? Chestnut flavored. What a refined taste for a stupid brat. Look here. I have a gift just for you, since you're so lovely little thing. While smiling in a way that betrayed no malicious intent at all, The villain in a trench coat placed a cute and fluffy teddy bear right on the little girl's lap. However, this was not just an ordinary teddy bear. It did not contain a belt or glue of any kind, but still it got stuck to girl's body. Even though she tried to pull on it really hard, the toy wouldn't budge in the slightest. Mr. Teddy Bear, it seems that Mr. Teddy Bear took a real liking to you. Please take a good care of him, Missy. Okay. In that case, I'm going to chat for a bit with your mum, so you just sit here and enjoy your ice cream. Then, with footsteps as light as if she was dancing, Clockfire went towards the girl's mother and tapped her lightly on the shoulder. You're that little Missy's mama, correct? Yes, that's right. I'm sorry if it's so sudden, but, do you see that teddy bear that's sitting on your little girl's lap? See? It's the same as this one. Just like some sort of magic trick, Clockfire produced a teddy bear out of nowhere and just threw it down on the street right under the NPC woman's legs. The teddy bear bounced from the ground a few times while making a soft noise, only to land at the very center of the road, where it was almost immediately smashed flat by the tires of the truck that just happened to be passing by. And then it exploded. To put it simply, would you be willing to do some work for me, my dear mama? The burning remains of the truck turn over in the air, debris and flames raining down all over the people in its close vicinity. Others get hit by shrapnels of asphalt that scattered from the impact of the explosion. In the blink of an eye, ordinary peace and tranquility transformed into a vision of hell, filled with human cries and screams. In the midst of all that, Clockfire No Name was acting as if it was nothing special and just continued in a nonchalant tone. Don't worry. It won't be anything too difficult. Even someone like you can do it. Your reward shall be your child's safety. But it's not like you can refuse, can't you? Chapter 166, Villian Hides in the Shadows, Whispering Calmly Part 2. The hero was yet to arrive on the scene. Dumbfounded, stupefied, astonished, the way in which Clockfire managed to threaten the NPC was so natural that for a few moments out there even that particular NPC had no idea what just happened. I know perfectly well how that NPC must have felt right now because I have experienced that myself in the past, although not on such scale. It was the first time ever that I've met Pensilgton, a psycho bomber who derives pleasure from tearing down the piece with his own bombs. The synergy between those two and the game's setting is way too high if you'd ask me. This is just how will player Lucas actually deal with this thing. Just as Pensilgton started to threaten other NPCs into cooperation, Sasahara 8 and her companion were so taken aback by her actions that they weren't actually able to provide any live commentary at all. Fuck me if this is what girls all around the world aspire to be. Now I start to understand why they say that the world is such a cruel place. Clockfire's special ability is to set up clock time bombs in form of cute dolls or stuffed animals. It can set up to 20 bombs at one time, and they can be set on a timer, remotely detonated or triggered by external shock trauma. The damage they do is no big deal when it comes to other player characters, but that's not what they aim at. They are mostly aimed at taking down NPCs in large quantities. This game should have age restrictions for sure. There was this one girl and now 14 taxi drivers, so that means there are 5 bombs left. Oh, what's this? The mother all of a sudden clung to Dr. Sandalphon and exploded. What? Now it was the taxi and another one? They keep on exploding one after another? That is certainly one creative way of using the NPCs in your favor, and won't you look at that? More than half of her villain gauge is already filled. When she threatened the mother of that girl, Pensilgton placed a chameleon bomb onto her as well. Then it was only the matter of your family is important to you, right? You don't want them to die, right? So go now, run and find a certain person. Then it was all completed when all of the taxi drivers she threatened converged onto Dr. Sandalphon's location. And once they crashed into one another the bombs were set and exploded at the same time. While Dr. Sandalphon tried to escape the blast radius of 19 explosions, the NPCs were screaming and Pensilgton just casually got into a taxi and ordered the driver to drive away from the scene. Because the bombs tend to explode in the order in which they were set up, That little girl is going to die no matter what. Is that woman a demon or the devil himself? Ha ha ha, if only a cross or holy water were enough to deal with her. Galaxia heroes, chaos is not your ordinary fighting game. Why is one round more than enough to establish dominance? Why we have the whole city as our arena instead of smaller maps? Why there are so many NPCs? Soon, the special crash course led by Pensilgton Sensei was about to begin. Chapter 167, Dancing and Dancing in the Foreign Theater Part 1. In this game, NPCs play much big role than in any other and can be way more annoying. Does that mean we're one step closer to technological advancement becoming a looming threat over humanity? The sound of fancy toys being scattered around, ear-shattering blasts of explosions, and Pensilgton's villainous laughter all merge into one cluster of sounds. Faced with a maniac like that, both the civilians and the police force could only rely on a hero to come and save them now. Help me, hero. Mr. Doctor, save us. If it's you, I'm sure you can save us all. Lines like that could be heard all over the city. But the NPCs were no longer NPCs here, not anymore. Now they were nothing more but a fleshed tsunami that was holding the hero back. As for villains, there was no need to concern yourself with them. You could kill them, mutilate them, step all over them, all without the slightest bit of consequence. Heroes can't do that. Or rather, acting like that would not be considered heroic in the slightest. Therefore, it wasn't before long that the hero's willingness to help caused him to lose sight of the villain. All that was left were the desperate cries for help and agonizing roars filled with pain. Kaiwa Sasahara 8's scream echoes loudly through the microphone. On the screen, bomb-rigged NPCs were blowing up one by one, with Dr. Sandalphon being caught in between them. This is no longer a fighting game. Is this supposed to be some kind of simulation? Those words would only serve to fuel Pensilgton's efforts if she was able to hear them. The way she was laughing right now certainly would give demons and monsters a serious run for their money. A whole lot of people in the audience were screaming as well, but so far there was no complaints. And while Dr. Sandalphon was doing everything he could to save as many people from their doom, Pensilgton was watching his efforts closely. From the deck of the helicopter she managed to sneak in and threatened the pilot with a bomb. Right now she could watch almost the entire map while no one would be able to spot her. Ever since yesterday I was watching this helicopter closely and managed to pin down its exact trajectory. Just as Dyer's meat shield strategy in the previous match, this match was also proving that using the NPCs and steering them in a right way was a potent strategy that should not be underestimated. Of course, some strategies would be far more intricate than the others, and some of villains' actions would make heroes' efforts look like mere playing around. Also, as long as the villain does not perform any hostile act in the open, his name and face remain hidden from the NPCs, so they could be practically invincible. And knowing that can give you all the advantage you need, but I wonder if it's really okay to release a game like that worldwide? Wouldn't that raise some concerns regarding the nature of some of the strategies people would come up with? Oh boy, it looks like her last boss mode switch has been flipped already. Clockfire laughs on board the helicopter, making a face that it would only be considered a parody of a smile. She then waved at the pilot to take the helicopter closer to the ground and jumped out of it. A few seconds later the helicopter exploded, and while the twisted metal carcass came crushing towards the ground, a rain of fire and metal came down on the surrounding streets and buildings. After escaping the NPC's suicide bombings, Dr. Sandalphon then saw Clockfire waving at him from the top of the building. In just a short span of time, Clockfire managed to turn the whole city into a war zone, where every single step could be potentially dangerous and could spell you end. Player Lucas enters the building. Player No Name also goes to meet him, but no. She goes into the elevator. Just get off it and walk normally. Objectively speaking, Player Lucas could have taken the elevator to the top. The fact that he's climbing up the stairs is even more ridiculous. Even though I felt sorry for Skelecom since Pensilgton was simply toying around with him, I was impressed of Pensilgton. She was slowly using all the time limit while making it look so natural that no one would even suspect a thing. Once Dr. Sandalphon managed to get to the roof, His only reward was the sight of Clockfire annoyingly waving her hand at him from the ground. In this situation, no one would really be expected to make a proper decision based on sound judgment. Even if you try to stay calm, you must be seething inside, thinking of the shortest route down possible. There is one such path, and he wasn't going to miss it. Especially since there were ways to make the descent even faster. Remaining time is 9 minutes and 43 seconds. More than enough to have some fun, I'd say. This game does not have fall damage. So in order to catch up with fleeing Clockfire, Dr. Sandalphon jumped off the roof and went straight down towards her. It was then that he was met with "come on," a villain gauge technique that allows to place 2 camouflaged bombs in any point in space. By the way, those bombs were melon-shaped for some reason. The rest was a simple arithmetic problem. If you subtract 30 from both 120, which figure will reach 0 first? No, what? Even if you say that when you involve NPCs in your game that can act with a certain degree of freedom, such disgusting, brilliant tactics become possible. It is cheap, it is nasty, but it is also quite effective. It's not the problem of being strong, or predictable, or how easy to deal with something is. It's the problem of doubting yourself, and doubting what the enemy will do next gives birth to an entirely different problem. Someone like Lucas should have been able to predict that during a freefall animation his movements would be greatly limited. And knowing that his enemy was using remotely controlled traps, he should have anticipated a trap. The signs were all there. However, he wasn't thinking straight. Not with so many NPCs blowing up all around him, being unable to utilize his hero powers and overall annoyance with his enemy. All of the above factors created this particular situation. And just when he realized his mistake, he was already having a proverbial knife on his throat. Somehow, Satan is the only word that comes to mind to describe this. As strange as it sounds, it is only natural that the path to the boss shall open only after braving many hardships first. That rule is as old as oldest RPG games, and it is equally as ruthless. Now, it looks like the show is finally about to start. She wasn't taking his seriously up until now. It wasn't even the real thing up until now. Just when did Sasahara 8-san manage to get here with her stupid microphone? Now what do? I was originally planning to say because she'll make things even more dramatic to stall for even more time. But I cannot announce that to the entire world. And what's this? Where do you think you're sticking that camera, huh? Get that thing away from my face. For fuck's sake. Well, as you can see, she mainly prioritizes making a good show over playing efficiently. What I'm trying to say, once you set the stage, it is difficult to just get off of it just like that. Don't you think? Stop it. Don't look at me like that, Natsume-san. And what's with that look? Is this the famous so this guy has trouble with speaking in front of a large crowd of people? That's right. I have a problem. Do you have a problem with that? No, calm down, me. Roleplay, remember? Roleplay. Right now you're cool and cynical pumpkin-head mercenary, and the fact that maybe tens of thousands of people are looking at you right now shouldn't really disturb that role. Or rather, it's not that villains really want to engage heroes in direct battles. Yes, it may sound bad and cowardly, but once you stop to think about it, it really is not all that bad. It's just their very nature, so to speak. What do you mean by that? No, off to send Natsume-san a telepathic call for help. Help me. And of course she ignored me. God fucking damn it. Chapter 167, Dancing and Dancing in the Foreign Theater Part 2. Villains accumulate their gauge by causing chaos and destruction around town, but the longer the game goes the harder it is for them to do just that. At the same time, heroes must deal with the damage caused by the villains first, and they can accumulate gauges to use when the time of showdown finally comes around. So each side has their advantages and disadvantages. You could even make an analogy that the city is a blank page, villain is the pencil and hero is an eraser. In the early stage of the game, villain can write on the page and modify it as they see fit, and hero later on needs to try and erase as much of their doodles as possible. Personally, I think that this is a rather nice dynamic to have. But the more you scribble on the page, the less space for you to write anything more onto it, and the more effective the eraser will be. TLDR, villains have advantage in the early game. Heroes have advantage in the late game. At first glance, villains are on a privileged position in here, but in reality this setting comes with its own set of unique problems for the villains. For a hero, villain is an ultimate form of evil, something that must be defeated at all cost. Fighting villains is hero's reason for existence. However, for a villain, a hero is just a nuisance, or an obstacle in their path to achieve their goals and desires. Although there are villains out there that have some sort of connection to heroes or ongoing conflicts with them, most of the times they treat heroes like a detour. For a villain, number one priority is the fulfillment of their plans. And this game even did a splendid job at emulating American laws of comic books as faithfully as possible. So no matter what, the direct showdown in between a hero and a villain would almost every single time end poorly for villain. Heroes can raise their gauges by fighting villains and helping NPCs in need. But if the villain engages the hero in combat, he gains nothing out of confrontation like that. So the only way in which villains can offset that disadvantage is through earning as much gauge as possible before the hero arrives on the stage. If they fail to do that, the gap between them and the heroes will only grow bigger and bigger. In other words, the best kind of villain here is the kind of villain who can conceal their presence as much as possible and not be found out by the hero. Kinda like the rabbit and the tortoise in that story. At least I think so. I see. In other words, villain is a tortoise, and hero is a rabbit. He needs to gain as much of a distance as possible, and if the rabbit does not keep up the mad dash, the tortoise may eventually overtake him. That kind of thing. Desu. Sasahara then leaves me alone, and when the camera goes away, I can finally let a huge sigh of relief. Katsu and Pencilgton are much better suited for speeches like that. Even when going in with no preparation, they would be able to emerge victorious. Me? I'm too afraid of making a stupid mistake, so there would be nothing constructive out of it. She may not look like it, but Pencilgton has a true silver tongue to her. She'll wrap you around her finger if you leave an opening and let her do as she pleases. It seems that at this rate everything will play out just the way that Pencilgton assumed it would play out, which was hardly any surprise for anyone who knew how this woman tends to operate. Now, the second round is about to start. AHH. Player Lucas. Is this so? Everything is going exactly as planned, huh? On the screen there was a figure of Dr. Sandalphon. Right now he was completely ignoring the cries and calls for help, dashing through the crowds of NPCs in search of Clockfire. Chapter 168, Layers upon layers upon layers. That's a pro gamer for you. They will always find a way. For Clockfire's dolls to explode, there is a certain rule that must be followed. The bomb must be within Clockfire's field of view, his left artificial eye to be more exact. When she was hiding on board of the helicopter during the first round it wasn't all that apparent. But now at the start of the second round, a certain weak point of hers would start to be visible. In a nutshell, if you don't move away from your bomb, you might accidentally set it off just by looking at it. Because of that, Clockfire's strategy is really simple. Set the bomb and then haul ass somewhere else so you could detonate the bomb in the moment that is most suitable for you. Ha ha ha. Finally found you, Miss Female Knight. Ara. Hate to break it to you, but I really don't fancy stubborn guys. Wild men are way more popular with the ladies. When you can't get away from your opponent, there's no point in setting up moving explosives. If so, what you need to do is to focus on recovering as many charges as you can, and this here Pencilgton would never dare to miss a chance like that. I'm sorry, I'm so terribly sorry. Behind Dr. Sandalphon one of the escaping NPCs suddenly exploded. It was the signal for this round's showdown to move into its decisive phase. Wait a second, that's way too damn fast. Instead of dragging this out like the previous round, how about settling this right here, right now? Fine with me. With 8 bombs being installed already, all that was left to go was 12. And since she couldn't allow herself to set them off by accident, She needed to put some distance just so that her opponent wouldn't overwhelm her at short distance. Dr. Sandalphon is a close-quarter kind of fighter, one that uses his psychic powers to greatly enhance his physical attributes. His signature techniques is called Psycho Fist, where he uses his abilities to enhance the destructive power and reach of his fists. He can strike twice with an enhancement like that, but each strike is more powerful than the last one. To counter that, Pensilgton uses the power of Clockfire's left eye to create artificial dog bomb and places it in between herself and Lucas, making it difficult for him to come closer. The dog bomb takes the impact of the Psycho Fist's shockwave, then sinks into itself and explodes. You feels like an electric massager was pressed to my stomach. Detonation, detonation, detonation. Every time an NPC comes into Pensilgton's field of vision, they immediately blow up in spheres of flames. More victims. Lucky me. Number of bombs installed, 13. Bombs left, 7. Using the bomb NPCs as shields, Pensilgton manages to avoid Psycho Fists time after time and puts more distance in between them, staying safe. Not good. The NPCs are starting to spread around too thinly. Need to gather them all up in one place. Hey, since we're on a date, don't think about other guys. Think and look only at me before you start throwing lame pickup lines like that. How about getting yourself a proper license? Doctor? Explosion. They get blown away and fall to the ground. They get up. The point where she could make her escape was still far away, and if the NPCs keep on getting away she won't have enough bombs to protect herself. Even though I originally intended to lose this round, I at least wanted to do so with style. When it comes to round transitions, even though the fields change, the NPCs stay mostly the same. It means that the bomb NPCs from this round would be carried over to the next round. 7 people. My HP is roughly at 60%, so if I wanted to get there I would really have to go about it in a roundabout way. For a moment out there it seemed that she would detonate someone by accident, but she managed to avert her gaze and her detonation order was safe. However, no, there were no NPCs in her field of vision that she could turn into bombs, so she had to dash into the alleyways in between buildings if she didn't want to get driven into a corner. If it was against Sanraku-kun or Katsu-kun I might have been able to do this by catching them off guard or to do something unpredictable, but against a pro gamer such things will not do me any good. When negotiating, a smile is your most powerful weapon. A good smile used at the right time can make all the difference. That way you can receive as much information as you want without giving any in return. That was Pensilgton's most fearful weapon, to feed her opponents false information and watch them go mad and crazy with doubt and second thoughts. And it's not that the same tricks and tactics will always work on every single opponent. Every human is different and some dose of adaptation is needed in order to best them, but it is that challenge that makes overcoming various enemies so rewarding. I don't have to worry about my back, since this path is dead straight. So what should I do in a situation like that? Just go straight ahead without looking back. That's more than enough for me. She just needed to find the right information and act on those information. With that thought alone, Pensilgton jumped forward while staying wary of Dr. Sandalphon's close-ranged attacks all the time. Not even Lucas anticipated such a brazen move. That's why everyone, including the audience, froze in their seats watching Pensilgton getting closer and closer to him, only to slip by past him at the last possible moment. Ahahaha, idiot. It's at least 3 light years too early for you to think about coming with a girl into a dark alley. Idiot. Talk about a number out of this world. Apparently the only strategy that Toa-main, age 24, could think of right now was to regress mentally back to the level of grade schooler. Looking at this scene in particular, you wouldn't be able to tell that this here was the event at the convention that was broadcasted all over the world. But Pensilgton wasn't behaving like that because she abandoned all hope of winning this thing. Quite the opposite. She was like a spider meticulously leading its prey deeper and deeper onto her web, where she could snatch that sweet victory for herself. 2 more minutes. I wanted to earn at least 5, That would be nice. Wait, come back here. So what's it going to be? Hide and seek or playing tag? Make up your mind already. I won't let you do as you please. Figured as much. Oh, 2 more bomb. All set. How to earn more bombs, while not letting any of them explode by accident and stall for more time. For the time being, Clockfire continued her mad dash towards rigging more NPCs with explosives and prepare for the grand finale. Bufu, Kyukaku. I'm honestly torn between wanting to praise her or giving her the middle finger right about now, but even so, acting like a brain-dead child at an event of this scale of all places. I think I'm starting to have a headache. Now, I know that her methods are not something that someone like you would do, Natsume-san, but isn't it fine as long as she achieves the desired result? Incidentally, does she always behave like that? No, that's only a performance. Natsume-san keeps on staring at me, and under the helmet I smile just a little bit to my own words. Adding the time Pencilton managed to score thus far to Natsume-san's 30 minutes, we are sitting around 45 minutes. With the third round still waiting for us, she'll probably manage to break the goal of 1 hour. Then, if she can manage to do the same for next match and we manage to stall Sylvia Goldberg long enough, we might actually be able to pull this off. As long as Katsu won't fuck anything up on his end. However, if anything in this world would always go according to plans, we wouldn't be stuck in a situation like that in the first place. And personally, I don't think that Pencilton will be able to take down 2 players in a row and then hold on long enough with the third. She must know that herself as well. So does that mean I'll have to earn us about 40 minutes myself? It is all within our expectations, but in the end pro gamers and their responsiveness is a class entirely of their own. Originally, the plan was for Pencilton to avoid enemies as much as possible. Sure, she managed to get ahead by some margin, but that doesn't mean that she could just outright abandon that strategy in favor of anything else. It's a good thing that she's having fun with the game, but Clockfire's bomb installation leaves her pretty vulnerable and her overall stats are pretty low. She won't be able to keep that up for long, and sooner rather than later her opponent is going to catch up to her. After all, only No Name's hard work can save the day, so for us there is only one real thing we can do in this situation. Pray and hope for the best? Just have a good laugh seeing all of her efforts. I ignore Natsume-san who looks at me in such a way that I might start turning red any moment now. Now then, Pencilton, at least give us, the ones with a lot of time to spare, some sort of entertainment. Phew, ha 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 ha. Mr. Operator, don't point that camera towards me. It's giving me anxiety attack. Chapter 169, Adding Fuel to the Fire Part 1. As a matter of fact, when it comes to mono-a-mono duels that most of fighting games offer, Pencilton is a rather weak gamer. It is only because of her scheming, plotting, backstabbing and use of others to do her bidding that she managed to earn the title of Giant Killer for herself in Shangri-La Frontier. Still, for her natural playstyle, aside from the raw difference in skill, there are 2 major natural enemies. One such enemy is that type of gamer like Sanraku, who tends to brute force his way through any obstacles they come across. Gamers like that tend to act more like monsters rather than actual players, and it is that unpredictable aspect that makes the use of anti-human strategies impossible. It's that type of gamers who would go all out against you at poker once the cards in their hands are just right, and if you choose to go any other way than confronting them, you're going to lose. They are especially dangerous in a dynamically changing environment. The other natural enemy are gamers like Katsu. People like you or Mikei who tend to overanalyze things in order to see patterns of behaviors and strategies that they can exploit or turn against their opponents. On the other hand, that type of gamers tend to expose their hand rather quickly once the cat is out of the bag, so countering them becomes somewhat easier since you can see all the cards they have left on their hand. In other words, a type of person who would bet on a losing hand as long as there would be the chance of turning the whole match around. Dealing with people like that requires to conceal your hand as much as possible, betting on a precise, one-hit kill that decides the match in an instant. As for this match right here, the only way for Clockfire Pencilton right now is to commit a dragged-out, overly dramatic suicide took you long enough to get here. Do you have some sort of a problem with stairs? Oh dear doctor. Funny that you mention it, because the elevator was freshly blown up. Otherwise I would have used it instead. But now I've got you cornered at last. You think you've got me cornered? None. We're here because I wanted us to be here. The current ratio of their HP was roughly 7-1. The demon lord of bombing was already at the death's door, but with enough information gathered for the final showdown and enough bombs planted, she was sure that the overall victory would be hers. Now then, here comes the grand finale of the 3 parts overture conducted by Clockfire-chan. Hope you'll enjoy it. Clockfire then does something like a short dance number, while singing that cringy line. She then turns toward the edge of the roof and looks somewhere to the side, as if she was trying to look beyond the invisible fourth wall. In order for us to proceed to the grand climax part, I'll be taking my leave now. We shall meet again in a minute or so. So see you then. Enough with the games. This ends now. Sorry, but no way. Your fists are not meant to defeat me here. Is she for real? Clockfire then places a small cat stuffed toy on the ground and tramples all over it with her boot with one swift motion. Right after that, the cat's face started to swell and bloat and eventually exploded. The blast was so strong that Dr. Sandalphon was knocked back and Clockfire was enveloped in a cloud of fire and evaporated. And that was the conclusion of this round. Suicide. This does not feel like a win in the slightest. The defeated character disappears in a myriad of polygons after a few seconds. As the remains of the bomb set off by Clockfire falls off the roof, Lucas doesn't even try to hide a bitter look on his face. He should have felt elated that he managed to claim that round for himself, but oddly enough the usual feeling of ecstasy was nowhere to be found this time around. And that is because everything he did was in line of someone else's scenario. No, even if that is the case, the trick ends here. I won't let myself to be fooled by some cheap tricks again. It was certainly surprising to turn NPCs into walking bombs, but now he knows that Clockfire must be in the vicinity to set the bombs off. So it is possible to take countermeasures against that. So he needs to focus on hunting her down, without thinking about anything else. Clockfire is not suited to direct combat, so when it comes to that, she should fall without any issues. That was the conclusion drawn by Lucas. And it would be a correct conclusion, if Pensilgton was your typical gamer. The break would last 30 seconds. The climax was going to be loud and flashy one. Now, hear ye. Come closer and feast your eyes. This is the beginning of the special parade created by Clockfire-chan. The first and second rounds were nothing more but a preparation for the grand climax that will be the third round. And even though Chaos City changes its shape with each round, there are some things that appear exactly the same on a regular basis. For example, the grid of the roads and the placements of skyscrapers is almost the same every time, with little variations. The whole city is actually built on the plan of the most common modern town, not to mention that the insides of the buildings look pretty much the same. Now, it's time to capitalize on all those savings and preparations and make them squeal and foo-foo of. This is going to be so flashy. No more hiding in the shadows. Pensilgton was waiting for her opponent while standing on the roof of an abandoned taxi right in the middle of the street. Hey, what's with the sudden style change? I said so previously. Don't you remember? This is going to be the grand finale. So let's go all out without holding anything back. If you're having fun yourself, there's nothing wrong with letting your surroundings have some fun as well. This was the perfect stage for Pensilgton, who rather preferred to do things like that out in the open than keep them concealed. To achieve victory and make as much damage and chaos as possible, there's no losing in a situation like that. Hi there, everyone. Say, have you ever thought about it before? Have you ever wanted to do something like that, but didn't? Thinking it was impossible? Dr. Sandalphon's powerful blows come from his psychic powers. So before doing anything, he needs to apply that power to his fists. Then lucky you. I have wonderful news. Here, in this game, you can do it all. If you want to play the role of the villain and destroy anything, go ahead. There's nothing stopping you from doing just that. During the first round, while disrupting Lucas's actions with bomb NPCs and getting to understand the map, Clockfire destroyed some of the building's pillars in advance. In the second round she rigged more NPCs with bombs. Those NPCs were now fleeing towards the stadium somewhere in the city, where the shelter was located. All that was left for the villain in the third round was to detonate all the bombs she set in the first round. So right now, the red-eyed villain started to look from one building to another, and let the magic happen. Now, who wants to play some domino? There was a chain of loud explosions, and soon enough the mighty skyscrapers start to sway and tilt. With their foundation weakened and broken, the glass and concrete colossuses collapse on one another like some kind of concrete avalanche. Hey, oh, you've got to be shitting me. Lucas stopped in his tracks and looked around, unable to comprehend what was going on. All around him, the buildings were collapsing one by one, just like the pieces of domino, until the landscape became completely flat. Unbelievable. Nfufu. It seems that you didn't notice yet. My victory was certain right from the start. Nothing you could to change that. Aren't you just talking out of your ass? None. That is just a fact. It's the effort of joint investigation performed by 4 people, although one of them was not here at the current moment. The places and specifications, those were Pensilgton's tools of trade rather than brute force and fighting technique. And the rest is proper manipulation and deceit. Now, let's get this unfair show on the road. Chapter 169, Adding Fuel to the Fire Part 2. Up until now Pensilgton was only hiding and answering the Lucas's attacks only if she was directly threatened. But now he must have been so confused since even though he was a pro gamer, she threw caution to the wind and went on the offensive. If I was the one to face an opponent like that, I would be confused as hell for sure. Especially since with all the chaos going around there was no time to properly analyze the behavior of the mad villain. Why don't we put on a nice show? Wake up. You'd use your gauge here? In the comic book Hydro Hands, Clockfire used a huge bomb to blow up the fire station where the protagonist used to work. The large, clown-shaped bomb goes high into the air where it blows up, scattering smaller clown-shaped bombs all over the place and causing them to detonate on the spot, creating even more chaos and destruction. From the scale of that attack it must be something similar to Clockfire's ultimate move here in Galaxia Heroes, Chaos. There is no way for Lucas to be able to escape from an attack like that. She must have earned enough gauge for that from all that building collapsing earlier, since most of the NPCs have gone somewhere for this round. But since you can earn your villain gauge from destroying the buildings alone, NPCs are not as essential as you might think. But I regret to inform you that I already know the moveset of every character in this game. It's just like we thought. Just as we made sure to make some precautions against Starrain, they did the same thing. They also investigated the moves of every character to be able to counter them if need be. Clockfire's wake-up clown rains bombs over a large area, but it is one blind spot where you can avoid it. Overhead is the safe spot. Since the smaller bombs are jam-packed inside of the clown's belly, due to the nature of this attack there are hardly any bombs being thrown over the clown's head. Attacks like that are the ultimate weapons when you give up on finding Chaos Cube and just want to be done with your enemy. They span over a large area and deal some serious damage. You can't avoid them completely, but the least you can do is to try and minimize the damage. Dr. Sandalphone has only a few seconds to react before the clown bomb explodes and it will be all over. So he decided to use the gauge technique that greatly enhances his physical abilities, jumping power included. You shouldn't rush towards the climax. His action was met with a nasty smile. Too impatient to settle it. While looking at the smiling Pensilgton on the screen, I cannot help it but to sympathize with Lucas. Sure, his judgment was not wrong. It was the right thing to do in order to reduce the incoming damage. But why would she destroy the buildings like dominoes? Why not go for Jenga instead? Not realizing the answer to that was the reason for his downfall. So that was your plan from the very beginning? No, really, are you fucking shitting me? The large screen mainly focuses on Pensilgton's battle against Lucas. However, how many people realized that right on the edge of the screen the falling buildings managed to reach the huge stadium and collapsed right in the middle of it, splitting it in half like a watermelon? But even if you weren't able to spot that, There was a solution right here in front of your eyes. Namely, Pensilgton's villain gauge. Is that a freaking bug or what? The gauge of player no name is not dropping at all? No, it is decreasing. But since the destruction and chaos all around is so tremendous, it just get replenished so fast that it looks like not decreasing. Are you watching properly, world? Are you watching properly, developers? It's not a bug, but rather a small glitch, but you'd better fix it ASAP. I named it Gauge Burst. The despair of NPCs is something from which laughing clowns can benefit greatly. End of part 3.1.